Please take your seats. You will introduce yourself and then start. Please.
Good morning, everyone. This is Shelly Jagdev. I'm your host and MC for today. So Sir has said that we have few minutes to go for the real session, for the real technical session. So before that, we can do some warming up exercise. Like if somebody of you can come on stage and do some act, or maybe singing or a poem or something which is non-technical, would be great to start off. And it can also boost a lot of confidence in us as well before starting off this great event. So anybody would like to initiate? That would be really great. Anything, any sort of pep talk or anything would work, not just the entertainment. So anything, like any thought process, anything. So not just the act, any thought processing, anything which would work for us, yes. Welcome. And also, I would request all of you to please, a big round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good morning to all of you, and thank you, Shelly, for inviting me here and giving this chance. And in fact, it is supposed to be an official function, but now you have given me a chance, so I will try to make it non-official. And since she said that some warm-up exercises, so I don't think that it is a bad idea, and we can do it. And when you are sitting there itself, you can do something. So what I will do is I will tell you what warm-up exercises you will do. You sitting, you start your hands like this,
Is this working?
doing it slowly, 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 so that you get a warm feeling in yourself. Okay? Then do it like this, do it like this. Good, very good, very nice. Now, then you can do it like this. Good. Rotate your arms like this now, and then reverse it.
So I think this calls for I think we should make a video of this, because this is looking like really powerful. I mean, in the morning.
Yes. It will really boost your energy,
Yes.
so that whole day you can sustain it very nicely.
So
Now
I would
you
like
can
the camera
start
person to
doing-
please span across
start-
and make it a video.
Start looking right, slowly, and then do it like this, and again and left. Do it slowly. Don't jack, don't give your stress to your neck. Slowly you can do it. Few more time. 1 or 2 more time. Okay? Now take a deep breath in and release it slowly, so that when you breathe it, you feel something, special energy in you. And then you breathe out, then, you feel getting relax yourself. Few more time. Good. So now you are ready for a conference here, and I should thank to Mr. Gupta. Thank you very much.
So I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Okay, ask me.
So I saw your enthusiasm regarding the exercise and warm-up. So I just want to know, apart from being into technology and all, so how come you take out time for your exercise regime, and how do you prosper it daily? How you make it really happen? Because we don't get time in such a busy schedule.
I understand you want to engage me for a few minutes, so I will do it.
No, I'm just inspiring
okay,
others.
Don't bother. I will help you in doing that. Frankly speaking, I am not in technology, so I am not suffering from that kind of. But it is good for especially people who have a mental work and static job. For them, some breakup after 1 hour or 2 hours, few minutes. If you do few minor exercises, it gives you a relax and your mind will be relaxed. So it is very useful, especially all of you, those who are deep into it. Because you need stress-free environment and feeling, relax.
In today's world, when mental state is very important for all of us.
And in fact, you can do a few more exercises for your eyes also, because your screen time is more.
Exactly, we are exposed to a lot of screen time. That's very true.
Or on the computer or laptop. So you need this kind of changes in your lifestyle, and it is very useful. And it will save you from the stress, mental stress, as well as any kind of ailment in your day-to-day work.
I totally agree. I totally agree, sir.
Thank you.
So that's very inspiring. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now this was a sort of light entertainment for us. Anybody else would like to volunteer any act or would like to come here and speak? Yes, sir, please come. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir, for initiating.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am so happy and so fortunate to see the intelligence here, intellectual property of India. And I would like to know anyone. I am 78 years old. Anyone above 78 here? Please show your hand. Above 70, please show your hand. Oh, only 2. So all of you are young people. And I take all of you as young. You see, I must introduce myself. I am retired from Doordarshan as Deputy Director, Life Fellow of Broadcast Engineering Society. And after having worked for 39 years for Doordarshan and Akashvani, and having travelled all over from France to Canada to Australia to Japan, I found that, especially Japan, I was very keen to go there, that how they produce products and goods with zero defect. How they manage it. I was happy to see that they are totally dedicated. The country is first. Country is first. Unfortunately, we don't have that type of commitment to our own motherland. It is only why I have done research. I will not take your time. For last 25 years, I have never gone to any doctor and I have never taken any medicine. Thank you. So my dream is, and I am a professor now, for last 10 years I have been teaching in MIT University, and from assistant professor I came to a professor teaching media, and now 3 universities have taken me as adjunct professor because 78, they say you are 78, but I don't find myself so down that they should reject me, so they have taken me as adjunct professor. My known people are here. Kuruvilla sir, please stand up. My friends from Doordarshan and Akashvani. Now I will not take your time, only 2 minutes more. You please be focused, sir. Senior sir. I think now I'll take 1 more minute. You see what I do exercise in the morning is little different from the gentleman who just now showed very simple exercises of our Ramdev type of yoga. No. I have done research on my yoga and I find that it is excellent. I want to promote it free of charge. Anyone can call me anywhere. I can drive my car and come. I am staying in Gurgaon and I have come here. Yeah, because you have to start. Just 2 minutes, please. You see, the first exercise only, there are 5 only. First I will show you. If you do this every morning, you will have no problem. Lungs and heart and everything will be clear. I have no problem, absolutely. I have got my cardio done, ECG done, no problem. Now please look. You see, you have to relax your body first. And when you relax, it is only internal exercises. You have to take it up and then make it stretch as much as possible. When you stretch and take deep breathe, the oxygen in the morning you do under the trees. Rest, God take care. God is great. He has all made us to be healthy. Sarda Shatam, up to the age of 100. Unfortunately, I find, and let me complete this first. You have to stay, take up. You can please take a video if you have. Then you can circulate. Stretch, relax. You see, I am doing internal exercise and collecting energy in my hands because the blood flows like river Ganga. Shakti starts coming here. Then, you see, the minimum, this area, you are a healthy person. Maximum this area, you are a sick person. So please take control of this. Then again, stretch, relax. Stretch, take the breathe inside, breath, stretch, relax. Stretch, the entire body, the blood is flowing even up to here, brain. The brain also develops. Peace of mind, there is absolutely no problem, no sleep problem, nothing. Stretch, relax. Stretch, relax.
So we are we are glad that you're sharing this exercise regime with us, but we are short of time, so we should start soon. And also, sir, I would like to add that. So I would like to add to your you just shared your Japan's experience. I would like to share mine as well. I was, for the past 3 months, I was in London. I've just landed yesterday. And what I've seen, the routine over there is that people run on road and they keep themselves really fit. And that's a very good activity we should all engulf in. Therefore, nonetheless, we should start the show, sir.
Sure. Sorry, I took
No,
the
sir,
time.
it's not a sorry. It's a great thing you have initiated. That calls for a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. Fit India, hit India, isn't it? So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Our future success is directly proportional to our ability to understand, adopt new technology into our work. And what is best when technology brings you, me, as us, as we, as a team, to foster great results, great growth, and great success. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you all to this most awaited event, Blockchain for Productivity Forum, in collaboration with Broadcast Engineering Society and Bharat IBCCX Forum. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, now I would request our first guest speaker, Dr. Shiv Kumar, who doesn't require any introduction. Please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Shiv Kumar, who's a techno-entrepreneur, chairman, board of research, innovation and standard, and governing council member of the Institution of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineers, Director General, Blockchain for Productivity Forum, authorized training partner, Global IPv6 Forum, BIMSTEC. Dr. Shiv possesses over 35 years of multi-dimensional experience and had served Nokia Siemens Network, Qualcomm, Ericsson Wireless Communication, Inc., San Diego, Software Technology Parks of India as Joint Director and Department of Telecom in various capacities. Therefore, please grace the occasion and put your words of wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Shiv Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Very good morning, all of you. Our chief guest, George Sahab, N.K. Goyal Sahab, who is representing the Minister, ladies and gentlemen, all the eminent speakers. I will not take much time, but I will tell you how this function will go, what will be the takeaway from this function. After the great efforts, this has been designed in such a way that what you will be getting, we have a galaxy of eminent speakers who have really, this is a very new technology, Web3, and a lot of hype is being created, or it's a reality. We'll come to know today. There is a really how it's going, how the technology is evolving. What are the challenges of Web 2.0? Today, maybe more than our family, someone knows more than about us. More than our wife or the kids or the family or the parents, someone knows more about. That's the biggest challenge. Where we are going, what we are doing, what type of thinking we have while surfing the net, everything is being captured. The data, we say the data is the oil, next oil, or is the oil. We say roti, kapda or makan, but nowadays it has become roti, kapda, makan and internet. Without your device, you feel, whenever you are not taking device in your hand for some time, you feel something missing. Without internet, nothing. When it's not having the good speed, you feel frustrated. But the most challenge is that the content, the data about us is not ours. Someone is using it, someone is creating the content out of it, someone is making the money. There are a lot of challenges. Like the Ukraine-Russia war, there are lot of been learning from that. Lot of challenges had been there. And we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Without having our own root server, without having basically the whole infrastructure, which cannot be shut down during the war or some sort of crisis, these are the need of our, which has become the part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So how we are going to make from the centralized control, which has been so far in the hands of the Google or big corporations, basically Meta or all this thing. So how it is evolving, how it is going to help us in the future, how the Web3 will bring the change, how the technological convergence, so we are talking about the blockchain, which is the basis of Web3. We are talking about the IPv6, which is basically providing a lot of IP address, pool of address for us, and not only that, it's providing the inherent security features through its evolving security. Also, it is enabled by the AI, IoT, lot of basically the technologies are converging, and it is becoming a decentralized entity, and data, we will be owning our own data. It's our ownership. We will be creating our own content. We will be able to sell it. We will be able to market it and make our money. So you will be learning, I'm not here to teach you, but just I'm giving you a teaser that what you will be learning. You will also be learning, someone came to me about, I have my own institute also, so someone came to me about 4 years ago and talked, I want to do blockchain training in your institute. I said, no, I'm not interested in the cryptocurrency. Really, that's what I said. In one of the meeting, I went to CDOT, myself and my colleagues. Then there also we heard from the other side, we also heard, no, we are not, the blockchain is like a cryptocurrency. So lot of basically perception has become, or like we feel, whenever the name of the blockchain comes, he said, we are talking about some sort of cryptocurrency. And we are not interested, and we basically, like me, many of us switch off our mind that, we are not interested. But What is that this technology is rocking now? Everyone is talking about the blockchain. More than wherever you go to anyone who want to make the career, like blockchain, who want to switch over to the blockchain. Why? What this technology is bringing? So you will learn a lot of things. Let me cut short because, so we will have today our chief guest of honors, speakers, then eminent speakers will be there. Later on we will introduce them from time to time. What we have designed is not in a monotonic way, like we just keep on flooding the information. We have made the session interactive from in between. What we have done, couple of speakers will be coming, they are talking about the technology, then we will having a session on the panel. The panelists, they will be discussing on this thing. So it has been designed in such a way that I'm sure you will not feel basically bored or what you say. Technologists never feel bored, but still you will not feel slackness, and I'm sure you will be very active. It has been designed in such a way. Now we'll move forward, and I'll not go through the whole, basically what we are going to do, how we are going to do, the different forums, what they are talking. Of course, they are talking about the business, how the transformation the Web3 is bringing. They will be talking about the security. They will be talking about the convergence, how this convergence is happening of all this technology. So different forums will talk the different basically subjects. They will debate, and the eminent panelists will be there. So it has been designed in such a way. So Sally, I think we can invite the
yes, Dr. Shiv Kumar, I would like to tell you that I really like that line, Atmanirbhar Bharat, which recalls for a system that can safeguard our privacy and also can boost a lot of economic growth among people. So this technology is going to be very revolutionary. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, taking on this enriching session, thank you for enlightening us, sir. I would now call Dr. Satya and Gupta on floor, and ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Satya and Gupta, who's Chairman Bharat IPv6 Forum, Chairman Blockchain for Productivity Forum, Evangelist Digigaon Job Factory Foundation, Secretary General ITU APT Foundation of India, Chairman Blue Town India and BIMSEC South Asia, an international expert in NGN technologies, regulation, interconnection and broadband with 42 years experience. Dr. Satya N. Gupta, an analyst, author, advocate and advisor on ICT related policies, projects and businesses. Thank you so much, sir. Please come on the stage and engross in your pep talks. I know how enthusiastic, how you boost people with a lot of motivation and confidence. So we would like to hear from you, sir. Please, the stage is yours now. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Shirley, for such kind words, actually. And thanks a lot, everyone, for sparing your full day today, committing to learn about this wonder technology. Dr. Shiv already mentioned what it is, actually, and what it is not. And I'm really thankful to our Professor Mehta and our advisor from Competition Commission to set the tone, means to give the energy so that we can continue for full day today. And so actually what I will like to do is basically more like a welcome speech, what is supposed to be there, and that part I have already done. I have already welcomed all of you, but I'll specially like to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. George, the chairman of BEAS Broadband. And actually, if I can request, Charlie, if the honorable chief guest and guest of honor can come as I announce, like Mr. George, can you please be there? And
please, we would like the guest of honor to please come on the stage and facilitate this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our guest of honor.
And we have our special guest of honor, Professor N.K. Goyal, actually. And Goyal Saab is very famous. Actually, I call him Bisham Pitama of telecom industry in India. And he is very, very unconventional. He is famous for breaking the protocols actually. And today I want to pay him in his own coin actually. So today we are breaking the protocol because Honorable Minister somehow could not be coming. So I'll be requesting Professor Goyal to don the chief guest thing. Though I have not asked him, but he does similar thing with me. So I'll also take the liberty.
So that's called for a lot of applause, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And then...
आसमान से कुछ खबरें आ रही हैं, हिंदुस्तान में पहुंच रही।
Thank you, Professor. And so I really welcome all of you now to agree or to spare your time. And I see among you most of my seniors, most of experts from the industry, from the government, from the public sectors, and from the startups actually. And that is what is the vision of this program. Actually, Dr. Shiv, our DG, have already explained. But why we wanted to do this program in Delhi actually. Most of such programs happen outside the country. And one which happened in India, not exactly the same, was in Bangalore actually. As you know, Bangalore is the Silicon Valley for India, what they call it, anything technical should happen here. But we want to shift the paradigm actually. And our aim of our forum, which is Blockchain for Productivity Forum, like Dr. Shiv mentioned, it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency part of it. And he has explained very well, and you will be learning from experts also. Cryptocurrency is just iota of blockchain. It is just one application which have actually gone wrong also. Because whatever you do with technology, it will always go wrong. That is the Murphy's law. So the first application of blockchain also went wrong, miserably wrong, but then it has to be corrected, and the work is in progress. In this hall only, in the audience, and they'll be speaking also, there are experts, all Indians. They are bringing out a patch, what you can call it, to plug whatever wrong had happened in the blockchain application through Bitcoin. Actually, what Bitcoin was originally actually coined or invented by Satoshi Nakamoto in 2008, that is not what has happened. That was never to be a currency. That was never to be crypto actually. And the people sitting in this room are correcting the current cryptocurrency, what you hear and hate, to bring out the original Bitcoin vision. That is called BSV, the Bitcoin Satoshi vision. That is the original vision. And there are some experts who are actually doing. And the great thing is, they are from India. And not only from Bangalore. As you know, blockchain is decentralized. Our blockchain developers are also decentralized actually. Maybe one of them is from Bangalore. One is from Ahmedabad. Someone from Bilaspur. Someone from Indore. And someone back home in Noida and Gurgaon. That is what is happening on the blockchain. That is the magic of decentralization. You can do anything what earlier it used to be done only in Silicon Valley or only in Bangalore. Now we can do in the backyard, in a village, in a Jharkhand. Actually, I'm doing a lot of work there. I found the biggest fraud which needs the highest level of technology in fintech is happening from a village of Jharkhand. The biggest fraud in the fintech needs a lot of technology, needs more than what we know. You know, hackers have to know more than us, more than the PhDs. Most of us are PhDs here. But the guy in a village of Jharkhand is doing these crimes, frauds, hacking. So you can see the decentralization impact. But anyway, that is digressing. And also now, on behalf of our forum, I again welcome all our speakers, all of you. and mainly all our sponsors. Actually, as you know, nothing happens without money. And we are not talking about crypto here, we are talking about real money. And you have seen there, and they are all government, all PSUs actually, like Railtel Corporation of India, the Telecom Consultant of India Limited, Broadband Network, BBNL, what you know it, are there TCIL, I have already told, BCIL, our guest of honor is from there, STPI, Software Technology Park, NIXI, National Internet Exchange. All of us have actually supported us to bring this kind of event in India. And our vision actually, the blockchain actually, I will like to say my story about the blockchain. Actually, I called blockchain is Ramban. Actually, I have a presentation to make where it will be explained. Ramban, it is panacea of any problem you have as a government, as an industry, as a company, as an individual, any problem. The blockchain have a solution to that. So it's not just crypto. Actually, our Prime Minister, actually, Modi ji, also on the 15th August, he brought out the concept of 5 Paran, and all these are actually linked to the blockchain. Blockchain can make it implemented, whatever Prime Minister wanted to do. Actually, everything it can be do. We have a vision, our Prime Minister have a vision of what he calls 5 trillion economy. 5 trillion economy actually, and we have just 3 trillion, as you know. 60% more have to be added in next 2 years. Blockchain can accelerate that. Blockchain actually alone, standalone basis, blockchain can add 1 trillion on standalone basis. But if you club with other IT technologies, like what we are trying to do, the combination or convergence of blockchain, IoT, 5G, IPv6, AI, ML, all these things you put together, merge them together, 2 trillion can be added just by that. Just by add. The Prime Minister vision of 5 trillion can be met ahead of the time. That is the promise of blockchain. And it does not stop there. Actually, the blockchain, I will like to say, because Shally and all these are talking about the history. Basically, blockchain, if you remember, and I think some of you were there was a film called Victoria 203. It was filmed in the Mumbai. Those Victorias were there, and there were 2 heroes. One was Pran Saab and other was Prem Nath ji. Ye dono means they found a key somewhere and they thought this key has to be very important. The key, the lock for this key will have some treasure. So एक गाना भी था उसमें, you know, 2 बेचारे मारे मारे विन ताले की चाबी लेके, वो उस तरह का गाना था. Blockchain is like that. Blockchain have solution to any problem. Actually, we are searching for problem. Our forum is mining, not mining the crypto. We are mining the problems, which are called use cases. We are finding the use cases. We are meeting with the government officers like Niti Ayog, Department of Telecom. Some of them will be speaking also. We are just searching for the problems. And that is the blockchain. Bin tale ki chabi. And it will open any lock. That is the blockchain. Actually, that is how I feel about the blockchain. It can not only just help the country to meet the 5 trillion economy. According to me, one of my presentation, the blockchain can make the country sone ki chidiya again. Actually, Prime Minister vision should have been much bigger. 5 trillion is just nothing, though we are struggling to reach there. But what the Prime Minister like this and the government like this and the technology like this, all this you put together, the country can become sone ki chidiya again. Just put everything together. Blockchain have so many ingredients which have to be basically adopted and engrossed. And for that you need, of course, a political will which is there. There cannot be anything better political will, especially not only Prime Minister, our Honorable Minister of Telecommunication, Ashwini ji, you know him actually. how waves he's making on the technology front. Means he has just opened up everything for the technology. And if you just adopt those technologies, and blockchain is a combination of all the technology which leads to what we call Web3 actually. The future of internet is Web3. You have heard about metaverse, but Web3 first time we are discussing like this. Lot of experts are there. Web3 basically, what I have called it, Internet of Ownership. Internet of Ownership means whatever you do on Web3, you own that. It is not the Facebook or Google or Amazon owns that. Your data, not only your personal data, your content, whatever you do on Web3, if you create wealth on Web3, because blockchain is also called Internet of Value. That means you are creating wealth. But who owns that wealth? Normally, it is owned by the technology companies, technologists, what I call them. The technologists who invest, they only own. You, when you create that, you don't own it. But when we go to Web3, Web3 is the Internet of Ownership. Whatever you do, you will be owning the internet. Actually, original internet, 1980, was supposed to be owned by the user. And it was there, but in between Web 2 came, then Metaverse came, and the ownership was taken away by someone who were the investing there, who knew the technology and who were making investment. So they took the ownership. We whatever we do on WhatsApp, Facebook, we don't own that. Someone else is owning that. Web3 will change that paradigm actually. You will own that. And that is what we want. And also these days actually there is a concept of capital of the world. Like Modi ji, like yoga capital, India or Rishikesh is told yoga capital of the world, which is true, which is fact. Bangalore is called, let us say, SaaS capital of world, software as a service. Same way our vision, our forum vision is blockchain as a service, BaaS. And we want to be making India, our country, a BaaS capital of the world. And we are almost pioneer in India. Actually, as you know, blockchain developer, few of you are there. 1/10 of the blockchain developers are in India. 1/10. And number 2, I think, if not number 1. But unfortunately, half of those developers, and maybe most of those developers, except the youngsters who are here, they have just come from IT, and they have sacrificed their PhD admission in Harvard, Wharton, and stayed back to do something on the blockchain, some development. Other than that, all the blockchain developers are working for someone else. You know, people working for Amazon, for Microsoft, for Google, Facebook, even if they are sitting here. So that is not what is required. The blockchain, the decentralization of blockchain, and our own, what is called demographic capital, our own people, the IT's people, and any college for that matter. The great thing about blockchain is, it does not need you to be a PhD in computer. It does not need you to know programming. I just don't know anything. And majority of the world population who are minting blockchain, who are talking about blockchain, preaching blockchain, they are most ignorant about the blockchain, because that is what the mystery of blockchain. Nobody can say, except one fellow, and during day you will know who is that fellow. I cannot disclose it. Except one fellow in world or on earth. Everyone, according to me, is ignorant, including me. So that is the beauty of blockchain. That is the advantage of blockchain. Anybody can start working on blockchain. Anybody can start creating money with blockchain. Anyone can start creating use case with blockchain. Anyone can start talking about blockchain like I'm talking. That is the beauty. It is unexplored area. It is a little of mysterious area. It is basically, lot of us are uninitiated. And those who are uninitiated, this course, this today program is not for them. Today program is those who are totally ignorant. They just want to get initiated. This is the today's program. After that, there are a lot of master classes and all that will follow. You'll come to know. Now, I'm sorry I've taken more time, Shally, but thanks a lot and welcome you again and again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I really like the resourceful pep talks. And also, I think technology is not we use it, we live with it. And surely one day we will be called Sonika Bharat. So thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, let's start this event, resourceful, enriching experience. I would like to call once again Dr. Satya and Gupta and facilitate this program by flower giving ceremony.
Oh, that we should have done first.
Kindly, sir, come on the stage. And also, I would request our guest of honor, Shri George Kuruvilla, please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please applause for this movement. Thank you so much. Now, furthermost, thank you, sir, thank you. Now, furthermost, now I will call Dr. Shiv Kumar to please facilitate it. Professor N.K. Goyal, please come on the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
ये आप सबके लिए मेरे लिए
Now, sir, I would request, please share your words of wisdom. Please come on the podium and share your words of wisdom and enrich us with furthermost more knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and I thank the forum to invite me to this a very special session, or the inaugural session of something which is going to be extremely important for the country. So I'm very happy, and I really congratulate Dr. Gupta and Dr. Shiv Kumar for this topic and the subject that you have brought in today. A little bit about Broadcast Engineering Consultant India Limited, what we call as BESL, and I'm the chairman for the last 6 years. We have been originated nearly at the same time when the Broadcast Engineering Society was made, and these two organizations, they got culled out from what is called now Prasar Bharati from Doordarshan and All India Radio. And this BESL was basically made out to do the projects relating to the television and radio, because that was the time when cable TV started beginning after the Iraq war. CNN started showing the live footage, and people started getting interested in channels. And so this BESL was formed to educate, to implement projects for the private as well as for the government, studios, transmitters. So the entire private FM network today has been built by BESL in 86 cities, the Lok Sabha television, the Raj Sabha television, a lot of university media centers had been built by us. But over the last few years, from the time I took over, we started diversifying. From 2016, we started getting into CCTV, surveillance, access control, and now into artificial intelligence, machine learning, and cyber security, and all that is new technology. And I felt this, that if we stick to just broadcasting, we'll be limited to 100 crore company, not only being 100 crore company, but we thought that broadcasting actually has got so many technologies inbuilt into it. On one side, we have got the camera, we have got the entire recordings that happen, the video and the audio. We are experts on right from the microphone to the cameras and to the recording to the editing. That is broadcasting. Then on the transmission side, we were handling shortwave, medium wave, FM frequencies, satellite communication, because we were still is Doordarshan is the highest user of inset satellite transponders. And we used to connect microwave links, the studio to transmitter links. So actually in broadcasting, we were handling the entire range of technologies. And being part of the station heads or station in charge, we used to handle the power substations, the huge transmitters that we had, 250 kilowatts, 500 kilowatt, and the civil part of it, the electrical part of it, the air conditioning part, the generator part of it. So being in broadcasting, actually we were handling the entire ecosystem, what today is, integrating the technologies. So I thought, why shouldn't we just stick to broadcasting? And then the convergence happened big time. It already started years back. And then the telecom, the broadcasting, the IT, everything together. And today actually we are talking about the convergence of much more the newer technologies. So we started getting into all these smart city, various command and control centers, the CCTVs, and putting in those the layers of security around it. And definitely it is a partnership with a lot of private the OEMs as well as the system integrators who joined hands with us to build in those projects or to complete the projects. We also got into the manpower part of it. We were actually providing manpower to Prasar Bharati and to Indira Gandhi Open University and to some of the other organizations. But then later on, as government started taking in more of contract staff and everybody, and they needed people for various kinds of activities, like even Election Commission of India, during election, they need people, EVM trainers they need. So they found Bessel to be a good company, to hire manpower through it. So big time we are into that as well, to provide specialized manpower. It's very difficult for a government ministry, to straight away hire people. So they, give the job to us and to handle the entire manpower, so that the entire establishment part of the manpower is taken through us. So now we are providing more than 10,000 manpower across 70 different departments, right from President of India's house, President of India, Prime Minister's office, the Home Ministry, and you talk about any ministry, we are there. So then we started getting into social media. So we started with our Information Broadcasting Ministry. Then we are into UP government. We are handling Election Commission of India, Ministry of Transport, Urban Development, Ministry of Health. All of those ministries, we are handling the social media command and control center. So coming back to, we saw the enthusiasm of Dr. Gupta, including Dr. Shiv Kumar, and I see that is the beginning of this forum, and I am definitely quite hopeful that this country it's a great country, great resources. It's only one thing which I feel, which have been already talked. If we all come together and collaborate, I think that is the need of the hour. And here, when I saw this, it is actually the collaboration of technology. We talked about blockchain, we are talking about IPv6, as a protocol, we are talking about internet, we are talking about, so all these things together is making it up. Just to bring a little a little basic things, but perhaps a lot of you know it, but just for the completeness of the sessions and just the beginning note, I would say that Web 1.0, it started somewhere towards 1991, maybe towards 93, 94, and it went on till 2004. And where it was just on one side, the content was available on the internet started, the big, World Wide Web started off, and we could see information on the internet. But from 2004, when Web 2.0 started, that was the time people could interact, and it was a platform-based service. So people could interact with the internet, and that is the time when the Facebook, the Googles, the later on the Instagrams and YouTubes and everything started coming, because people could post their content onto those platforms, and people could comment on it, people could add content on it, people could write blogs over it, and all this, it became an interactive thing. But the difficulty level, what we were listening to, or what is the limitation of this Web 2.0, one is the personal privacy part of it. What Dr. Shiv Kumar was talking, the web knows, or the system, or the platform, or this big internet owner, platform owners, they know more about us than my own family or my own people. And sometimes I myself, there are companies who do the personality assessment, something that we perhaps do not know about ourselves. Perhaps that system, by asking maybe 50 questions, is able to tell me more about my personality than others. So what Dr. Shiv Kumar was talking about is actually the platform knows more about us, because they know what we do the whole day, what are our interest area, what do we search on different systems, what do we see, and what do we upload. So it's practically knowing what do I purchase, from where, what is my liking, everything they know. So that is where today we are. So we lost our privacy in that sense. And somewhere in the world, not in India perhaps, somewhere in the world, people know all about us, which is what is the danger point today. And it's, for purchase things and all, it's okay. But to know the mindset of people, to know the ideological inclination of people, to know what the people of the country is thinking, bigger people outside can create problems for us. So that is where it is more than just my privacy, but it's much more to do with the whole nation as such. The second part is, the content was stored in a platform. Now with the Web 3.0, we are talking about is it's using the blockchain. It's actually not stored in one particular platform, but it is stored in different areas. And so no one platform actually owns our content, was Dr. Gupta was talking about. And so nobody can actually command us. And so we become a people-to-people communicator. Platform doesn't boss over us. It doesn't arm twist us. It doesn't whatever the value of the content that I placed on the platform, it doesn't take the major chunk of it. And that is where this Web 3.0 that we are talking about. So the look and feel of the Web 2.0, what is today, will remain the same from the front, but the back-end technology, what we are talking about, blockchain, this is what is going to bring the difference in Web 3.0. So in what we are talking today, Web 3.0, because the content is not available in one place, initially what happens, suppose we put up our video, we put up our song, we put up anything that we put on, the web will advertise it, and they know how to advertise it, and put the advertisement to different people differently, and earn revenue out of it. And the revenue to the person who has actually created the content may be as low as 20%, 10%, 20, 30, 40%. But the major money goes to this platform. And this platform may earn as high as 40 to 50% of money. And that is where Gupta ji has been talking about, that millions of money, that is where it is the creator can actually make. So each individual, all of us, whosoever is creating content, whatever the expertise that we have, whatever is our passion, whatever we would like to do, right from cooking to health to yoga, as we were, J.K. Mehta ji showing, and others are showing, all those health things, we can keep uploading onto the system. We become owners of that system because we have now blockchain to tag it up. And, so the money comes, directly, or most of the money comes directly to the originator of the content. So here we can say the system takes in 10 to 15%, but 80% money comes back to the creator of the content. That is where the money is, what Dr. Gupta has been talking. So with the wealth, with the resources which India has today, the kind of diversity, the kind of, right from the soft power that we are talking about, yoga, the Ayurveda, to the technology, to all that our people in Bangalore, our youngsters in Hyderabad, in Cochin, in Chennai, and all of North India, Noida, Gurgaon, all that, the wealth of, the knowledge that we have, today we can become a powerhouse of, the content that we create, the knowledge that we are transferring. We become the owners of it, and we get the money out of it, the right person. And the country can earn a huge amount of revenue by, owning that content, and the right person gets the right money. So that is where the beauty of this 3.0 that we see. And definitely IPv6 forum, which is another great thing that has happened, that is Internet Protocol version 6, where each item can be addressed with 128 bits. Earlier it used to be 32 bits in IP4, and now 128 bits, which mean to say that each thing can be addressed with 128 bits, meaning everything in the world literally can be addressed. And that is what IoT has come in, Internet of Things. Once if we have a unique address of a particular thing, actually through an internet we address it, it will only talk to that particular object, or if I create a content, it can be given an address, because now that is possible because of the IPv6 protocol. And that is where each of my content can be numbered uniquely, and so it can be protected, so it can be monetized. So I think this is the great opportunity that we have today. I would just say in the end what I said in the beginning, one person cannot do it, it has to be a collaboration. We in BISL, and I as a chairman till I remain here, perhaps God willing, maybe for another 2 years, I'm here, so anybody who would like to make a center of excellence, come together, we will sit together, and we will give a name to it, so that it is able to go into the government system, because we know the purchase procedures of government. It's not easy to, have a technology implemented somewhere, but we are here to implement it. Only thing is, let's build it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your deep insight on the subject, and very well said that technology binds us together and how it can work for the welfare of the society and remove obstacles and sustain privacy. Very well said. Therefore, Shri George doesn't require any sort of introduction, but I'm going to take your time and I'm going to introduce him again. Shri George Kuruvilla is Chairman Managing Director at Broadcast Engineering Consultant India Limited. He's Dynamic Officer from Indian Broadcast Engineering Services Batch 1987. In 2014, joined as full-time member of BECIL board, responsible for operations and marketing of the company. Prior to this, he was General Manager, Implementation of TV Projects, Administration and Finance of the company, and a Deputy Director General Officer on special duty to CEO Prasar Bharati. Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud Shri George Kuruvilla. Now, moving on next. Now, I would like to call our next guest speaker, Mr. Aftab Ahmed, who's General Secretary. He's Broadcast Engineering Society and Director Prasar Bharati, MTech from IIT Roorkee, a vast experience of 30 years in the expanding field of television and broadcasting. He started career with Ministry in 1989. He worked in prestigious projects, Studio Design, DDK, Delhi, DDK, Srinagar, Zonal Offices, DDM. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Aftab Ahmed. Sir, please, the podium belongs to you, and we would like to hear your words of wisdom, and please enrich us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very good morning. Namaskar. Respected guest of honor, Shri George Kuruvilla Saab, CMD Basil. He has been my senior in my college. He has been senior in IIT Roorkee also. And a special guest of honor, Professor N.K. Goyal, President and Chairman Emeritus at CMI Association of India. Dr. Satya and Gupta, Chairman Blockchain for Productivity Forum and Bharat IPv6 Forum. And Dr. Shiv Kumar, Director General, Productive Council, distinguished panelists, delegates, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Broadcast Engineering Society, who is a co-organizer of today's event, welcome all of you to this international conference on Web3, Decentralized Internet of Ownership. First of all, I would like to introduce Broadcast Engineering Society to this August gathering. Broadcast Engineering Society is the biggest society of broadcast engineers in India, established in 1987, with the objective to disseminate knowledge to radio and TV broadcasting among engineers and scientists in India. The society encourages education, research, and training in broadcast engineering through active cooperation with active academic institutions, industry, and government. The society works closely with leading broadcast organizations in the world, like ABU, Malaysia, DRM, UK, and SB, USA. The society is a member of Engineering Council of India. The society have 12 chapters spread all over the India. BIS is planning an international conference and exhibition from its 16th February to 18th February 2023 in ITPO Pragati Maidan, New Delhi. The theme of the conference is Next Gen Broadcasting, Create, Connect, and Capitalize. I, from this forum, invite you all to attend the international conference and exhibition. The new disruptive technologies have the potential to truly reshape the world in which we work and we live. All these new emerging technologies not only alter the business or the social landscape, but some of them have the potential to disrupt the status quo, change the way people live and work, rearrange the business models, the value propositions. Blockchain is the latest disruptive innovations that have caught the attention of the world. It is an underlying technology for Bitcoin and other digital currencies. Stakeholders claim that it has the potential to reconfigure the contemporary economic, legal, political, and cultural landscape. Imagine if government decide to implement blockchain to record land and property data and transactions. In case of buying or selling a property using smart contracts, there will be no need to get intermediary or solicitor or need registrar to register the property. It can be used for remote voting. The Election Commission of India is working with IIT Madras for using blockchain technology for remote voting. Blockchain could be used to make the election more transparent, and we in India surely require it. Though it has many advantages, but there are still many challenges, such as cost of technology and lack of regulation, etc. And this can be overcome in future. This conference is going to deliberate upon Web3, which is a blockchain-based next-generation internet that focuses on shifting power from big tech companies to individual users. Hence, it's your own web. Web3 could signify a paradigm shift in internet users worldwide by putting decentralization, openness, and greater user satisfaction at the forefront. Web3 is the critical tool towards greater financial sovereignty for everyone, offering plethora of opportunities. And speakers are going to discuss various aspects of Web3 and associated technologies during panel discussion. Hope this conference will surely enlighten everybody about Web3 and its importance in business and societal transformation. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We totally agree with the part that how this technology is going to be a revolution in safeguarding interest and also boosting economic growth among the society. And India will be on top one day, I'm sure on that. And now, sir, I would request N.K. Mohapatra, industry veteran, to please kindly come on the stage and grace the occasion by facilitating flower-away ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud for Mr. N.K. Mohapatra. I would also request Mr. Aftab Ahmed, please come on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud for the Pride movement. Now, I would request our very favorite Satya and Gupta, please honor your presence and give away the flowers to Professor N.K. Goyal. Please facilitate.
Yeah, thank you, Shali. Actually, it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce someone who is known to everyone, actually. He needs no introduction. Professor N.K. Goyal ji. We will like to call him. Actually, his designation says President and Chairman Emeritus at CMAI Association of India. CMAI is combination of telecom, manufacturing, power, all kind of technological associations. It is a association of associations. And there are more than 100 actually. Maybe I have not counted properly, but at least they are in 3 digits, more than 100. And he is known to all of us in the industry. I will of course like to call him Bhisham Pitama of telecommunication in India, though using first time this word for him without his approval, of course, because he does similar thing to me also. So that is there. But actually, he is like representing our chief guest today, Honorable Dr. Murugan, who had to go to his state, Kerala, for some emergency required, and that is why we requested Professor Goyal Saab. All of you know him well, so I'll not be able to tell more about this, but we'll request him for his words of wisdom, his innovative way, and that is will come out. So according to me, he is not only just Emeritus Chairman and President, for us he is the Emeritus Chief Guest. Professor Goyal.
ये जो हमारे गुप्ता जी हैं ना, इनको बीट करना बहुत मुश्किल है। इनको हम वैसे इंजीनियर गुरु कहते हैं। और लेट मी टेल यू कि गुप्ता जी आप बहुत अच्छे हैं और आपने मुझे ये ऑनर दिया, लेकिन प्रोटोकॉल वाइज तो जॉर्ज साहब को चीफ गेस्ट होना चाहिए था। तो मैं उनको रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ।
चीफ गेस्ट साहब,
तो मैं
चीफ गेस्ट हैं, आप एमिरेटस चीफ गेस्ट।
ठीक है। एनीवे, तो मैं ये देख रहा था कि सबके चेहरे बड़े टेंस हैं, बड़े पता नहीं कोई ज़बरदस्त वार होने वाला है हिंदुस्तान पाकिस्तान का, यहाँ इतने टेंस क्यों बैठे हुए हैं? ईज आउट करो। अच्छे सबसे पहले 2 अच्छे स्पीकर्स आए, उन्होंने आपको हेल्थ की बातें बताई, जॉर्ज साहब ने, गुप्ता जी ने, शिव कुमार ने, आफ्ताब जी ने टेक्निकल बातें बताई। तो खुशी की बात है ना, दैट्स ए वेरी गुड थिंग। तो वी शुड नॉट हैव द फैटिग ऑफ सेमिनार और फेसिस की बड़े थके लग रहे हैं सुबह सुबह। अभी तो होल डे का कार्रवाई है। तो मैं सोच रहा था कि टेक्निकल बातें तो सब हो ही चुकी हैं, तो उसकी तो अब ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है नहीं। तो कैसे किया जाए, तो मैंने अपने वास्ते टाइम लिमिट तय की है 2.5 to 3 मिनट्स और 3 टॉपिक। पहला कम्प्लीमेंट्स, दूसरा प्रोग्राम, थर्ड वे फॉरवर्ड। मस्ती की बात करने वाला हूँ, कोई आपके दिमाग पे बोझ डालने वाला नहीं हूँ। पहली बार आप देख रहे हैं कि ऐसे टॉपिक्स जिसके बारे में कोई नहीं जानता संसार में, ब्लॉकचेन, ऐसी टेक्निकल जार्गन्स जो हम रोज़ सुनते रहते हैं, कभी ब्लॉकचेन, कभी AI, कभी M2M, कभी कुछ, उनको इकट्ठा करके Web3 में पिरोने का काम गुप्ता जी और शिव कुमार जी कर रहे हैं। बहुत साधुवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद। नोबडी कैन थिंक ऑफ दिस थिंग। तो ये इन्हीं की काबिलियत है कि आप सबको इकट्ठा किया, जॉर्ज को इकट्ठा किया, हम सबको इकट्ठा किया। तो आपके पास ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। और सबसे इसके साथ साथ हमारी शैली जो इतनी वंडरफुल प्रोफेशन है, बट हेल्पिंग अस एज ए MC, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग। तो ये तो हो गया कम्प्लीमेंट्स की बात। बस सबसे ज़्यादा कम्प्लीमेंट तो आप लोगों का है कि आप लोग बैठे हैं और सुन रहे हैं हम सब की बातों को। नाउ कम्स द प्रोग्राम। यस, फ्यूचर इसमें है और यही चीज़ें हैं जो आज चलने वाली हैं। इन्हीं की जॉब्स हैं, इन्हीं की डिमांड्स हैं, इनकी नेटवर्किंग है। जैसा जॉर्ज जी ने कहा कि कैसे इसको इकट्ठा किया जाए। जॉर्ज जी ने बहुत अच्छी बातें बता दी। Web3 के वास्ते FM नेटवर्क के ये इन्वेंटर रहे हैं और ब्रॉडकास्टिंग से ज़्यादा ये टेक्नोलॉजी में जा रहे हैं। तो इवेंट के लिए आपको शुभकामनाएं, आपको बहुत बधाई, साधुवाद। अब वे फॉरवर्ड में हम सब इकट्ठे होंगे, कंबाइन होंगे, वेरी सिंपल थिंग। लेकिन अभी किसी प्रोग्राम में मैं बैठा था तो वहाँ किसी ने पूछा एक सवाल कि ये रोज़ नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाती हैं, कभी कोई जिसका कभी 5G, कभी 6G, कभी 7G, इसको क्या आगे होने वाला है। तो मेरा जवाब था, जो आपको सुन के शायद हंसी आ जाएगी। मैं कहा भाई, संसार में सिर्फ आदमी है जो आदमी को मारता है। कोई लिविंग बीइंग अपने लोगों को नहीं मारता, कुत्ता कुत्ते को नहीं मारता, चिड़िया चिड़िया को नहीं मारती, इंसान को मारता है। अब हुआ क्या है कि इंसान इतना मार चुका है कि अब उससे मारने में उसको मज़ा नहीं आता। तो कैसे मज़ा लिया जाए? टेक्नोलॉजी बना दी, इंटरनेट बना दिया, 6G बना दी, वेब बना दिया, ब्लॉकचेन बना दी, और अब मेटा की बातें कर रहे हैं कि मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ और मेरा एग्जैक्टली 2 कॉपी अमेरिका में या जापान में या वहाँ बात कर रहा है, और वो बिहेव कर रहा है, वो पढ़ भी रहा है, वो एग्ज़ाम भी दे रहा है, वो पास भी हो रहा है। तो क्या कर रहे हो? टेक्नोलॉजी बनी, साथ साथ साइबर सिक्योरिटी जो कि मिस्टर जॉर्ज डील करते हैं, अब वो उसको साइबर से मारते रहेंगे। तो हो सकता है कि एक गोयल यहाँ जिंदा खड़ा हो, 5 गोयल वहाँ मर गए हों। तो ये इंसान को मारने की टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो रही है। दैट वाज द पॉइंट, हाउ टू किल योर सेल्फ विद द टेक्नोलॉजी। हमारे पास 3 तरह की जनरेशन्स रही हैं। एक पुराने ज़माने की, हम लोग बुढ़े लोग उसमें आते हैं, हमने कभी नेट नहीं दिया, हम लोग को फ़ोन लेने के लिए 2-2 साल इंतजार करनी पड़ती थी। एक आपकी जनरेशन है, फ़ोन तुरंत मिल जाता है, हर चीज़ को गूगल पर ढूंढ लेते हैं। हम लोग के ज़माने में, जौहर साहब के ज़माने में पढ़ने के लिए पूछना पड़ता होगा, लाइब्रेरी जाओ, बुक्स ढूंढो। अब तो कोई बुक्स ढूंढता ही नहीं है, अब तो सीधे ही नेट को ढूंढा जाता है। इसमें भी एक जोक भी है, किसी ने पूछा हु इज़ माई फादर, नेट को पूछा हु इज़ माई फादर, उसने कहा एज फॉर इन्फॉर्मेशन देयर आर सो मेनी फादर्स अवेलेबल। तो ये जनरेशन हमारी अब की है। लेकिन जो आने वाली है आगे, वो बहुत टफ लाइफ लीड करने वाले हैं, क्योंकि हम ह्यूमैनिटी से अलग होते जा रहे हैं। दोस्ती, प्यार, मोहब्बत, रिश्ते, इनके वर्ड्स के मीनिंग बदलते जा रहे हैं। वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट। आज मेरे पास 5000 फेसबुक फ्रेंड होंगे, लेकिन बीमार पड़ जाऊंगा तो कोई चाय पिलाने वाला नहीं होगा। तो ये एक हम उस पर जा रहे हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से इतना ही काफ़ी है, 2.5 मिनट हो गए होंगे मेरे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत शुक्रिया। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द प्रोग्राम। थैंक यू। थैंक्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आई रियली एग्री विद द फैक्ट कि जो आज की हमारी जो ज़िंदगी है वो एक तरह से बहुत रफ्तार पकड़ चुकी है, और उस रफ्तार पर नज़र रखने के लिए ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी का होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। थैंक यू सो मच। नाउ अगेन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर सत्या एंड गुप्ता, प्लीज़ come on the stage and kindly give vote of thanks to our attendees and delegates who would be delighted to hear from you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally. Now it will become overdose. So I know they will not be delighted. And between tea and them, but yes, it's a formality. I'm really, on behalf of our forums, 3 of them, blockchain, IPv6 and broadcast, and organizing team, I'm really thankful to, first of all, Professor N.K. Goyal, whom you already heard, and who always does a great job actually. And what he mentioned about the social, humanity, human angle, all that actually blockchain can help there also, because it is peer-to-peer actually. Peer-to-peer means you will have a direct connection, what we call a virtual private network connection, end-to-end or peer-to-peer, to everyone you like, everyone you love, everyone you are friend with. So it will not be through WhatsApp or Facebook. It will be direct. That is the beauty of blockchain, peer-to-peer actually. In addition, of course, and whatever he has told, we will make use of that. And he has also told for collaboration. Actually, one idea I got from his speech was that we should have a community of blockchain. That is the culture of internet. You have a WhatsApp community, you have a Facebook community, you have a LinkedIn. So we can as well have our Bharat blockchain community, something like that. And that will take advice of Professor Goyal. And all of you are automatically become founder member of that community. And I think you have given your email and content to the registration desk. And you will also be getting what we call a blockchain-based certificate of participation. And for that, I am really thankful to Mr. Nikhil. He is there also. He is doing it for us actually live. And I think he's in audience or maybe outside. So that is what. So you will be automatically become a permanent member of this community, which Professor Goyal have hinted at. And we will name it maybe just came to my mind, Bharat blockchain community or whatever we call it, that is a different thing. So that is what we get from Professor Goyal. And in the morning, the great thing was started with Mr. S.L. Bankar, our member of our advisory board, who was with Competition Commission of India as a honorable member and former secretary also. And more than anything else, Professor J.K. Mehta, very enthusiastic actually about our health, and that is what we need more actually. Earlier days they used to say health and wealth. Now I think wealth takes the back seat actually. Wealth will be taken care by the blockchain. Just adopt the blockchain, you will become wealthy. Health is not required. For health, you need still what Professor Mehta demonstrated. We'll need him in between again and again, in between also. And as you know, he's adjunct professor in 3 universities and still going on. Lot of inspiration for people like us actually, though we are also not young, but we feel kid in front of him actually, and the way. So I'm really thankful to you, Professor Mehta, and our thank goes to Mr. George also, and you have heard him actually about the technology, broadcasting. Till now, the convergence meant telecom, data, internet, all that. So broadcasting was never talked about that. But blockchain, and when it is linked with IPv6, Internet Protocol version 6, which he mentioned a lot actually, a combination of IPv6 and blockchain brings everything together. Not only just data and voice, but also video, content, radio, Doordarshan, everything. And that is what. And he has volunteered to help us, and we are really thankful to him actually. We will maybe start a working group and prepare a report with our experts who are there in audience, like Bhatnagar Sahab, who was in Doordarshan at a very senior level, N.K. Mahapatra ji. All these will like to make use of and do something on the broadcasting applications of blockchain. And we are also thankful to our colleague from Broadcast Engineering Society. Actually, Mr. Sunil, the chairman, who was to be there, is very busy with the Honorable Prime Minister actually. He is one of our partner also, so his job was performed by him, and we are really thankful for that. We are also thankful to, of course, again, and that is a very important formality to be done, our sponsors, Railtel, and they have a team here to learn and take back actually, and I feel they will not go empty-handed from here. So it is sort of what we call give and take. So they will take away. And same thing, broadband, this Bharat Broadband Network Limited, BBNL, TCIL, STPI, and BASIL. So I'm really thankful to them, not only supporting, but also deputing their participants to attend, to learn, to interact, to discuss. So with that, I'm really thankful to all of you, and I'm between you and tea. But today is a very jam-packed program actually. Everything has to be going by clock. We will just have 15 minutes tea break. The beauty of this arrangement is you can pick your tea and come back so that you don't miss the beginning of the next session, which is very important. In the next session and before lunch, there will be a presentation by nothing other than Mr. Kapil Jain actually. I think you just, if someone miss that, that means you have not got value for your money. So be careful about that. Stay before lunch, wait for that, and after that, whatever questions you have, make them during tea time, lunchtime. We have enough breaks. My idea of this event was that those who come here, they should not take back any doubt, any questions about the blockchain. According to me, So many doubts and questions are there. Even I myself have about hundreds of questions which I'll get them clarified by the people actually. So don't take back any doubt to your home after 5 o'clock. So that is the opportunity actually. With that, I'm really thankful to all of you. And now, Shally, I think we have to break for
Yes,
tea.
and also I totally agree with your ideology that wealth is going to taken care by the blockchain so that my type of mango people can gain economic growth from it. Thank you, sir, so much. I totally agree. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for tea break. Please feel free to have some refreshment. This session is not going to get over. We will be back soon. Yeah, and thank you, our guest of honor and special guest who has enlightened this event and made us event more resourceful. Thank you, sirs. Thank you for joining us. And also, Dr. Shiv Kumar, thank you so much for having me up here.
Shally, on behalf of organizer, for our guest of honor, there is a small token.
Thank you.
Which is actually
That's required for a small photo up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally, for such a, today we missed some certain things because Sally came in the night from London and she is still having their jet lag, so probably. She was asking for coffee, but we could not provide her the coffee in the morning.
It's okay, sir.
So, thank you, Sally. It was really thankful. No, it was wonderful. Yeah.
Kumar, who will be taking charge of the technical session. And thank you so much for having me here. It was really resourceful. And also, as a newcomer to the technology section, I come to know across a lot of things, which is very insightful. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would request Dr. Shiv Kumar to please handle the technical session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally. Sally has been in the News Nation. She has been in the Prasar Bharati, Doordarshan. And thank you, Sally, for accepting our offer and coming down here.
Thank you.
So we invited her for the inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now is the time. What we will do first, we will see that how different technologies, they are converging together. So the session, first there will be a presentation by Dr. Satya and Gupta. I'll not introduce him, everybody knows him very well. He's the one of the key person that who is driving this blockchain forum along with me. So under his guidance, we are working under his guidance. And from time to time, we are basically coming up with the, what type of need is there and how the technology is evolving. So we are bringing the different topics. So that's how we decided that we should bring the Web3. And now we have created a community and eminent speakers have joined hands with us. And that there is a galaxy of speakers, as I said earlier also. And now we'll call the panelist once. Sir, first you make the presentation, then I will call the panelist. That will be better, otherwise they will keep on sitting here. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv, and welcome back. Actually, as Dr. Shiv mentioned, now the little technical part starts, and there are a lot of experts on this panel. You would have read in your folder. Shri Vikash Singh is there. Shri Venu Borra, our board member, is there. Shri Shekhar Verma, CTO of Data Files. Dr. Shiv Kumar, the DG himself, is there. And then there will be a presentation in the end by Mr. Kapil Garg, actually, from NChain. Let me tell you about, let me first see it is working. The N-chain is a new kind of blockchain which is created by nobody other than the original blockchain. Do you know who is the father of Bitcoin? Anybody knows? Satoshi Nakamoto. You would have heard about this 2008 white paper, and it was believed till few years back that he was a fictitious name or anonymous. Half of the world believed that there is nobody like that. Nobody can be like that, so nobody is there. Then some people believed he was there, but he has died. And some people thought he did not die, he was murdered, he was killed. So all kind of apprehensions were there about this gentleman who created the Bitcoin. But luckily for us, luckily for the world, the person known as Satoshi Nakamoto is there for real. Only thing is, his name is different. He is nothing other than Dr. Craig Wright, who was in India 2 weeks back actually. And he is doing a lot of things, what he thought in his vision paper of Bitcoin in 2008. So he found the developer and the investors and the greedy people have taken his vision away from the original thing and made it totally illegal some places, fraudulent, used for money laundering, not having any regard for the regulation or the government. All those things have happened. That is why the cryptocurrency got the bad name. But that was not the original vision of the white paper, what Dr. Craig wrote under the pseudonym of Satoshi. So luckily for us, we have one of his team member. He is very much Indian, in India, working in India, and he will also be. I've specially told him to make a reality presentation on what happened, why the blockchain implementation through Bitcoin went wrong, what can be done now, do you have a solution, and how to get back to the original vision of Satoshi. And that is Kapil Garg. He will be joining us on the panel. And first, as they say, charity begins at home. So I want to start with my presentation. It will be just a sort of a teaser. I will not run through the full presentation. It is 150 slides, a 3 hours master course. So I don't have time, neither I want to bore you with this. Few of the slides will be used here actually. The starting point you have already seen, that I see the blockchain and IPv6 together can create Web3, which can be called Internet of Ownership, and that can be a Ramband for Atmanirbhar Digital Bharat. Everyone is talking about that. Prime Minister himself always talks about Atmanirbhar. Digital is a passe now, because when he became Prime Minister first time, that year he started Digital India. Then he started Skill India, then Make in India, Startup India, Stand Up India. And now Atmanirbhar Bharat, and this year he told about the Panch Paran from the Vedas actually. Luckily, the blockchain actually origination did not started with Bitcoin in 2008. It started long back in a US university. And the actual origination of the blockchain is in our Vedas. People say that everything is there in our Veda, which is a fact actually. The founder of blockchain, actually his CV I cannot read. He has read all our Vedas. He has 4 PhDs. One of them is THDs. The Doctor of Theology, Indian mythology. Everything he has mastered, not just by hearsay, by doing certification programs. sometime doing PhDs, sometime doing master's program. That is the one person whom I believe, the only person in the world who knows little bit about the blockchain. All of us, according to me, are ignorant. All of us, including a lot of people who are doing blockchain as a profession. So that is about this person. So I will not talk more about that. So this, as I told, I will not be boring you with the total thing, but just give you a flavor of, and that is what is a sort of a marketing talk for my next master class booking actually. So in the end of the day, those who want to know anything about blockchain will like to register for our master class where this will be conducted. But here I'll just go to few slides only. What is blockchain? All of you should know by now. It is called Internet of Value. It is also called Distributed Ledger Technology, DLT. That is what you have to remember. And this distributed was the starting point. Then we went for decentralized. Everything is decentralized. And now the latest thing about blockchain is shared. So it is not just a distributed ledger. It is not just a decentralized ledger. It is sharing. We are in the share economy actually. You know these Uber, Ola, they are share economy. But what blockchain will do, it will not put the shared economy out of the business. It will only thing it does, it put the aggregator or the people who make money out of business. Because blockchain have a promise that everyone should get his share of the wealth he create. And share means 100%. If you create, if your data, your information, your skill, your work, create, let us say, $1 million, it should belong to you. All of it. That is the Internet of Value. That is the promise of decentralized and shared digital ledger technology. So we will not go in much detail, but I want to bring you, and this is what about the history. You know only the middle paragraph about this Satoshi Nakamoto, who was a pseudonym for a person. Now it has become very clear. Earlier everyone was knowing whether it was real, whether it is there, whether it was not there. But now everything is made clear. Lot of court battles were fought. Finally, it is the community and the courts came out. And that is the blockchain. Actually, blockchain, what? In addition to the decentralization, and decentralization means you will not have a central authority. Because central authority have lot of disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage of central authority is a single point of failure. If that authority makes a mistake, everything fails because you are just believing or trusting that authority. So, whereas in decentralization, there is no central authority. So, one is you don't have a single point of failure. The second, the cost goes down because whenever you make an authority or a control, it adds to delays, distortions, and the cost. So all these things go away if you don't have the central authority. So that is what it was done actually with the decentralization. And other thing is the trust actually. Why you need central authority? Mainly you need it because you need someone whom you can trust. Someone means who can settle. So those things are not required. So as it is mentioned, the blockchain-like protocol was started by a cryptographer, David Chaum, Professor David Chaum in 1982. But the real blockchain became visible through this Bitcoin white paper of Satoshi Nakamoto. Now it is Dr. Craig. Now it has become very clear, and that is what it brought, the original. I will not go in this detail. I am just giving you a snapshot of what you should be knowing if you want to get initiated in the blockchain. And this I can just explain because it is an Internet of Value. Internet used to have 7 layers, as you know. OSI 7 layers. So that means blockchain also is layered. And it works over and above the internet. That is the beauty. So it is also internet. You can say it is a over the top of the internet. So you have a internet, and internet was earlier V4, version 4. Now we are talking of version 6 actually. Our own country and government have issued a dictate by December of this year end. Each device, each network, each website will have to support V6. So that does not mean V4 will go out. So there is a technology called dual stack. Dual stack means it will operate at V4 also and V6 also. But V6 has to be there. And that is what just 4 months away actually. So V6, everyone. Luckily for us actually, and that is the credit to our forum, India is the world leader in V6 adaptation. It is not US. It is not China. It is India. And the 50% of the V6 users of the globe are from India. Can you beat it? And that is why, and when we had discussion with these Bitcoin founder, so we discussed, actually I had the fortune of meeting him 2 weeks back only in Bangalore in a similar conference. And then I discussed, and he knew more than V6 about me actually. He told, what you are doing, I'm already making use of it. And you yourself don't know what capability your V6 has. And that is how we are collaborating actually. He's already, because when you talk of peer-to-peer and decentralization, peer-to-peer means just one-to-one. That is called a, like earlier days, hotline used to be there, a direct call. Because when we went to internet, this VoIP and whatever we do on WhatsApp, it is not peer-to-peer. It is called connectionless. Connectionless means there is no direct connection. You are still talking, you are still communicating, but connection is not there, and that is called packetization or IP or internet. For peer-to-peer means there is nothing in between. When you do on WhatsApp, because when you do WhatsApp calling, it is not direct, though you are calling direct to the other party. There is a Facebook server in between or WhatsApp server in between. If that server fails, you cannot talk. So that is not peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer means direct, like a hotline or a lease line kind of thing. How that can happen? That can happen only if each one you have a single address, like you have a phone number. Same way you have to have a IP address dedicated to you. It should not change. In the V4 it is not possible, because V4 we have only 4 billion IP address. And 75% of them are garnered by the original user of internet. All are in US. So rest of the world have only 1/4 of the IP address. That means only 1 billion. 1 billion have to support about 7 billion population. So that means everyone cannot get an individual address. Whereas V6 is 128 bit, as our chief guest George was also mentioning, unlimited address. Every human being on the earth, every device on the earth, in fact every particle on this earth can be allocated a IP address dedicated. That is the promise of V6, and that is what brings to the table. That is why the original inventor of Bitcoin have adopted V6 to solve the problems which have happened during development of Bitcoin actually, and so many other applications. Direct connection to everyone. And that also brings a very great thing which at least our country is struggling. That is called traceability. Why these fake news we cannot trace? Why the origination of a WhatsApp message cannot be traced? Government is struggling. Security agencies is struggling. And the technologists who are running the Facebook or WhatsApp, they are telling it is not possible. Our minister now, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, and he told them, if I want this to happen, they told it cannot happen. And he even told them, if you cannot do it, you can go back, go away. Because technically it is possible. In V6 it is possible. Because why V4 it is not possible? Because there is address is distributed among various users. That is called NAT, Network Address Translation. One IP address, 100 of people are using it, dynamically changing. So obviously you cannot trace where that address is leading to. 100 people are using the same address. So one of them have given a fake message. So how you will find? Why existing technology not possible? Use V6 possible. That is what Professor Kamakoti of IT Chennai, actually he told our Prime Minister when he was visiting their lab, IT Chennai, a young professor, when he told Prime Minister it can be done, he was promoted, now he is the director of IT Chennai, Professor Kamakoti. Just 5 minutes with the PM, and when he told him it is possible, then he told, yes, you help us. You are promoted as the director. That is what. So technology can do it actually. But we were getting befooled actually. And that is where now these layers actually. So you have an internet with V6, data layer, network layer, and then all these things are there. So I will not go much in detail, but I'll come to the convergence part of it actually, which the today's seminar is there. Before that, this also, the India actually and our METI, Ministry of Electronics and IT, they have already come out a national strategy for blockchain. This is a sort of white paper on the internet. All of you who wants to know about the government response, government facilitation, the regulatory part. So this framework is very good actually. Everything can be adopted to this actually. So it is a outcome of 5 years discussion and debate actually. So I wanted to bring this. Now let me go to the real thing which we are talking today, so that other panel members will. So this just I'm just showing. This is called a marketing talk actually, so that some of you will sign for my workshop. Yeah. Like this huge TRA, because TRA officers are there. We were the first country in the world to use blockchain for telecom. And it was done by a government department, TRA and DOT. So earlier, 3 years back, nobody thought what blockchain can do to telecom. But it can do to so many things. But let me, even real estate, even education, this certification. Today all of you will be basically lucky guys to get a blockchain based certificate today. Before you leave, it will be in your mailbox actually. You can use it on your LinkedIn profile, on your CV, wherever, and you can feel happy that you have been benefited to come here actually. Now I have to dive deep in that. CBDC also a big debate going. As you know, the FM told the RBI, yes, we should go CBDC. So they told, do you want to use crypto? So, and she told the RBI governor, I'm not knowing whether it is crypto or what. I want you to make the digital currency as a central bank. And they are struggling, of course, after that. They have to do a lot of research, but there are people actually, there are 1 or 2 here who have a solution. Today papers only I was reading about this UPI thing. Actually UPI is the most successful thing on the payment side, and government have told you cannot charge. Because if it is a app, if you make a app, somewhere you have to recover your cost. Government told no, if you use UPI, don't charge. So who will bear the cost? Blockchain have a solution there. Blockchain can help you, first of all, to reduce the cost itself. Cost can be brought to zero. If cost is brought to zero, then you don't have to charge. But even if it is, let us say, 0.001 paisa per transaction, I think nobody will mind paying. 0.001 paisa. I'm not talking about $0.001. The blockchain can bring the cost of a digital transaction to that level, fraction, because of the volume, because of the what is called economical or scale of what they call economy of scale. If everybody use the same platform or same technology, then the cost will go down. So that is where they have a solution. Maybe some of our experts will be talking about that. But let me come to where I want it to be. Oh, it's still far away. Yeah, that is there. That is there, the starting point of this seminar. Convergence of blockchain, 5G, AI, IoT, IPv6, and now 5G is also added to this. Blockchain is a combination with RT, and you can see these three circles. One is the blockchain, other is AI, ML, and big data, you all know, and third is the IoT, 5G, and so where these three circles intersect, that sweet spot in the center, that will be called Web3, the best of all the worlds. Not just best of one or two worlds, best of all the worlds. You take advantage of everything. Because blockchain, as you know, each technology have an advantage and a disadvantage. Then one technology will have advantage. You make use of its advantage. The disadvantage of that technology, you have to cut or kill by other technology. As they say, iron cuts iron. Same way the technology cuts technology also. It is same thing. So each technology have a complementation. So now you use second technology to cut the negative of the first one, but the second will have some negative. Bring the third one to cut the negative of the second one. Third will bring something. Then you find what is called a sweet spot where no negative is left. That is what is the convergence of technology. That is what we are talking about. That is what will lead to Web3. All these I'll skip. IPv6 we have already told. We call it new internet actually. And 5G, IPv6 cannot work without collaborating. Lot of value creations can come through this. And Bitcoin and V6, that is where we are working on. That this is what I have taken from NChain website itself, what is called from the horse's mouth, the original author of the Bitcoin paper. I have taken from him all these things. And then Bitcoin, blockchain, there are so many things happening. But quickly, before I leave, I'm just showing you, but this is my last slide for this time. Web3. Mr. George, our chief guest, mentioned about Web3. Own your web actually, like internet of ownership. In Web 3.0, you can own your web. Own your web actually was the original thinking of Dr. Tim Lee when he invented the web in 1980. As you know, internet came in 1970 something, 76. That was Mr. Vin Sharf. He's in our forum now. He's helping us. The original inventor. And then the web was invented by Dr. Tim Lee in 1990. That time also his thinking was same. Now Web3 he's helping all of us actually. Dr. Tim Lee only. So that time Web 1.0 was read only, static. I used to call it those days actually. I still remember World Wide Wait. www, when we used to type, it will never open up. So I coined the word World Wide Wait. Now it is not true. But yes, 1980 it was true in India. Because I used to dial 0172 and then wait for the ringtone, all that. And finally the page will never download. So those were the days. It was very static, one way. And then came Web 2.0. Because this web circle is happening after every 15 years. So 90, normally everything happens after 10 years, like 2G, 3G, 4G, 10 years. But in the web, they take more time. So 90, now 2005, as Mr. George mentioned, Web 2 came. Web 2, what it did, it became read-write. First one was just read, just download, but you cannot write, you cannot create your own content. Web 2.0, like what we are doing today, we can read, write, it is collaborative, videos are there. Earlier it was only data, and search engine came. That was Web 2.0. So it continued till 2-3 years back, but as you know, after 15 years again something new has to come. In between we got this metaverse. Today we are living in the metaverse. Everyone is talking about metaverse. Our emeritus chief guest also was talking about metaverse. So this 2.5 and which is read, write, immersive, 3-dimension, virtual, all these things were there on the Web 2.5. What is the problem with this? As I told, every technology, every invention have a problem. The problem of metaverse, actually we are not against metaverse, it is doing wonders. The only problem is this, about the decentralization part, about the ownership part. What is happening on the metaverse? There are 5 companies of US called FANG. FANG, you know the full form now, FANG. I call them technologists. So it is owned by the technologists. Why? Because first they know the job, and second they have the money. So they have put their knowledge, money, everything to create this metaverse. So logically they should own, and they are not ashamed or they are not shying of that we are not owning. But we are not happy as citizens, because the original idea of internet was a public good. The public should own it. Why just people who have knowledge and money, they only own? And they are just 5-6 in the world. So that is where we are bringing all these things together. A decentralized internet of ownership. And that is the Web 3. So what will be done in Web 3 more than what Web 2 was doing or Metaverse is doing? It is read, write and own. The ownership is the main thing. If you write anything on the web, including your personal data, personal detail, your content, you own it. You own it means nobody else can monetize you, your content or your data or your information. You can do it. You can delete it. Do you know that in some places, if you have written something on the internet, you don't have a right to forget. You cannot now delete it. It is the property of that website controller. In Web 3, if you want to delete it, just delete it. Because it is yours. You are owning it. You are controlling it. That is the Web 3. So, read, write, own, decentralized, democratized, real-time semantic, intermediary less. No intermediary is there. The single point of failure. Intermediately less is the main thing, main part of the technology. Peer-to-peer. No central control. That is what will happen in. So we will like to call it a virtual digital public goods. Public goods means it is owned by the public, owned by you, owned by anybody. Not by these technologists or the bandwidth barons. They are known by different names. So with this we will actually have our panel discussion now. Before we'll be inviting Kapil, but in between we have some panel. I'm sorry, I think Shiv, we have taken longer. And this is what my morning thing, Sone ki chidiya thing, which I mentioned in the morning. So this is for real. This is for real. I have done a lot of research. We can make the country Sone ki chidiya. The 5 trillion economy, which is ambitious dream of our Honorable Prime Minister for last 3 years. Unfortunately, due to COVID, it did not move. 3 trillion remained 3 trillion in 3 years. Now he is left with 2 years. It cannot happen unless we use blockchain. Impossible. 3 trillion to 5 trillion. Impossible. As I mentioned, blockchain standalone 1 trillion it can add. If you club it with the other IT projects, and I'm just talking about the IT part of it, computerization part of it, internet part of it, not any other economy. Everything IT with blockchain 2 trillion can be added to the GDP of the country in next 2 years. That is why I call it, we can make Bharat Sone ki Chidiya again in, let us say, 10 years, not in 2 years. 5 trillion cannot make us Sone ki Chidiya. Maybe 50 trillion is required. We have to become what is called a developed nation, which the government is feeling it will take 50 more years. Huge blockchain, you can accelerate, you can become developed in 10 years. So with that, Dr. Shiv, now we should invite. I'm very sorry actually, sometimes I get...
Thank you, Satya sir, for giving the new vision or the new targets, and probably the government will listen and sometime will revise with the advent of the blockchain. Now, I will invite the panelists. First is the Vikash Singh. Mr. Vikash Singh is currently a CEO of the Believe.Club. He has 10 years of the industry experience, and out of that, more than 50% he is in the blockchain. He had been the first trainer on the Eureka platform for the blockchain technology. So let us welcome him. He has worked pro bono with the United Nations for the land registry. In the yeah. He has been an international hackathon award winner in the Atlanta. He started his entrepreneur journey in 2018, the name of Block Labs, and now he has started the Believe Club, so he's a serial entrepreneur. Now he's working on the NFT derivative platform with his 2 co-founders, Abhishek and Siraj. So let's welcome him. Thank you. Thank you, Vikash. Next is Venu Borra. Mr. Venu Borra is entrepreneur and blockchain architect and has been involved in multiple blockchain implementations. He comes with more than 6 years of the experience. He also delivers solutions by combining blockchain, artificial intelligence, IoT. He is passionate about the zero knowledge, decentralized identity through the SSI. He delivered the project in fintech, supply chain, entertainment, agri-tech. Being a board member of the blockchain for the Productive Forum, he works toward empowering the organization to adopt these innovative technologies. He is the one from whom I started learning the blockchain about 3 years ago. So he was having an office in Hyderabad, so I went to his company and I was sitting in company for a few days and then working with him. Thank you, Venu. Next is Shikhar Verma. Mr. Shikhar Verma is the CTO at Dasta Files. Dasta Files is a virtual data room focused on providing a secure channel of communication and data sharing for merger and acquisition teams. Earlier, he worked as a cybersecurity consultant, helping startup identity and the fix security threats. Next, we have Kamlesh Nagaware. Kamlesh was in another panel, but since he has got a flight, so he made a request, and we have, Kamlesh. He's a TEDx speaker. He's a CTO of the blockchain at Snapper FutureTech. Kamlesh, can I request today that some sort of glimpse of your TEDx talk? Okay, come on first. So, CTO blockchain at the Snapper FutureTech. He has 12 years of experience in the software development, IT consulting, and blockchain solutions. He's among the top 30 influencers of the blockchain in India. He's a Hyperledger India co-chair and a member of the Hyperledger Technical Steering Committee. Drives technical directions of the Hyperledger Foundation. He plays an active role across the Hyperledger community, contributing to the climate action and the accounting SIG. He's also co-chair of the IEEE blockchain initiative at the IEEE global level. In addition to that, I will be the one of the panelists, if you permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv, for doing this great job. As you could have made out since morning, whatever we are seeing today, it is the creation of Dr. Shiv actually. He has worked very hard for last 3 months on this, and himself, all these speakers, experts are courtesy him. He himself will be helping us. But as Dr. Shiv, you mentioned, shall we start with our friend Kamlesh, what you mentioned, and a style of TED talk, just to get, because even I have never heard a TED talk. So I like to listen from your TED talk, but you have to clarify the related to the topic of blockchain.
Can you come to the stage, because
Yeah, because it is a very famous thing. I know a lot of things about TED talk, but I have never seen a TED talk. So maybe all of you will be benefited. And it will also have content, of course, because he is the actual doer.
All right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was invited by TEDx, I think this year, to talk about the blockchain and not the crypto. So the topic was like cutting through the noise of the crypto and blockchain. So I started with the crypto investment, what it is, and blockchain is just not the crypto, it's more than that. So like what Dr. Shiv and Dr. Satya Gupta addressing in the event today. So I started with the crypto and the history of blockchain, like Bitcoin, then Ethereum, and then Hyperledger, and then other enterprise blockchains. And then how the technology is maturing in India and globally, like different countries having their national blockchain strategy, the NFT, Metaverse, DAO, and various state government national blockchain strategy was released like last year about that one. And some industry use case where it clarified like blockchain is just not the crypto, it's more than that. And that metaverse use cases like NPCI working on a blockchain, like MIT, like CBSE issuing a degree on blockchain, like IIT Kanpur, and what we were doing with the different companies globally, like working with USA for the some kind of DAO platform on decentralizing the ownership, for example. We are working with Karnataka government for some kind of vendor portal and some kind of land registry kind of thing. We working with some kind of in a sustainability aspect with one of the customer in Europe. So I included all those things and what is happening globally and how the technology could transform the world. And just all this aspect I covered in that talk. And is available on the YouTube. You can have a look. Yeah, thank you.
Can you tell the style? TEDx, it has a different style.
No, I think it's the same style. I think they do lots of editing actually, and then it's the same thing. Like how I'm speaking here, the same thing, but they do lots of editing before publishing. I think even they taken around 2 months to publish on the TEDx YouTube.
So it is all doctored and
yeah. So like what? So because I talked more about my company, what I am doing, but they cut it and only keep the only 2-3 points, and then there's a fix. It's only 16 minutes to cover all the things. Yeah. So they cut all the things and just take those things. And I think they do lots of before due diligence, like what is not impacting any sentiment of the people or any some kind of issue with any government or some kind of thing. And then they publish before lots of review.
Censoring part of it.
Censoring part also need to be checked.
No problem. Yeah, but you can also address some because you are already there.
Yeah.
Kamlesh, actually, can you tell that what work you are doing, what value you are creating, and how you are doing it, what challenges you are facing from the government side, funding side, all that. I mean, your practical experience because you are already there doing something.
Yeah, right. So I think funding side, even I'm also part of the STPI Apari Center of Excellence as a mentor. I work with Alok Rai, he's sitting behind. So I think what I seen the difference in the last 3 to 4 years, especially when the APIRI and other government initiative is started to promote the startups, and this APIRI Center of Excellence is started, and I think every year they incubate around 25 plus startup to promote the startup ecosystem in India. So I think there's a good amount of focus by government or industry to promote the blockchain startup. So that is good. So what is challenges about the adoption of technology? One is about the education and the awareness. So it's still like people think like crypto is the only blockchain and people keep away from the technology. This thing. Another thing, while you propose some solution to some with the government or whether any use case, so lots of challenges about the ROI. What we are implementing, what is going to be the benefit, and that is the main concern. And still there are lots of challenges to address and explain how it will solve the particular problem and how it is going to benefit to the whether consumer or businesses. And so these are main challenges. And what we are doing, so we are working with some state governments in India, working with some other financial company in India, but can't disclose the name because of some NDA. And we are working with some US customer for building some DAO platform where you could do everything as a decentralized governance kind of thing. And then working with some NFT platform, working with even working with Malaysian government for land registry, for the digitizing the land registry of Malaysian government, working with renewable energy and sustainability aspect for the one European customer, and lots of these things. And actually I mainly present the Hyperledger, which is an enterprise ecosystem. So there we are doing lots of technological improvement like interoperability thing, how to bring the technology to the very easy so people can easily implement, because it's hard to understand and learn and implement the blockchain. So all these things we are doing as a company, or I am individually doing it.
Okay, and can you also tell what problem you are trying to solve with your company or with your solution?
Okay, so at my company we actually doing 2-3 things. One is about we have 2 products. One is a digital credential. For that we incubated at the STPI. Other thing, we have some supply chain traceability product for food traceability, or it could be like recycle industry. You can do the plastic recycle traceability. These are 2 products, and then we are doing some kind of custom solution and services development for the customer, whether like Karnataka government or some other Malaysian government, for example. And then we also do some kind of education and awareness perspective. We are doing some kind of blockchain training. So interacting with the university, interacting with the different companies to build the capacity development of the blockchain practice.
STPI is one of our sponsor also. I think some of their colleagues are there.
Yeah.
So what benefit or what are the tangible benefit STPI offers to a new startup who wants to do some work in blockchain actually, and what initial qualification or what they need?
Yeah.
Someone want to set up a blockchain startup in STPI. What STPI brings to the table and what he should have as a pre-qualification?
Yeah, okay. So STPI next actually started some blockchain initiative, kind of APIRI, the Center of Excellence in STPI Gurgaon. And they are, every year they take some different problem. Like this year there's some kind of agriculture marketplace. If you're building something on the agriculture marketplace using a blockchain, then you could submit your nomination. I think 31st August is the last date to submit the application. And even you don't need to have a registered company. You could submit the idea, and there is some evaluation process, how you're doing it. Then even you can register the company after 8 weeks of your selection at the APIRI. So this is how you can apply. And so anyone can apply who building something. And then there are STPI provides some kind of mentoring, some kind of funding. So they are kind of Petroleum Venture is one of their funding partner at the STPI Gurgaon and APIRI. So they help you to nurture your idea, build your idea, and then provide some kind of mentorship plus funding up to 1 crore. And also provide some kind of support to build your ecosystem, government connects, industry connect, and how you can use to raise a fund. And they will provide end-to-end support, whether like suppose they will provide a platform like Digital India program, platform by MIT, and lots of this thing is to create the digital ecosystem in India and like achieving the digital economy of like $5 trillion economy target.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah,
Kamlesh.
thank you.
I think thanks a lot. You have really brought. Now let me go to our other expert, Mr. Vikash Singh, co-founder of Believe.club. So maybe Vikash, you can also tell what we knew from Kamlesh about your project or your company. Ultimately, what problem you are trying to solve, what are the challenges you are facing, and what are your asks from government actually?
Sure, sir. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thanks for coming by. And thank you, Satya sir and Shiv sir, for managing this one. Everyone, I'm Vikash Singh. I'm the co-founder of Believe.club. It's my second startup. My experience from this technology comes from 2016 onwards. February 2016 is the first time when I heard about blockchain. I was introduced to it by one amazing guy from IIM Lucknow, and he introduced to me. And when he introduced it to me, he mentioned like you can save a lot of money by cutting a lot of intermediary problems or intermediary processes in the credit card department. So essentially, he was making a case for United States, and he was mentioning that you can secure or you can like save at least close to $4 to $5 billion annually. That just caught my attention because that was a lot of money to actually secure or save in the business. That's how I got exposed, and then blockchain as a technology was introduced to me instead of the crypto part of it. I was first introduced to Ethereum, and then I went on to do my research. I completely submerged myself into the blockchain technology for that whole year. I was like, every day I was like reading and studying. For the whole year I studied, and I was like looking for people who can understand it. Sadly, it was very few people back in 2016. I was making call. I come from NIT Durgapur, and I was like making calls from all of my friends who are there in Microsoft, Google, placed in Amazon offshore, and I was like just talking to them and figuring out like, is there any people like whom I can actually bounce the ideas like which I know now or which I now like can comprehend like the blockchain technology, because the very first use case that I built after understanding it was like land registry, because India sadly has like almost majority of the cases in the judicial system is just regarding the disputes of land. So the thing which I really wanted to solve initially was this. But after that, I got into a startup which was in healthcare in Hyderabad, and I worked there for 16 months. And those 16 months were very, very beneficial because I was able to do consulting, I was able to do freelancing. I was fortunate enough to become the India's first trainer on blockchain technology for Edureka platform. I helped them structure their content and then delivered few full-fledged courses. It helped me because at that time I was desperately needed few people to actually bounce the ideas, right? And the curiosity of the attendees were also helping me to shape up my thought process back then, because it was still early, and I still feel the kind of discussion I am in today, like I'm here listening very attentively everything what Dr. Satya is saying, Mr. George Kuruvilla was saying, and everyone, Aftab sir, and all these people. I still feel that the vocabulary is still not matured, at least here. And but yeah, I think given due time, I think we will all mature to it. And India has the characteristic of leapfrogging when it comes to like when we take anything challenging, we actually end up taking it over. So 2018 was the year when I actually started my own company. That was first company, Block Labs. Block Labs was initially started to solve the because back in 2017 nobody was thinking about like building products on top of blockchain, because it was very hard to even comprehend what blockchain is, and I was getting introduced to all the CXOs, CEOs, CTOs to actually take their business decision whether or not should they actually even think about blockchain or even try to inculcate blockchain into their core business? And that was very fascinating for me, because I can simply see the distance, like the person who is like 10-20 years experience still flabbergasted about this technology, and I somehow know a little bit of it. I think that was the right time to take a leapfrog from this 9 to 5 to actually start my own. And that was the simple signal that I got from the ecosystem, and immediately I jumped and I started my own firm, Block Labs. Back in 2018, it was started to build products. The very first product that we built was documents on blockchain. Back in 2018, we were pushing it hard, really hard. We exhibited the company in Bangalore Tech Summit. I think India's like Web3 for like Web3, or I should say like Global Web Summit kind of thing, which happens in Lisbon, but I think it's for India, which happens in Bangalore Tech Summit. And we presented the tech there. People were very excited, but nothing turned out to be like fruitfully converted, because still there was this contention, apprehension that no, I think still we are not there yet. But we presented to CBSE as well, because back in 2019, 18, 19, they were still, we tried giving them the solution what we are talking today. So all this journey has been very enriching. We built multiple products like documents on blockchain related to some identity part. Also, we built this tracking solution, like from source to destination provenance solution back in for a client for Daimler. It's a BMW's parent company. So all these use cases which you can think, we initially started, and even in the public chain we did a lot of let's say whatever we said today, like a Uniswap solution. We did unknowingly, we did it back then, but we didn't knew that Uniswap, which did for $1 trillion value of exchange in just last 4 years, we didn't knew that these use cases will become this big. So now I have moved on to my second startup called Believe.club, in which I am building a NFT derivative platform. Earlier, I used to build for the B2C, and I used to include government, India as the core of my business, because I consider that there are a lot of threads to solve, at least in India. If you can solve one good thread in India, you can make a very profitable business. But now we are moving to global audience, and we are building something into NFT derivatives. We think that NFT as a new asset class will establish itself after crypto, and after that, once it established, it will require some exotic markets like future options and on top of it. So we are building for that right now. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Vikash. Good experience. And as you mentioned, I am Lucknow. I'm a professor there invited, and luckily we have Professor Arunuba, who is the Dean of IIM Lucknow actually.
Oh. Yeah, thanks.
Maybe afternoons you will listen from him also. So thanks a lot. So now let me invite my colleague, board member Venu. Venu is a technology evangelist, and in our board he is the only person who knows technology actually. So Venu, you will have to tell now about the technology part, interoperability, and these convergence what I was talking vaguely. So you have to really tell how it will happen or happening, and what are the issues.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you again. First of all, let me thank Sin sir and Shiv sir for organizing such a beautiful event, and thank you for this opportunity. Now, I'll probably step back a little and tell you about what exactly is blockchain. So, because it's hanging in the air now, few people know it. Few people don't know it, what is it used for and all that. But let me start with my experience. So I've got overall 17 years of experience into IT and 6 years into blockchain alone. So I started my own company in 2018 with vision of building something on blockchain, AI and IoT. I did deliver a couple of solutions for India too, which I will talk about it, where you will understand the real beauty of having these three together. Now, let's understand what's blockchain all about. Okay, I'm not going to go into technical, but why someone should actually use blockchain, right? So, blockchain offers one key element, which is need of the hour. What exactly is that? That's one word. That's nothing but proof. proof for any event, any activity, be it a process, be it a supply chain event, or be it a plain old fintech transaction. Now, how does blockchain achieve it? Now, there are a few components of it, which we will talk about it, but the real beauty comes out when you see two elements that are clearly the key elements of blockchain: trust and traceability. These are the two elements where blockchain will shine, and people who are looking at these aspects, trust and traceability, with any process, you should be using blockchain. Now, here is one other thing that you should notice, that people out here, eminent speakers and even the speakers earlier have discussed many use cases. You know why? Because it is agnostic. You can actually use it everywhere. Because there is no, I personally believe that there is no process in the entire world that doesn't require proof. So that's how blockchain is agnostic. You can add it in any process. Now, what does it mean to something like AI and IoT? Now, most of you would know that AI is, the so-called machine learning, the big jargons, TensorFlows and all that, but it boils down to predicting or the kind of building some engines on top which give some knowledge out of it. But if you notice, fundamentally these are probabilistic. That means something happens, you feed it data to it, and it comes out with some knowledge, some information which you might or might not use it. So it is totally, it's called black box. That is the big factor that is worry, I would say, to a lot of people. People don't even know what AI is capable of really, because you feed data, you kind of say that I'm thinking of creating a magical universe, it can add value. You think of pushing data, your personal PI, we call it, personal information to it. It probably will create personas of it, how these big companies like Facebook, Google are trying to do. How they do it, they feed the data to it, then create personas of it and feed you with what you need. So this is a black box approach where you don't know what happens inside. It's in and out, you don't know what happens. So governments are worried about what exactly is happening. So that's why you have guidelines called RAI, Responsible AI Guidelines, and GDPR guidelines. If you know, those are popular terms about regulation and compliance. Now, blockchain can make a big difference out here. How? Blockchain can be a reliable infrastructure. The reason why it can do that is because blockchain essentially is deterministic. So you have to feed in a data which is agreed by people. So I'll come to the point why you call it as deterministic. So that's the key reason why blockchain can be an underlying infrastructure for all AI. Now, you might ask me, how can IoT come into existence? Now, if you know, a lot of people would define IoT as these connected devices. There are like millions and millions of devices out there, but these keep sending or emitting data continuously. So there is no hard stop or some data. Now, if you have a blockchain enabled system in it, you would basically able to measure which device is actually working, which is a possible good sensor, or you can basically validate. That's a use case for you. Now, how do you combine this? How do you create use cases out of this? Now, I'll talk about a couple of use cases, which probably I'll not be able to name them because I've been involved in hedge funds and then some auditability use cases in fintech, and which I can't name. So, but I'll probably define the use cases for you. Now, first use case is a classic use case of adding AI, IoT, and blockchain for a very basic use case. It's called, it's animal tracking system. It's a marketplace. So what happens is and fortunately this use case is live in India right now, where you have animals that are basically sold, bought in a local sandy normally, which is predominantly managed and kind of manipulated by, I don't know if I can use manipulated, by, this so-called, high-profile people and then middlemen, so-called. Now, this is very challenging for farmers who actually invest a lot of time in breeding them, and then you end up at the mercy of these so-called middlemen to give a price. Let's say, for example, if certain sheep or a goat costs around 10,000 in general, these middlemen obviously wants to make profit. He will probably sell it for 3,000 or 4,000, saying, I will take it. Either you sell it or not sell it. They eventually farmers do take a decision of selling it because our system or marketplaces are local Sundays. This happen every fortnight, 15 days or so. So what we basically did is we brought this marketplace into an application that basically records all the information about that particular animal, which is basically recording from birth to breeding, vaccinations and all that, because most of the people don't know that these are supposed to be protected, vaccinated by the law of the land. That's when the real value comes out. And that part of recording these events are done through blockchain. And how do you identify these animals? You identify through IoT devices. RFID, that goes, these are small tablet kind of RFIDs, we can always discuss if you want to know more. So those are put into the animal to create their identification, a number for them, to tag them. And now, what is the role of an AI? So AI takes in a data about the market, how the market is reacting to a certain characteristic of that particular animal. Let's say, for example, the animal weighs 20 kilos and the value of it must be around 10,000. How do you know that? You feed in the data of the last prices of these to that particular commodity or animal. And here the farmer knows that this particular healthy vaccinated animal would go for 20,000 or 10,000. But middleman cannot ask me to buy less than that. So he is informed. At the same time, the middleman or the seller who is actually trying to acquire these animals will also know that it's well vaccinated and it should be a quality product that I can sell. He is a market for that. So now you see, the beauty is when I combine all of these, you get a value chain eventually. So that value chain helps build use cases like that. So for example, this is one use case. Another use case is auditability in AI. AI throws in a lot of probabilistic data that is shaped into different forms, so like knowledge graph and or say typical dashboards and all that. But you will know that you have to also understand how reliable is this data. So for AI, reliability is brought through blockchain. And one last thing that I would like to add is what's the role of IPv6 here? Most of you know that we are currently in an IPv4 to v6 era of transition. That is inevitable. Why? Because all the addresses that we have, around 4.3 billion addresses, correct me sir, yes. if I'm not wrong, 4.3 billion. And we are using NAT on that. So basically 2 to the power of 32. So 32-bit, I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit on the technical side. So a 32-bit address, so these are limited. So eventually, because of the evolution of IoT devices, there are not enough devices that you can support, because IP is something which you need for addressing each device. How will you communicate? The whole point of internet was having IP address and then TCP. That blew everything from Web 1 to Web 2. Now, we need a V6 because now V6 offers two things. One is end-to-end connectivity. You can actually literally identify which device you're connecting to, and you don't really need intermediary devices, or you don't need DHCP and all that. And the second thing is, now this is a 128-bit address. So basically you have trillions of addresses. It's almost like 300 trillion if I'm not wrong. That's the kind of addresses you can generate. That's good for generations altogether. So for this, there is one problem blockchain will resolve, and that is important. What is that? That's address management. When you have 300 or 3,000 trillion addresses, how will you manage these addresses? Let's say, for example, I connect it to a particular device. Well, let's say a mic, smart mic. Now, tomorrow, for whatever reason, this is broke, but still I have that IP unused. I can actually manage the address, recycle it back when I have an understanding that this is there. When you have a recording system like blockchain, the job becomes very easy. So these are the kind of use cases. I'm sure you will hear from my colleagues around what Bitcoin SV is doing. It's just a fork of the existing Bitcoin, so you will understand more about it. So that's working on the V6 era. So now these are something that you will need to work on. So one other thing is, when you're building the use cases, you need to understand what exactly it's used for, how are you creating the value. So that's the vision that we bring in from Blockchain Productivity Forum. We ensure that you understand what will be a right fit, how can you tailor solutions. It can be a public or a private blockchain, and there are interoperability elements and bridges. We can always talk about it. So with due respect to on the time, feel free to connect. We can also talk about other things as well. So thank you, sir. That's from my side. I hope I have not bored a lot of people.
No. Thank you, Venu. You really brought very good ideas, technical thing, but in a simplified manner. And it was required, and you did a great job. So now I should request our other expert, Shri Shikhar Verma, CTO of Desktop Files. So Shikhar, you also have to do the same way. What you are doing, what problem you are solving, what challenges you are facing.
Sure. So let me first talk about Desktop Files. When companies acquire other companies or merge with other companies, or they buy a piece of property, there's a lot of legal compliance that has to be done. So all this is done by merger and acquisition teams, M&A teams of these organizations. And there are a lot of important documents that exchange hands. And these are obviously not done on WhatsApp or through Google Drive. We have a separate a class of product called data rooms, virtual data rooms that are used for this. And through the use of blockchain, we are actually decentralizing it. So this company called Desktop Files, it's with me as the technology head in India, and I have the technology team here. And the sales, marketing, and the company itself is registered in Switzerland. And my partners are former M&A heads of companies that are sort of taking this product to the other colleagues that they had in the past. And we have been quite successful in the adoption of this product, because it solves a very real problem where the team doing M&A cannot trust the IT company. So with this solution, we provide an end-to-end encrypted virtual data room that creates an auditable ledger on the blockchain itself. So it completely removes trust from us through the use of blockchain. And like some of the deals we have done in the past 1 year have been close to 30 million, like a property that costed 30 million exchanged hands in Spain. And all the due diligence was done on our product. And the name of the product, it's Dastavez and Files. And I'm really grateful to my partners in Switzerland that they let me name it after a Hindi word. And the main challenge that we face is that, as the rest of the speakers here have already pointed out, that as soon as you mention something related to blockchain, the first thing that the person thinks is it's something related to crypto, and crypto everyone sees as a scam. So that's the big thing that we are trying to solve in the last 1.5 years. And yeah, I think I'll keep my description to the point and short. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, Shikhar. And of course, before we open up for questions, and we are running late, but Dr. Shiv, and our DG, and he is a specialist in training, skill building, job creation. So Dr. Shiv, can you also mention about your work or your company on the skilling side, competence creation side, and what is the opportunity, and how it will help to create jobs or the skilled manpower. Do we have enough in India, or what is required to have enough expertise and skilled manpower in India for blockchain use cases?
Thank you, sir. See that most of our experts have said that blockchain is still in the that very beginning stage, and that hardly we have the developers. We can say it's a 0.001% of the total developers are having some knowledge of the blockchain. So in order to, since the that blockchain is being now talked about by everyone, and everybody is thinking that blockchain will maybe solving every problem, though it may not be the case, but yes, the blockchain will solve a lot of problems. Whether you talk about the governance, you talk about anywhere where the transparency is required, whether sharing of the data is required, so it is going to solve a lot of problems. Now, the challenge what that people are facing in learning the blockchain is the blockchain is having a lot of elements. It's not just a simple technology like we take the name of one technology and we start learning. It has some mathematical proofs. It has some crypto. It has got basically some knowledge of, if you go for the implementation of some project, then you may have, depending on the type of the project, you may need the artificial intelligence. You may need if you are related to some network, you may need the IPv6 knowledge, you may need the IoT knowledge. So that depends basically on the different type of projects. But now coming basic to the blockchain first. For the blockchain, number one, we need to have learned the concepts. What are the basic concepts of the blockchain? Once we learn the concept, then the smart contract is the one of the key basically which come. Then for the smart contract, if you suppose it's a sort of coding which is get automatically executed if the condition is met. So for that purpose also, we need to understand how the compiling is done, how the testing is done, then deploying is done, and then how it is integrated to the blockchain. And if we talk about Web3, Web3 is basically based on the token, or it's a machine intelligence is involved into it. So you need to understand how the tokenization is going to work, and eventually integrating. So integration, interoperability is one of the key in order to implement the projects. But to begin with, let us not complicate it, but in order to begin with, number one is understand first the concept of the blockchain, which is necessary. Then second, go to the smart contract. Then see that how smart contracts can be implemented or deployed into the system, and then we can go for the various knowledge of the metaverse, NFT, and then a lot of that you will listen a lot of keywords or a lot of things like DAO or and then another thing is like decentralized applications, dApps. So you need to understand one by one, and as Vikash said, it took him 1 year in order to understand that what is the blockchain and how it is working. And now, after that, it has come the Web3, which is having even the convergence of the IPv6, then AI, and then blockchain. So it's a technology required, it has been a couple of years I have been into it, but it requires a lot of basically time. I understand that like networking was there, then different type of technology there. It was like a very specific domain. But here, it's basically gamut of the domains. So certainly, you need to have a short-term plan, you need to have a long-term plan, and similarly, our NEXCOM is basically doing a good job in the in this space to the future skills, and the government need to come up with the like short-term plan, long-term plan, how to basically develop the skill resources, the competency development has to be carried out. I think a lot of work need to be done into this area, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Shiv. Actually, we are running late for the lunch, but we will give chance for 2 questions, some burning questions, of course, more learning after lunch, and one presentation which was to happen before lunch, the most important presentation. It will happen after lunch, so you should not leave after lunch, because you will meet our house on the great thing actually. But 2 questions for any of our panelists, any questions you want. So any of you can raise your hand and tell your name, and yeah, mic is there. Yeah, ये mic दीजिए उनको. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, hi sir. I'm Ankit Shrivastava. I'm senior manager at TrailTel. My question is for Mr. Shikhar. I'm having a doubt just because you have a product called the stuff files. So you have used this platform, but you could have used container or something and encrypted that data, and you could have shared that with the government. The same thing. Why have you used specifically this new technology that we are, from my perspective or many of my colleagues, I don't know whether they are sure or not. So if someone talks that we have to share some data, whether with the government also, so we could have some cloud system, in-house cloud system where we could have shared that document,
sure,
encrypted something on container or something.
So when you look at blockchain as a data storage solution, it provides 2 unique properties that are not there in other storage solutions. Like if you put something on AWS S3, it does not have the same 2 properties. And that would be immutability and decentralization in blockchain. So when you put something on the blockchain, it's stored by all the miners. So it's very difficult to change the stuff that's already on the blockchain, because for that you'll have to convince 51% of the miners to change the history of the blockchain, which is a Herculean task to do. And it's decentralized. So even if one of the miners go down, the data itself can be taken from any other miner. So because of these 2 properties, we can, these are the 2 properties that we have leveraged in our product. So when someone uploads like a very important document and he wants it uploaded on chain, we encrypt it and we put it on chain. And later on, let's say 10-15 years from now, this product is not there and we are not there, he can still get the file from the blockchain because it's stored by one or the other miner. And he can be sure that it's not tampered with, because the blockchain as a technology gives you this guarantee that it would be immutable and it would be decentralized and distributed.
Okay, so immutability is
yeah, exactly. Immutability is one of the, decentralized would be the second property that we're using, but immutability is definitely the property that we are benefiting from.
So I have another doubt with this actually. So because this is decentralized and we are dealing with the government projects, so which is considered to be very critical.
Yeah.
So this ledger is with multiple millions of people, I think. Many owners are there. So is it safe still?
It's a difficult job convincing them that the encryption is good. So you'll have to, that argument there that the encryption is unbreakable for the next 200 years, that is something that's a very difficult fight. And we lose customers because of that. Because some people just want it kept in their private server and not on the public blockchain. But you'll find that a lot of people understand encryption now, especially the ones that are more technically inclined. They understand that the encryption will remain unbroken for, let's say, 100 years. And that's a good enough time. Even CIA files get declassified after 50 or 100 years. So your legal document is certainly more like, it can be public before them. So yeah, it's a difficult argument to have for sure.
Thank you.
Just to add to what Shikhar said, okay, you can always have flavors of blockchain. So it's always not a broadcast type. So I'll probably step back. So there are 2 kinds of blockchains, permissionless and permission blockchains. So let's say for your scenario, you have a government involved and you have key players. What you start with doing is identifying the participants or people who want to be part of it. Now the key element that it offers is non-repudiation. What do you mean by that? So when somebody puts the data inside, it's always append-only data. So you don't really be in a situation where you can go change that information, and you also have inbuilt auditability. So when you go for, let's say, RailTel is now wanting to go blockchain, it can go for, say, Karra or a Hyperledger favor. What happens is, you'll not really have this information of being thrown out to everybody in the world. You'll only be given information or access to those people who you wouldn't like to start. So in that scenario, what is blockchain for you? Blockchain becomes a data record, database where you record information in a linear fashion, where you have lineage of events. So that will help you not just looking at what happened, when it happened, and at the same time, you would basically create an infrastructure for major players to look at. So this security is already there. So you talked about encryption. Encryption is also a choice there. So now because of zero knowledge or privacy, you can have a lot of add-ons on top. It all depends of what's the use case, how do you want to use. That's how it is. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Venu. And one more question before we break for lunch. You will get opportunity after lunch also to ask questions during lunch as well. So if there is any, if I don't see any, so shall we break for lunch by thanking our panelists, our experts actually, who have done a great job. And as I mentioned, just after lunch, and you have to be back in 45 minutes, we will have the most important presentation of today.
I'll take 1 minute.
Yeah.
So we have 3 talks, one by Shri Rohan Saran on the shared public ledger enable a production-centric data economy. Then another is a Web3 DLT in telecom, emerging opportunities, policy and economic guidelines by one of our expert from the USO funds of the DOT. Then we have data integrity through blockchain, Web3 innovations. That's by Sri Kapil Jain. After that, we have a Web3 security ecosystem, one of very important topic. And we have the expert from Data Security Council of India. Then we have, in the last, we have the business, how the business and societal transformation the Web3 will bring. Then I think this is also very important, how the opportunities for entrepreneurs, NFTs, DAO, smart contracts, it will come. Rohan Saran. Please, Rohan Saran. Let us clap for him. Big clap. Rohan Saran is the founder of the TimesChain Labs. He will tell why the name is a TimesChain or how he has come up. Is there different chain, or is a blockchain, or is a clock chain, or what is there? He will tell. And he is the brand ambassador of the Bitcoin Association. He is the ambassador for India. So that's what I was saying. He looks too young. He looks like a IIT Kharagpur student still, but whatever he's doing a lot of great things. He's alum of IIT Kharagpur and recognized as one of the top 50 blockchain influencers in India. He will be giving his talk, and at IIT Kanpur I was with him, and the type of the point he was putting, the way he was deliberating, really I have become fan of him, Sir Rohan, and I am sure all the audience you will make fan of yours. So platform is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone.
And let me also welcome him.
Today I'm going to talk about where the utility lies of blockchain away from the speculative nature of cryptocurrency market that we see right now. How a very productive economy of data can be built on the blockchain using Bitcoin, which has not been realized yet. which will be as we move forward and the industry matures much further than it is today. Right now, what is happening in the crypto markets will be known as the great crypto bubble 10 years from now, just like we know the dot-com bubble of the 2000s as the speculative bubble of just people buying up dot-coms just because it is a dot-com, without the underlying business models being looked at. But really, after the industry crashed of the dot-com bubble, real businesses building on using the technology of the internet survived, like Amazons and the Googles of the world. And they went on to build the new internet. And that's what is really exactly what's happening with the blockchain industry today. Really what the blockchain is a triple entry accounting ledger. It is a self-auditing ledger, which is an evolution of double entry accounting. In double entry, you have two different entries that are not reconciled and maintained separately. A credit entry, which the banking system follows currently a double entry model, a credit entry on one side at the bank and a debit entry on the other side. They are not linked together. What the shared ledger of the blockchain does is creates a third entry that links the credit and the debit into one and links it in a format that cannot be changed. So it becomes the best model for accounting, which cannot be tampered with, cannot be hoodwinked. You can't have models where fudging of the records happen when the accounting season comes in, just moving around the records. So it timestamps the records in such a way that it cannot be changed. That's the main property that we talk about always about the blockchain. If you can change the records, which is happening on the digital environment, which doesn't have the property of paper. Like the paper has the property that when you change it, you leave a trace. But in the digital world, you can just change around things, what happened 10 years ago, what the record was at that time, what the contract was at that time, that can be changed. So this property is brought about by the Bitcoin ledger into the digital world, the same property of the physicalness of paper. With this, we can have a high reliable data economy on the internet. What is also getting popular is the term distributed ledger technology. But what I want to bring to your notice is a term called shared ledger technology. Because really, the use of blockchain is much more congruent with this term of shared ledger. Having a global public shared ledger when you don't have multiple different silos of data forming again. If you have the data forming again with different databases, all having their own data silos, which are not getting interconnected, not getting linked, not getting timestamped, then we end up with the same problem we have with the internet today. And we don't really get to the use of a single shared ledger and get all the benefits with it. Bitcoin actually had a white paper mentions micropayments, small casual payments, along with the mention of timestamping of the document, digital documents. This is what the reference of the Bitcoin white paper by Satoshi really talks about. 3 references just about talking timestamping, and digital timestamping. What really that enables is a data economy getting formed. It's there in the name itself. Bit is the unit of data. And coin is basically monetizing data and building an economy on the internet which monetizes data where the users own their data and it is monetized instead of the advertisement model of the internet today, where users become the product, their data becomes the product, they don't have ownership over the data and choosing when they want to sell their data and not. This is enabled only because you have micropayments. By micropayments, we mean payments of amount 0.1 paisa on the internet. Global payments of that level enable you to value data which is actually priced very less. But on the internet, because everything happens at scale, let's say a Wikipedia website hits 1 million hits. So on scale, it becomes an asset. The digital page you own, or an article you wrote, or a post you made, or a video you made, they by themselves have value of their own that you can monetize. You don't have to rely on advertisements and selling your data and pushing off some other data for something. So incentives are aligned when you have a data economy naturally running on the internet. That was supposed to be the native economy of the internet, but we didn't have the technology at that time. HTTP error code 402 is an error code which was for payments, which was never completed in HTTP protocol. So Bitcoin is actually a protocol which really completes that micropayment model of the internet, bringing the native payments on the internet. It's at the level of IP and TCP, like there are layers of the internet which build the internet up, and Bitcoin really functions at that level, powering the data economy, integrating it with the current internet, and you move away from a subscriptions and advertisement model to a data economy model. Right now, what is happening with different protocols, different blockchains, is exactly what has already happened when internet came. When internet came, you had protocol wars happening with multiple different protocols, all vying for standardization, becoming the standard protocol on the internet. But the point of the internet is to have a public, common good. So it becomes one, most public protocol becomes the one standard protocol. That's how IP, Internet Protocol, came and won. Otherwise, we had multiple companies vying with their own nets, ARPANET and X26, different protocols were there. Gupta ji was there in that time. He was also aware of how IP later on won. He was telling me about that. This is exactly what is happening right now in the space. And one public protocol which provides all the benefits, all the use cases that can be there, and having the interoperability for every single use case, wins the war and becomes the global dominant shared public data ledger. You can see here how Satoshi mentions possibility for small casual transactions. This is really what micropayments he was hinting at, micropayments on the internet, the original purpose. We call this new internet the metanet. Also, this is right now called Web3, the popular term for it. But really the one which we built on the Bitcoin SV blockchain, we call it the metanet. The metanet is basically the internet of data monetized. Internet of value, we call it. So you pay per article, pay per minute of video. You can monetize in-game items, every single asset, every tweets, like. So all of it becomes assets for you. So this is where actually the value of Bitcoin comes from, which I wanted to address. And right now what's happening is a total speculative value of Bitcoin, which is totally not relying on utility of the ledger and using the ledger as a triple entry ledger. So Bitcoin has no value if there is no demand for the ledger. If that ledger is useless, if people have no demand for that ledger of making transactions on the ledger, so they don't need to have Bitcoins to pay the transaction fees, which was the point of it being a commodity to use the ledger for. So there's no value of Bitcoin and there's nothing there. So you have to have an economy formed on the ledger and using the ledger and build the new internet on the shared public ledger for them, the Bitcoin vision to be realized. The blockchain is really the time chain. Satoshi Nakamoto in his paper and in his code, in his comments in the code, always called it the time chain. And when you think of the blockchain in terms of removing the word blockchain and thinking in terms of time chain, it really starts making sense of what the use cases are. When you want to have a record of what happened at this moment in time such that it cannot be changed, that's the time chain. You're recording it on the time chain. It is a timestamp server. This is there in the Bitcoin white paper as well. It's a time chain which timestamps any record. It's the best record keeping system we could hope for. This is actually what inspired me to make my company and call it TimesChain Labs, building on the original vision of Satoshi. We have products called Nucron is a product which really is a wallet for Indians to be able to use the time chain without owning Bitcoins or getting exposed to Bitcoins. You can still use the ledger as a tool, as a utility with just rupees and gain all the benefits of smart contracts and the data economy of micropayments with just rupees. So for that, you need a digital micropayments wallet, which we are building as Nucron. What the blockchain provides is the triple entry accounting ledger, as I showed you. It provides data integrity, which is the tamper-evident records. It provides micropayments. It provides timestamps of any data and tokenizing assets, which you will see called as NFTs in the current popular marketplace, which are really representing any asset you have and tokenizing it on the ledger, and then you have the global public ledger acting as a single marketplace, a single ledger where every asset is tokenized and represented and then traded. So that gives us an efficiency in the economy that is unparalleled. We have huge information gains because it's all on a single ledger. We can have programmed financial instruments on content itself, on the data economy. You can have shares of content of revenue streams that is coming through a video. So basically that becomes a financial instrument built on the content. You can have derivatives. You can, just like you want to raise funds for a movie, you don't have funds to raise for a movie, but you know that the movie will be generating that video when you upload, it will be generating lots of revenue. So you're tokenizing the revenue streams of that video that will be in the future to raise money right now. So that all is possible using the financial instruments created on the ledger, using programmable money and smart contracts. Blockchain for productivity, really the forum's name. Blockchain really enhances the productivity by having a single shared ledger where you don't have to have different silos which you are then integrating with multiple APIs, writing again and again. And this occurs not just in money or banking, it occurs even in supply chain. Because one entity, me, is having an asset, transferring to another entity. I have my own database. In my records, I have given it away. In their records, the person who had to take it and take it to the next level, their records are separate from my records. Now there is discrepancy happening again. Unnecessarily we are integrating. And in supply chain, the permutations and combinations you need to have to integrate multiple databases is too much. So a single ledger, when all of them get standardized and used, it increases the efficiency there. It becomes global efficiency because of the global ledger. And it provides accountability because you cannot fudge the records. It provides efficient contracting, which comes into legal tech actually. Once you can have a chain of digital signatures, which really what Bitcoin is, and it even talks about in the white paper, honest money. Really, the white paper mentions the word honest money 14 times in the white paper, because it's an honest, transparent ledger for it to be used as a system of contracting, because it's a digital signatures. You have digital signatures, everything can be traced. And it's a beautiful economy that can form with huge productivity gains. The different use cases, because of the record keeping system, is huge, because the record keeping system is used everywhere. So that's where it comes into payments, it comes into data, social media, as I was telling you about, the micropayment economy, the new metaverse forming, which is a rebranding of virtual reality. Esports, gaming is a big sector, and into accounting particularly, and even in regtech, regulatory efforts. Because right now on the internet, it is anarchy. Facebook and Twitter owning and controlling and dictating what politician needs to be censored and what politician does not need to be censored. This problem is because there is a monopoly on the distribution network. So right now, all the models of the internet which are popular are all advertisement based. They're all simply distribution networks, content distribution networks. And they have got a monopoly on distribution. So they ask you to pay them to have more distributive access, more distribution of your content. And then they can also obviously censor you if they don't like you, because they don't stop your distribution. So now the blockchain, what it does is it removes the monopoly in distribution. Every miner is a distributive agent. You don't have a monopoly, and every 10 minutes you have multiple competing miners completely distributing the transactions to other people. So the entire business model of having a monopoly on the distribution network and gaining everyone's user data and monetizing it and gaining it for yourself and having the network effects power gained by one entity, you have it distributed across the network and people gaining from their own data and earning from their own data. But this was not achieved. All of this which I am telling you about was supposed to be the vision of Bitcoin, but it never came to be. Unfortunately, the vision was taken off track. The protocol was suffocated in block size. Every 10 minutes, you have a new block which gets added to the chain of blocks, which is really what makes the blockchain, which is beginning from 2009 and still continuing today. But the size of blocks was restricted to only 1 MB in 10 minutes. Imagine the whole world's emails in 10 minutes, restricted to only 1 MB in size. Would email have gotten so popular as it is today? That was what happened with the current popular notion of Bitcoin, which is highly priced speculative asset called BTC, which is having a transaction fees of around $40 to $50 and even further when there is network congestion, because people are bidding their way into getting into the block in the 10 minutes that we have now because of the restricted block size. So this was what we fought for, and we restored the vision of Satoshi as Bitcoin SV, Bitcoin Satoshi vision, protecting and preserving the original protocol from any changes and scaling the block size to terabyte size blocks, which will happen in a month. But already we are doing gigabyte size blocks, and this achieves scaling of the block size, which really achieves the vision we need for the internet, because we need huge number of transactions if we want to have the entire internet running on the blockchain. Right now, the biggest problem in blockchain industry is scalability and transaction fees. This is really solved with the economy of scale that Gupta ji was also mentioning, which happens when you have a scaling block size and a free market of block production and block consumption. We consistently do 2 million transactions a day with the transaction fees of less than 0.1 paisa. Satoshi Nakamoto himself, in his records of writing, we can see that has mentioned that Bitcoin doesn't have a scaling ceiling. It is unbounded. It can keep scaling. It beats even Visa of the scale requirement. We have been making world record blocks of 4 GB in size. Imagine it was only at 1 MB just 2-3 years ago, which is ridiculous when you think about it, because just a photo on your phone is 6 MB, 6 times of 1 MB. The protocol has been restored, and interestingly, we have gained all the advantages of blockchain even with smart contracts. So the popular notion is also that smart contracts is something associated with Ethereum and other blockchains that brought it into it. But actually, Bitcoin originally always had smart contracts, and you could always program every single Turing complete program that you ever wanted, because the scripting language in Bitcoin is Turing complete. This was also restricted along with the block size. This has been restored as Bitcoin SV, achieving all the programmability of smart contracts we need. For it to be an enterprise blockchain and really using the ledger, we need huge transaction volumes. We don't care about the price. We don't care about the speculative aspect of it. But there is a use of using the ledger, which we demonstrate daily by having the most number of transactions done on a ledger today compared to all other ledgers. This will keep scaling. But because the block size was restricted, there were multiple blockchains coming to solve the same problem again and again. Because the scaling size was limited, you need to solve the transaction fee issue. Then you have the energy consumption issue, because again the number of transactions that happen in a block, the block consumes a lot of energy to produce. So per transaction the energy costs go high, but this is all reversed. It becomes hyper efficient. Proof of work of Bitcoin becomes hyper efficient because you again have economy of scale. You have per transaction, the energy is distributed across. If you have 1 million transactions happening in a block, per transaction the energy becomes super cheap, very less. BTC, the current dominant narrative of Bitcoin, is really not Bitcoin. It's not following the vision which Satoshi left when he left the protocol to the people. It's completely removed the even signatures from the ledger, having the honest chain of signatures. It has made it anonymous system to move away from government regulatory authority, which is not at all needed or even the vision of Bitcoin, even required. And the narrative that has been pushed is that it is a store of value. Bitcoin is a store of value, has pushed the speculative bubble of BTC. Without the use of the ledger, it has become a truly speculative asset without utility, which will inevitably fall. Coin carbon cap is a website that compares all the proof of work blockchains in energy efficiency, and Bitcoin SV regularly and continuously tops it because of its economy of scale model. 12 reasons why my company builds on the Bitcoin SV ledger. It is scalable. As I showed you, the block size is scaling, so you have huge transaction fees which you really need. The transaction fees are cheap. You have smart contracts. You have instant transactions. You have security with the proof of work model. You don't need to change it. It is sustainable because the energy consumption per transaction is super cheap. As well as it is compliant with all the regulations, following the travel rules, the AML policy rules, because it's really what it was made for. It was an honest ledger. It is the most compliant more than any financial institution today, if you really use it the way it was designed. It has privacy, at the same time not having anonymity. Because for regulation and for good society, you don't want anonymity, but you do need privacy. So it achieves both. Without anonymity, you get privacy. It is reliable. It is a stable protocol set in stone, just like HTTP protocol or TCP protocol was at the fundamental level. And you build on top of it. You don't keep tinkering with the protocol again and again and diverging into multiple blockchains. It works with fiat itself. We can have tokenized fiat. We can have tokenized CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, rupees associated on the blockchain, represented on the blockchain. As I showed you with the Neutron wallet, we are trying to achieve as far as we can go. And when the CBDC support comes, we'll also integrate CBDCs, because that is the best way the economy of the country should work. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Yeah, please. 2 questions. Yeah.
When you said like Bitcoin is Turing complete, what do you mean by it? I think Turing completeness is not possible in Bitcoin. Are you talking about Bitcoin SV when you were talking about Bitcoin?
Yes.
So you, by default,
By default, yeah.
That's not right. Means I'm saying like when you say Bitcoin and when you say Bitcoin SV.
Yeah, so this is what happened as the civil war in the community. The community which was protecting the vision and the protocol without any changes and following the Satoshi's design and blueprint. Really, it comes down to a philosophical choice, whether you call the blockchain which is following the protocol and design of Satoshi as Bitcoin, or the one which is listed on the exchanges as Bitcoin. But yeah, coming to what you said about Turing completeness, Bitcoin are actually held in something called predicates. There's a scripting language which holds Bitcoins, and you unlock it and it exits with true or false. That's how you spend the Bitcoin. And that's actually what Vitalik Buterin, creator of Ethereum, was trying to build on and use, but the developers and controllers of the BTC protocol at that time, they didn't allow him to. So he had to go and use another blockchain and create his own. So all of this is restored, and a Turing complete language is already there, which doesn't have any of the problems that we currently face even with Ethereum. I have developed on Ethereum myself in my 3rd year.
You can't run a for loop on your Bitcoin.
Yes.
So you can't say that it has to be.
Yes, and for loop is what creates the congestion in the Ethereum network, because you can have an infinite loop running.
That sets the bar there as well. Actually, you can run for loop.
Yes. Even in assembly level processors, assembly code doesn't have for loop. It just has a jumping function, and you keep jumping again and again how many times you want. That's how it is. It's not there at the level of the assembly.
I just wanted to be very, very specific for the audience, because when you said Bitcoin, so the most important thing to take away is that when you were saying Bitcoin as Turing completeness, essentially you were mentioning Bitcoin SV as Turing completeness.
This is true.
That's the only thing that
I 100% agree with you.
Maybe you said it maybe in the flow, but thank you. Just kind of.
Yes, that is true. Bitcoin SV as Turing complete, not BTC.
One minute, Ron.
Rohan, please come back.
Yeah.
You did a great job actually, Rohan.
So,
And he's the
photo-
youngest
photo-
engineer, IT
Photo-
Kharagpur. And you can see. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Kapil Jain. Kapil is a technology professional with 20 years of software development experience in core, banking and corporate payments domain, working for global organizations based out of the US and Europe. He has been interested in the blockchain since 2018. On the personal capacity he started, then subsequently his hobby became the profession. And now he is working actively in the blockchain education, infrastructure and product development. For the last 2 years he is working with the NChain. NChain is based on the VSV, that's right. So he will be giving more detail or more insight, and I'll appreciate the questions and questions has been asked, couple of questions. So this is a platform for the clarity purpose. It's not just an academic platform. The objective of this platform is to get the clarity that, okay, I want to go for the blockchain or the Web3, how I should go, what are the challenges, which platform I should adopt, because there's a lot of complexity. As you go into there are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of protocols which are there, which Rohan was also talking, that there are the, again and again the new platforms or the framework or the protocols are coming up. So you may basically feel free to ask the questions to the experts. That's the, so Kapil, platform is yours. Let me welcome you. Let me do the, yes sir, any photographer sir? Oh. Platform is yours. Next time I'll call someone else to give the okay.
Afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Gupta and Dr. Shiv to give me the opportunity to come here and speak to all of you on this platform. So thank you very much. So Rohan has already said a little bit of background on what technology I am working on, but I'll take a step back from that and I'll try and put things in perspective of where we are and what we need to do and what do we need for that. And let's see how that requirement fits into what technology. So just to give a bit of background, I have been working with a company called NChain. NChain was founded back in 2015. It was a primarily research company. We currently have around 1,200 patents around blockchain technology. I think we are ranked number 5 in terms of overall patents across the world in blockchain. We continue to do research, so we still have a very actively working research department. We are also now starting to commercialize our offerings. So when I say commercialize, we are doing both product, which are commercial products focusing on enterprises and governments, and we are also doing the infrastructure development for Bitcoin SV. So the node software that we, when we talk about blockchain, it's basically number of people running a particular software, and that is what we have been involved in restoring. And when I say restoring, as Rohan described, when Bitcoin was launched, it kept changing, so we had a couple of years of work to restore it back. But I want to take, as I said, I want to take it back and put things in perspective. So I want to quote Honorable Prime Minister here. This was some of the tweets that he did after he attended Digital India Week. I think it was a couple of months ago. And what he's defining here is a vision which is of Digital India, where we have technology providing the right tools, the right infrastructure for India to achieve what it wants to achieve. And as Dr. Gupta has described, 5 trillion is one of the goal, but I think a larger goal is transparency and honesty in the system. So, but that's the method, but what we want or what we are trying to get to is this idea that Modi ji has always talked about of minimum government, maximum governance. This is what I want to present here to say that this is what we can achieve when we use something like what we are trying to do. So to start with, I want to describe where we are. So of course, I guess all of you must be updated with the news that we keep reading, but India today, I am very proud to say, we are in a way leaders in terms of technical adoptions or digital adoption. I worked for decades in payment systems. I was part of global banks, French bank, Nordic banks. We all had a big problem. We weren't able to scale. And India has already done that with UPI. We currently do around 2,500 TPS on UPI, which is a big, big achievement. I mean, I hear my colleagues, they get so surprised to hear what India has done. In fact, they want to copy it at times. But what I'm trying to say here is what we have done with Digital India and India Stack initiatives. We have built a national identity system which is API based, so it can be utilized by applications seamlessly. We have the biggest initiative in last 6 months that I have seen is ONDC. It's actually surprising all of my colleagues who are not from India, but we are building for the first time an open e-commerce network. Nobody has done that in the world. We have UPI, of course, but that's not it. We have the same backend protocol which is powering ONDC that is also being customized to use for various other use cases. National Health Registry, DESH is the National Skills Registry. There is large amount of digital infrastructure that is being built, not even with these protocols, but in government departments which are making our day-to-day life simpler. I can feel that in my life when I use digital infrastructure provided by the government. COVID certificate is one of them. So, I take a step back now. So what are the issues that were being solved with Digital India initiatives and these various other initiatives? We had all these issues. I think everybody has talked about it, so I'll not repeat that. And the way we are trying to achieve is, and this is the key, so internet was fragmented till a protocol came and then consolidated it and created a single shared protocol for the globe. It is not dependent on one country or the other, but it's single shared protocol. Email, internet, telecom, of course, I don't have to say, without these protocols, we wouldn't have a universally operating telecom sector. Same thing done with payment using UPI, and same thing is being done with backend protocol. So to emphasize the right point here, I borrowed some slides which was used by Dr. Pramod Verma recently in a World Bank presentation. So he described this idea of protocol-based network over platform. So what is that? So basically, if we go back and think from first principles, we have providers and consumers, and these two need to interact. That is how trade happens. So when to do trade, we have these two to interact and they cannot trust each other. So what do? So the first solution that came about was platforms. So we have big platforms like Amazon, or pretty much mobility is ruled by Uber, Ola, all these platforms. They started providing that service, and it was great. But the problem that happens as they grow bigger and bigger is they start storing value, there is concentration, and it's never universal. So all these become problem not when they start, not when they are medium size. When they become too big, we start having other problems that Rohan was describing earlier. So what can be the solution? The solution Dr. Verma proposed was we should replace this communication between providers and consumers by protocol-based network. So that stays open. So that stays open for adoption by anyone, usage by anyone, and then every application's built on the same language. So protocol provides the common language. And this is what is a very key point, because this is what kind of defines what is the right blockchain. So when again continuing from Dr. Verma's presentation, he described like when we started looking at how do we go about this, they started looking at what if we use blockchain in the middle rather than a protocol. That won't work because it will still need translation. So what they did is they created the common language, which is the backend protocol, and then supporting services. So when you create a protocol, that doesn't do anything. It's a PDF document. The utility comes when people start implementing those protocols into various services. And those services could be related to identity, payments, data storage, reputation, issue resolution, logistic. There are a whole lot of these services that are needed. And what he proposed is, this is what that needs to be done with blockchain. You don't need to reinvent the protocols. You create these utilities and services using blockchain. So with that in background, sorry for a long introduction, but this is the background and this is where we are. And what can blockchains do? So digital identity. As Gupta ji was earlier describing, when we have IPv6, we know exactly who owns that IPv6 address. Once we start associating identity with that address, then we have a digital identity on the internet. That is what we want. We have some things, I think one of the question also was asked earlier, like how do we store private data on blockchain, because encryption may not be safe. We don't need to store private data on blockchain. You store the data exactly in the same systems that you are doing today. But what you do is you notarize it. Notary is a concept, I think everybody would be familiar with that here. You attest the data by a government office, so that becomes truth or fact, and it's timestamped. So you do the exact same thing with blockchain. You create a signature from the data and then you put it on blockchain. It is recorded immutably and then it becomes a matter of fact rather than hearsay. We can build open registries. When we are talking about something like ONDC, one of the key things it needs is the infrastructure. Infrastructure means when a new participant registers, who are they? What are they providing through the network? All that is to be done with registries. And these are central registries which probably ONDC might own and run. So these are registries which are, again, we are introducing either a central party, but how do we decentralize it? Decentralization, typically when I say, I mean decentralization of power. So how do we take that power away from one entity and make it secure? That we do using blockchain. So when we start creating open registries with blockchain, we can achieve that. Reputation ledgers. This is a big problem. Of course, in social media, but everywhere. How do we measure? How do we create reputation? How do we trust reputations? We can do that, but it's a long way to go. To be able to do that, we need to first build identity, then we can build reputation. Provenance tracking, I mean, this is probably one of the most important case, because every system currently when they are trading, they need to be sure about who they are trading with is not going to manipulate any information. So when we start doing provenance tracking, we start timestamping and attesting data, making it truth or making it fact. So when we start doing that for provenance tracking, we can revolutionize supply chain. Private ledgers. So as I spoke, we can not just integrate existing databases, existing system workflows with blockchain. We can create private ledgers, which can be made available to access for only authorized personnels. This is all possible today. Public records. Of course, blockchain is a public ledger, so any record, any data that you put on blockchain. And I know for sure there is a website government has which is to publish public data. There is a lot of data that is public which government has, and that can be put on blockchain. When you start putting that, then you can trust the data. I've heard somewhere someone was measuring water levels with IoT sensors, and for some reason the government there did not want this to become public, so they were manipulating the sensor data once the data is captured. That can be solved with something like this. Again, coming to payments, this is quite close to my heart because I worked in payment industry for 15 years. Payments is a big problem, but I'm not going to solve the payments problem. What I'm trying to here solve is what we can do with blockchain technology and payments in a legal manner. So CBDC is that solution. We actually can do that. But I think one of the other last thing about that I'll talk about is EDI communication. I guess everybody here would be familiar, but EDI communication is basically at the heart of all internet communication that goes on today. SWIFT is an EDI. I think we have like 10 different schemas for payments, cash management services. All these are various messages that are defined in specifications, published, and then the exchange that happens is EDI communication that uses a set of envelopes, interchange envelope, and then, basically you create communication, put it into various envelopes, and that provides the method of communication between non-trusting parties. We can start using blockchain for that. We, in fact, have developed, we did one prototype with EDI, and we were able to put EDI schema in a transaction. So we can use reliable and secure communication of EDI with blockchain. And of course, at the end, a blockchain is an event log, so it can log any event you want to. But just to give a very common man perspective of what blockchains can provide. And this is a big problem that I face every time. I forget passwords. It can replace it. Every time we have to skip ad when we are watching YouTube or any content, we can skip it in a way. Depends on if we allow content creators directly to be paid for every activity we do using their content. So we can, using micro payments, we can skip the skip ad part. ATMs, it requires large infrastructure, and when demonetization happened, one of the big issue was how do we put the new currency in ATMs? Can we convert it into digital cash? We can. Data is the new oil, so if I'm the producer, can I make money from it? This is, I think, one of the very key part that can come about when we have a blockchain type system available. It will create new jobs where people are imagine a scenario when advertisers will pay people to watch their ads rather than going through YouTube. They can directly pay you. Why do I want you to take 70% of my revenue? Or basically right now, these platforms that are in the middle are earning most of their revenue using advertising. What if we connect them directly to people? So you can have someone sitting on a mountain in Spiti Valley doing something which can make him earn money by seeing an ad, watching a content. I think at the end, I just want to conclude this slide with the main point that we are trying to solve is, I don't know you, so how do I trust you? I want proof. And that is, I think someone earlier in the morning mentioned, it's about proof. So that's really what it is. I want to describe one very specific thing, and I'm going to describe here what is blockchain because I want to mention a very specific point. Blockchains are, and this is mentioned in the original white paper, They are chain of digital signature. That was a definition of what is Bitcoin. It's chain of digital signatures. So every transaction that happens, it has a digital signature present in the input. And then in the output, it locks the information to another party. So it's basically, every transaction is an electronic contract. Now you can either put data in it, you just use it for value. All that purpose is for you to find out, but basically every transaction is an electronic contract. And in that, one main part is identity is firewalled. This is also mentioned in the white paper, but identity being firewalled means it's not made public, but who you are trading with. So if I go to a merchant and I do something using blockchain, the merchant will know my identity. It's only merchant who is required to know my identity. Nobody else is. Not the platform, not general public, only merchant. He will have that information, but when he publishes information on the blockchain, he will not publish my identity. He'll probably publish it as a transaction ID, which is then mapped to my identity in his record. So his accounting books are clean, and the public ledger doesn't contain who I am. So that's how, that is one of the main thing that has not been discussed too much. So, but Rohan did mention that it's not about being anonymous. So to be honest with this system, it is opposite of anonymous. I mean, blockchain is literally a public ledger where everything is recorded and copied and distributed across the globe, so you can't destroy it. So when you have something like that, it cannot be anonymous. It is actually what we call as private. So when identity is protected and exposed to only to the required entities, then it becomes private. Private is different from anonymous. Anonymous is when you do not have a trace of who the person behind that action is. That's not neither we are trying to do, nor and we'll come to know as soon as we go in next few years, it is not that anonymous. Blockchains are a terrible way to do crime because it's all public ledger and it's traceable. So I guess I covered this part. It's just to say a lot of use cases related to data can be put on blockchain. You can see blockchain as a public notice board. I think there are some cases where courts require you to publish some news in the newspaper so that it becomes public record. That can be also done on blockchain. So I described this earlier, blockchain as notary. So this is offline. This currently exists. We started doing it online with SSL certificate, which provided you a Shri TPS, DocuSign, DigiNota. These are all certification authorities which act as this trusted middleman or trusted notary in the digital world, and they provide digital certificates. We in fact have been working on implementing our technology, which has significantly improved both the security of SSL certificates and the cost. So today an SSL certificate is typically used by merchants. When you log into Amazon.com, they have a SSL certificate issued by a CA. That costs around, last I looked, $8 to $60 per year. With our technology, we can do it probably 1 paisa. So when we start making these expensive technology cheap, it can be then start to utilized on scale for every use case. I can think of many, but so basically, so this is what I actually explained earlier, so I'll skip through that. But we look at Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, all these systems. Government specifically will have a lot of systems which are already built. In fact, with Digital India, government has rebuilt a lot of these systems, and they don't need to redo the whole thing because they want to adopt blockchain. They just need to start notarizing it. So when they start notarizing it, it becomes truth. Of course, what the idea is, like, you can do in 2 ways. Either you keep your business process flow or your business logic also outside it. You keep it private. You notarize data on various touch points in the flow. Or you can do something like adding computation along with notary. That is what is smart contract. So basically, smart contract is nothing but a business logic implementation in code. And when you run it on a blockchain, it becomes a smart contract. But basically what it does is it captures business logic. I had a company when I was in a bank, we were reviewing their solution. So they built complete payment solution and account management systems, exactly like blockchain, doing smart contracts, but it was not using blockchain at all. It was a cloud native solution. So smart contract are business logic coded and implemented on a blockchain, nothing more than that. And we can do that with our systems. Digital identity. So this is one of the big topic. It's a big problem. I think the government is also looking into it quite keenly because misinformation and all the information manipulation is a problem, and when they try to go to the source, they can't. So especially with IPv6, I think with IPv6 in picture, we can solve it. We can start associating digital identity with IPv6 addresses. If you have 10 IPv6 addresses, we can issue 10 different digital identity certificates for less than ₹1. So it can be, so I mean, I'm trying to summarize it quite much, but and please feel free to connect with me afterwards if you want to know the details, but we can solve it with that cost and scale. Decentralized identity. So this is a word which is thrown around quite a bit. But if we really go and think about it, what is decentralized identity? Can I trust myself, or can you trust whatever I say? I cannot just simply say that I am this and everybody trusts it because I have a decentralized identity. Identity is actually something that is based on trust. We have social standing, you have social state. People need to tell I am what I am saying I am, then it is trusted. So that becomes my identity. In other words, we call it status. That's a generic term, but identity cannot be just independent. It needs to be approved by someone or backed by someone or vouched by someone. That is how we look at solving digital identity. And those are the systems which are also required in open protocol-based networks that India Stack is building, like ONDC. They need a reputation ledger. You need credible reviews. How do we do that? We can start doing those things when we have a digital identity, and then everybody talks the same language, and then we can start building reputation system. If I like you, then I can start giving you reputation by signing a new certificate of, okay, great work. This actually can be extended to what we see in LinkedIn. We have a lot of skills. I mean, if we go on LinkedIn, everybody is great. But how do we verify that if what we see there is really the case? That needs to be backed by something, and that something is the trusted party most of the times. How can we make them accountable? We can make them accountable using something like what we are looking at. So, of course, this is Web3 or decentralized internet. I use this term because I thought I really liked what Gupta ji has actually presented in Web3 is bringing three things together. It brings AI, ML, big data. It brings IPv6 and blockchain. So these three things coming together is what makes Web3. And of course, this is a big problem in internet today, where it's quite heavily centralized. As we can see, there's only one root key for complete Asia. Of course, Gupta ji is trying to bring one key for India, but again, that's a very centralized system. How can we improve it? We can actually with some of our technology that in fact uses absolutely existing standard. It doesn't do anything new in terms of standard. We use X509 all of the existing standards, PKI. Of course, we don't use RSA, we use elliptic curve, but we use almost all the existing standard and technology and improved it. Governments actually can, once if they start using some of that technology, they can start creating structures based on local requirements. So you can start creating root keys for every city, every town, I mean every community if you want, because it will be actually that cheap to do, and it's possible to do. So this will help us creating federated system rather than centralized system. And a federated system is what is actually a decentralized internet. So that's what we can do with this. One of my favorite topic is payments, and I just took a leap of faith and I thought I'll go a little beyond my knowledge and just give a use case for how can we use CBDC. So UPI, I mean, we all know this is the existing payment infrastructure in India. We use, at the end we use RTGS for interbank settlement, and then there are layers. And the topmost layer is UPI. UPI is currently having a problem which they are solving. Actually, they're about to release either today or next week, UPI Lite. What is UPI Lite? They are actually offloading small value transactions out of the UPI network to user wallet. So basically UPI Lite will provide a user wallet which has the maximum limit of rupees 2000, and the maximum payment you can do is rupees 200. So this is for small value payment, because the problem is the cost to perform one single payment for such low value is more than what the actually value is being exchanged for the government, and that is a big issue. And as we go more and more into digital economy, that will increase. So what we can do, yes, we can actually do a CBDC solution that at least we in NChain are calling it digital cash. So the idea is this type of system should have every property that is there in cash, but more. So that's our base principle that we try to do. And of course, I mean, everything that I have spoken about, we are not even touching Bitcoin as a payment system or Bitcoin SV or this payment side of it. So everything that I'm talking about requires transactions which are of really, really low value. So creating a certificate would require a transaction which costs 1 paisa or less. So for those low values, it doesn't matter if the price fluctuates. Government will not require, I mean, in fact, you can have third-party service providers who just do this funding for these small transactions. It could be most of the times less than 10,000 rupees, and that can fund for any year, something like that. With digital cash, what we are looking at it's a system that will enable peer-to-peer cash transactions. So when we say peer-to-peer, it's literally me making the payment transaction and handing over exact payment to you. So this is real peer-to-peer, exactly working same as how you use cash. I take the 100 rupee note and give it to you. So in exact same manner, I'll scan your QR code or I'll put your name and then give you the transaction, and then you submit it to the network. And in this case, when we talk about CBDC, I think the most important part is, of course, it being part of the monetary system, it's quite critical and sensitive system. So the central bank needs to keep the same controls that they currently have with paper money. We can build the exact same control and even better with what we can do with this system. The central bank will define the rules, define the policies, same as they do today, and then they can start minting what we in technology call it as colored coin implementation. Basically, coloring of a coin is you attach attributes to it and that coin becomes part of that color. So government can start making it colored coin of CBDC, and then once that is done, then you can use it for micropayments. That is the big part. So once we have digital cash that can be used for micropayments, you can do everything that Rohan talked about, everything that I am talking about, and everything you can think of where you require small value payments. Our solution, of course, is also being considered for various other countries apart from India. So we are also talking to various central governments who are looking. We also have interbank settlement type of system, which is for large value transactions, but I'm not covering that here. I mean, basically the whole point is when it comes to individuals, we want to move to a world where you own your identity, you own your digital presence, and you own your data, and then applications log into you rather than you logging into applications. So, of course, with all these use cases, there is a big question that comes like, and there are so many blockchains, what do we do? So I tried to summarize various properties that a blockchain should have to be able to do everything that I have spoken about. What you need is really, really high transaction volume. Not just transaction volume, but transaction per second processing capability. I'm not talking about 100,000, I'm actually talking about millions and billions of TPS, which is what you will need when you actually roll out a solution for a population like India. That volume, still keeping the average transaction cost as low as it currently is, so maybe 1 paisa or less. It should be stable and time tested. Many blockchains that exist today, they frequently break down. Then the network is restarted. Decentralized consensus mechanism. So this is quite important. Proof of stake is a system which allows individuals who own large amount of coins to stake their coins. It's a central committee, and it's not just me, but also I've heard Professor Sandeep Shukla also saying quite a bit about it. He says it with data. Proof of stake basically is a replacement for, which is very similar to what currently happens where few stakeholders make the decisions. Proof of work is a decentralized consensus mechanism. Proof of work allows anybody to participate in consensus mechanism, but it's not like I can do it. It requires huge amount of infrastructure, which typically a business entity will do. It requires millions in investment. So that is what makes them public. So when you have mining nodes who are public, you can hold them responsible. This is the key. This is the key to regulating blockchains. It's actually the miners, mining node who are producing the block, they need to be following the law. That is where we need to start looking at when it comes to regulation. Smart contracts, of course, it should support business logic, complex logic, loops, off-chain data storage, on-chain data storage, so public data, indexing servers. So this is a slide Rohan touched a little bit. I want to talk about it in a bit different perspective, which actually gives an idea of what happens. So when Satoshi released this, it was released as a Bitcoin white paper, which was defining the protocol, and then a software implementation, which was the code base. So Bitcoin is exactly what we are trying to build with India Stack Systems. It's a protocol-based network. So if you change the protocol, it becomes something else. And that is what happened since 2009 with Bitcoin. So it started with 21 million coins issued on that moment when the network was launched. And the issue price was 0. That is key. When you evaluate what is if a blockchain or if a asset issuance is a security or not, what you first look at it is what was the price it was issued at. So when it was issued at price equals 0, it's exempted in terms of security. But every other blockchain, and I think there are 10,000 of them now, that has been issued since then, have a base price. They are all securities, in my view. So what happened is, from 2009 to 2017, there were huge amount of limitations that was put on the protocol. So they started changing the protocol, block size, all that that was spoken in last session. And then it resulted in them forking out of our protocol. So they took the value out along with that when they forked out. I think the price was around 2,800. So when they took the price also from us. So that was the speculative pricing that moved out of this network. What remained was around $240 that time. And that value was saying that we need to go back to the original protocol. But then again, there were politics and issues, and then it resulted into another split. And that's when, again, a lot of other value moved out, which was around 289. But effectively, when this happened, the value was around $90, and it's currently around $50. So I don't think people speculate with this technology at all. But what that resulted in is almost like thousands and thousands of new blockchains. Again, all these people who moved out, they made protocol changes. So when you make protocol changes, you make a new system. You can call it whatever, but they kept calling it Bitcoin, but doesn't matter. What matters is whether the technology works. And we now can demonstrate, yes. This is, Rohan also presented some of the details, but I'm again showing. This is a snapshot of what it is today, few days ago, I think. Our mainnet has demonstrated 5,000 plus TPS. In testing, I work with the infrastructure team. In testing, we have done 100,000. So right now the software is a monolith, so it supports still 15,000 TPS in the test network. In the new version, which is a microservice implementation, which we are doing, in that we have tested till 100,000, and we are actually trying to scale it further. So our goal is to scale to millions and billions of TPS. So that's what we are aiming for. This is a blockchain which has been running from 2009, so it has been pretty stable, no network issues. Energy consumption, I think you saw some information earlier, but the way you measure energy is you measure what's the energy consumption per transaction. And if one block contains one transaction, if your energy consumption is 100 watts, you have 100 watts per transaction. If I have 1 million transactions, then it's 100 watts per million transaction. So that is what we are trying to achieve. And we already see that when the transaction volume is high, we have gone as low as 30 watts per transaction. And our plan is to scale quite with quite big volumes, which will make it further down. So I guess I've covered, but this is one last point I want to cover, and this is a very 2 days ago, Chair of SEC, Greg Gensler, has issued a statement that there is no reason for crypto market to be treated any differently than other capital markets because it's using a different technology. That is the truth of it. You can say it's decentralized finance, but it's really no different from implementation of a technology. So it falls under the current law. We literally do not need any new laws. Existing law applies in blockchain. All right, so the idea is blockchains, once you have this base protocol and network set, you can start building layers on top of it. And if I look at what Indian government can do is start building a government-based blockchain layer on top of this. They don't need to work with infrastructure. They don't need to fix the technology. All that is already done. What they need to do is build a permission system on top of this blockchain, and there they can provide all of the Digital India services. But of course, that's a long way to go. I hope we'll see it. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kapil. It was, because of the time clock, I have to cut down your presentation. It was very interesting and going on. Thank you very much for your The next presentation is by MC Satish Kumar. Satish sir is there? Yeah. Mr. MC Satish Kumar is Deputy Administrator, USO Funds, Government of India. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Satish Kumar is a Deputy Administrator, USO Funds, Government of India. He is a 2014 batch officer of Indian Civil Services. He is currently working in the Ministry of Communication and deals with the financial matters of the fund, which is set up to plug in the digital divide in the rural and the remote areas. Before joining USO Fund, he was working in the field unit of the Department of Telecom as Joint Controller in the Telecom Circle of Maharashtra and Goa and Tamil Nadu. Prior to joining the prestigious Indian Civil Services, he worked with the SAIL. He started his career as a software engineer in the Infosys. He did masters in data economics and the development policy from the MIT USA. Actively involved in the ITU activities, standardization, ITU-T, DLT, IoT, and number of other protocols. Welcome and thank you. Please, platform is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv Kumar, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon to all. So without taking much time, I'll go into the topic, and I thank Dr. Gupta and Dr. Shiv Kumar and all the colleagues for giving this chance to me. So here in this topic, we'll be discussing about Web3 and DLT in the telecom domain, and what all the emerging opportunities, policy and economic guidelines. So before starting, I would like to say is that all the views I'm putting up here will be personal, nothing related to my background or to my government or something. And I'm a generalist, maybe this is the most non-technical presentation you'll be seeing in this entire day. So we had bombardment of so many technical stuffs from morning, and so this will be a relief for you. I feel we'll be going towards policy and economic aspects of DLT and Web3. So one more thing, coming to blockchain, we know that a chain is no stronger than the weakest link. So I feel I'm the weakest link, and I'll try to make it to the chain itself to be stronger, and we will try to unblock the blockchain through some of the policy discourses. So here first this presentation is specific to the telecom domain. So we want to see why we have taken telecom in this topic is that we know telecom is a bedrock for the entire digital economy and digital world. Without telecom, nothing would be possible. So internet and blockchain, whatever we are discussing, telecom is the foundation for it. So we know that telecom has become a universal basic service. So everyone has a mobile phone, and mobile phone is the most important example of convergence of all technologies. Now we don't need many devices in our home, in our hand. Just one mobile phone is enough for us. Smartphone will do the things. And telecom is giving an economic multiplier to all the domains and all the layers. And we all know now India has conducted a very successful 5G auction. So where we are bringing in 5G landscape is going to get developed, and we are even private spectrum networks are going to come in, and that will create lots of opportunities for many technologies to come in. And some of the key indicators which define the telecom industry is that in the last 8 years, I would say there has been a tremendous increase in the growth in the telecom industry. We are having 115% of growth in broadband subscribers. So there's a huge increase in smartphones. The monthly data consumption is very high in India, and the data cost is one of the lowest in the entire world. And there are more telecom towers coming up. With 5G coming in, there will be more sites coming up, and OFC laying is going on a big way. We are planning to fiberize many of the towers. Now we are currently at 30%. We are going to take it up to 70% in the coming years. So why I am saying this slide is that so telecom is one industry which has to form as a horizontal for each and every industry, especially in the upcoming 5G landscape and with other technologies. So we all know that technology is used to be enabler. Like many decades back, whenever technology was there, it was an option for a company. If they hop onto a technology, it will be enabler for them to do the business. But nowadays it has become a necessity. Like we no longer, any company can say that we don't want to get into adopt a technology. They are like getting forced to adopt those technologies. And that's why I was thinking that if necessity is the mother of invention, then technology is a necessity of the future. So people have to adopt technology. Without technology, we'll not be going anywhere. So that is one major necessity. And we all know this thing, there is something interesting happening every 2-3 years in the domain of technology. We have so much of disruptions in this industry in the last 20 years. This is some famous quote, where Uber, who is the world's largest taxi company, doesn't own even a single taxi. Similarly, Facebook doesn't own a single content. So coming to this disruptive economy and how this can be managed, this chaos theory kind of a thing, which can be managed with blockchain and Web3. So that would be the focus of my presentation. And this similar thing the convergence which is happening, even today's theme, Web3 and blockchain, how IPv6 and AI can converge and give a very decentralized governance of internet. So this is another thing, I just want to skip through these slides because my entire presentation would be dealing with 3 aspects. One is giving a foundation of what is technology, or what is the importance of convergence and telecom in it. Second thing would be on the telecom opportunities and the use cases we can have in telecom. Third would be in the role of standards from the policy and economic lenses. So here what I'm trying to say is that few centuries back, our entire economy was depending on 4 factors of productions. It was like land, capital, labor, enterprise. If these 4 are there for a particular company or industry, they can set up their business and they can run it. But now, apart from this, there is a 5th factor of production, which has actually engulfed all these things. We are moving into a virtual economy. Even without a land, without enterprise, without sometimes even capital, people are able to establish businesses and run it virtually. So they need technology. So technology has become a major factor of production. From the days of Arthashastra, from Plato days, we used to think that economy means these solid assets which we need. But nowadays we need only technology and people can do wonders with it. So that is where I want to bring in this 5th factor of production. And some of the technologies which you all know very well, which is going to be the drivers of the future. So now coming to Web3 is just a introductory slide of Web3. We all know I'm a 90s kid. So we started with Web 1.0, where we used to see only data. We used to click on internet and some website will come up and we used to read it. It was only read only. Then came the Web 2.0. So during those times, I remember in 2014, when I had my civil services interview, they were asking me a question. I told them an answer. And they said, from where did you pick it up? I told them I took it from the Wikipedia. So then they were angry. The panel was angry, saying that how can you quote something from Wikipedia? I said, sir, Wikipedia, is it a trusted source of content? I told, no, sir, it is not. But it is a collaborative platform where people can go and change it. And then even I myself change many times the content in Wikipedia. I go and put my name in some of the paragraphs and show it to my friends. See, I edited it. But within 10-15 minutes, someone will come and will rectify it. So that is one crude way of maybe blockchain, I would say. Even we had something like torrents. We used to download movies during our college days. It's a peer-to-peer downloading system. So these are the examples which I had in my lifetime where we never know how to actually log the truth in the internet, in a virtual world. So that is where when I started working in ITU in DOT, I came about this DLT technology and blockchain technology. So that's where the interest came basically. And now we are talking about Web 3.0, where the internet would be owned by the individuals who is creating the content. And blockchain, it is blockchain is seen as a panacea for a democratically linked futures. So I will not go much in detail about the features of blockchain because from morning we have been looking into much details and much depth about blockchain. So it's immutability, transparency, better security. So it's all known to all of us here. And the same thing in this entire slide, one thing which actually I liked is that internet was always a source of information. When I think many people here who are seniors in this room, when they did their education, they used to go to libraries, they used to search for books and then prepare the project reports. But nowadays it's just click of a button in the mobile phone, and school kids and everyone are like using Google, and everything is so easy. So from an information scarcity domain, we have come to an information abundance domain. But that abundance of information is what creating problems now. Like we don't have a very authenticated information. You go to a library, you see a book, it's a kind of authenticated data, you can trust on it. But on internet, it's very tough to find data which is totally having a truth in it. So what is happening with blockchain is that we are coming from like a transfer of only information medium to a transfer of assets value. Like for example, if I'm transferring a PDF, it is like I'm not transferring the entire PDF to you. I'm keeping a copy with me, I'm sending a copy to you. Like it's not like a physical asset which goes out from me and someone takes it. But with blockchain, what will happen is that even if I'm transferring a PDF, the actual asset gets transferred because it is time stamped, it will have a cryptographic key in it. And this is what like Rohan touched upon like in 2 sessions back. And this is where like the entire journey of blockchain and DLT started as an accounting technology. Like I'm also from an accounts and finance services working in DOT. And what here, like we all know that bookkeeping is not just about keeping books or recording profits. It's about business own narrative. If an accounting of a business is stronger, it means this business is strong. So everything is getting recorded and there is a trust in it. So we started from a single entry accounting system from the very old days, Mesopotamia days, and we had one book and people used to record credit, debit, everything in that. If someone else comes and rubs it off and writes a new thing, even that kind of frauds can be done. Then a double entry came where credit book, debit book was there, and each company had their own books. But since there are like 2 entries and there are different companies having such kind of accounting books, there has to be an intermediary. Some CA has to come, an auditor has to come, who will come and check multiple books and he will authenticate those whether those entries are true or not. So with blockchain, what is happening is that this double entry system is being like locked with the cryptographic key, the 3rd entry. So the 3rd entry in the triple ledger is nothing but the cryptography, which is being introduced by blockchain. So basically, when we talk of blockchain or DLT, it's like the collaboration, consensus, and cryptography, all 3 getting married together. So that gives the the trust in this thing. So why blockchain? It is tough to lie when everybody is watching. So if something happening in this room and I cannot go out and say that the screen is black. So because you people are watching it and I cannot lie. So in blockchain, everyone are watching everyone at the same time. So that is where the entire participatory approach is coming into the blockchain. And same thing, like we have consistency can be maintained, it is self-regulated, and fraud can be prevented, tamper-proof, real-time reconciliation, and audit trail can be. So this is where like accountability, the ability to keep accountability for the future, with transactions which can be which have integrity, transparent, which are democratic and collaborative, trust, which is cryptographically sealed and secured. So now this is the second part of my presentation, where we'll dwell upon what are the opportunities, some sample use cases. This is because of my interaction we had in ITU, and in ITU there was a focus group which was formed in 2018. Like there was a focus group called Focus Group on DLT. So they had lots of technical experts and they dwelled upon those issues of DLT in telecom use cases, and they came up with many beautiful documents. So one of the document, they are published as technical reports and the study groups of ITU. Like I'll touch upon ITU after a few slides, but in these slides you can see in the telecom domain what are all the layers in which blockchain can actually make an impact. It is not an exhaustive list, just a overview. Like in the operation supporting systems, for the 5G network support, we can have a decentralized consortium infrastructure networks. You can have mobile number portability, which is one of the key features to prevent frauds and seamless changing of SIMs. It can be on blockchain technology. We can have zero acquisition cost mechanisms. Asset management of telecom assets can be done through blockchain, and even the entire billing system, because it can be a real-time data clearing. And we have like customers relationship management, eSIM and digital identity, bundling of value-added services can be done, fraud management, content services, device security, and even in the data management services layer, blockchain can play a big role. And regulatory compliance, smart contracts was dealt upon by many speakers, and smart contracts is such a beautiful concept. Like in our government, we are like working on how do we monitor SLA, because SLA, we are given a contract to a person and he has to like deliver those SLA parameters, 99% uptime, 99.9% uptime, but he can play with the data and then he can submit the bills with those data. So like then there was one company which was like now working on SLA monitoring using blockchain. So I was like kind of interested. He's saying that with smart contracts, the entire data can be like, it is one single truth which is there in the database, and based on that automatically the smart contracts will get initiated, and if any penalty has to be levied, it can be levied to the contractor without any intermediary. We have a third party auditors, or like we pay them some amount of money, they go and audit the network. So that can be prevented if smart contracts can be got into such use cases. And spectrum management. So like if we have a national frequency register and so much of spectrum being allocated day in, day out. Some are like de-licensed spectrum, some are licensed spectrum. So how do we manage those spectrums? And there is lots of interference which is still happening on the ground. So that can also be managed through DLT. And we do have many emerging opportunities like IoT enablement, anything as a service, identity as a service, IaaS, BaaS, finance as a service, and someone came with the drone as a service. So everything like can actually have blockchain as a framework. Blockchain is basically a architecture. If something can be fit into that architecture, it can help us give that collaborative truth mechanism. So that is the thing. And this is another slide which basically I feel the core of this entire slide. So it may look very mundane, but still the policy and economic aspects. Because for every technology to be successful, there has to be a regulatory certainty. If there is no regulatory certainty, people won't invest, stakeholders won't come into the landscape, and nothing will flourish. Same thing is happening with the cryptocurrency. So like every country is like feeling like, why should I allow bitcoins, why should I allow cryptocurrency? But that is not the case with the technology behind the cryptocurrency, which is a blockchain. So every country, even in ITU, when I was like, we are like presenting papers and writing, doing the work items, we want to bring in that policy certainty to this technology. So we are still working on it. And some of the things which got highlighted in the last 3-4 years of conversation in ITU is that there are many barriers to DLT adaptation due to general technological risks. People see every new technology with a kind of skepticism. So that is due to various factors. It can be due to security, it can be due to like skill sets not there. And second thing, there is something called trilemma trade-offs. We know like we have this decentralization, and we have scalability, we have security. These three things are the three pillars of blockchain. But all these three things, can it be provided together? It's kind of a trade-off. Like if you have a decentralized platform which can be scalable, then we may have to compromise with the security. So that is something. And if we have a very secured platform which is like scalable, maybe like decentralized governance may not happen. So you can mix and match, and you can see that all three parameters which has to be there for a very efficient system, it is tough to bring in that. People are still trying for it, and there are some use cases which are bringing it. But there is a trilemma trade-off which is happening, and that is one puzzle which the developers like you, the startups and people like you can solve. And second and third thing is a lack of standards. This is a very big thing, because we are talking about interoperability, the standards. Look, each and everyone who sits with a computer and start developing a use case, they will have their own standards getting created. So there has to be some kind of a framework. So coming to standards, it is just like traffic management. If red means you have to stop, green means you have to go. If someone says that no, red means you have to go, green means you have to stop. So there is a standard kept in the traffic management. Similarly, it is a very basic example. So there has to be some kind of standards, and which many organizations are trying to develop, multilateral organizations. And data security, privacy, we have dealt upon it, and return of investment cycle. This is one major thing. See, technology will flourish if there is a commercial interest for a person to invest. Apart from the social and other interest, commercial viability has to be there for every technology. So what is the return on investment cycle for blockchain? It keeps on varying with different models. So we don't have a very fixed kind of assurance that, okay, you put in this much of amount of money, and this would be the capex for you, this would be the opex for you, and this would be the return of investment for you. It keeps changing for every technology, but for blockchain it is much more uncertain. and we had bad reputations, like frauds and hacks keeps on happening in many domains. And decentralized governance mechanism. So this is where the sovereignty of the nations come into picture. So, and even the monopoly of some organizations also come into picture. Like if something is getting decentralized, the centralized actors who are currently present, they may not like it. The biggest centralized authority is a government. So what they would say is that sovereignty is my cup of tea, and why would someone decentralize anything? It should be through me. So when we talk in the ITU, like as a member, as a delegation of India, when we go and talk, everyone agrees with that. No one will say that national security is like secondary. For everyone, sovereignty is first and national security is first. So that is where something we may have to create some kind of balancing act. And interoperability I have talked about, disintermediation. So how do we do it? So like even some people are saying that some blockchain applications may also need intermediaries. At least the blockchain platform developer, he will be a kind of intermediary. So is it true that there is not at all no intermediary at all in blockchain? So that has to be verified on a specific basis, specific application basis. And IP concerns are there, high demand of energy, which is there with Bitcoin. Like since it is a consensus mechanism based on proof of work, people keep on like putting in big servers and big computational machines in order to do mining. So that is something like which is not green, which is not sustainable, and legal considerations and regulatory uncertainty, which I touched upon. So these are all the policy and economic aspects which are being actively deliberated, not just in our country, in other countries also, at ITU level, ISO level, IEEE level. And this is something which actually would give a kind of a certainty to the entire industry, entire blockchain industry. So this is what I wanted to touch upon. Then I also did a SWOT analysis. Like there are various strengths, like there is no need to discuss about strengths, because from morning we have been talking about the strengths of blockchain, how it is like one single solution for all applications. Coming to weaknesses, lack of ledger interoperability. There are many ledgers. You just go and type in Google, you will be getting hundreds of ledgers. I don't know which one is true or which one is false and which one is fake or which one is original. So that is something we have to take into consideration. And anonymous. The point Kapil made was very good. Like we talked about private versus anonymous. But still the anonymity factor is something which is of concern in blockchain. Anyone can hop onto my chain and he can disturb the chain. So how do I find that he is being linked with his true identity? So that is one thing. Scalability. Some blockchains can be very robust, but a robust blockchain may not be scalable. I don't know what is the hardware requirements and what is the backward and forward integration I should have with my existing system. So that is not certain. Energy consumption and nascent standardization stage. Entire business ecosystem is immature. It is kind of getting matured now, but still it is like not fully matured. And skill scarcity. Like for me, I'm a perfect example. I've been working in ITU, not in my department on blockchain, but the skill sets which is there, like even among the engineers and among the young population, the knowledge of blockchain and the intricacies of blockchain are not well known. So that is something the blockchain training we have to do capacity building in our country. And inter and intra ledger governance, how it can happen. So wallet management and lack of trust. And opportunities also we know, like blockchain can be literally fit into any industry, any domain, any use case. And threats, I would again concentrate on the legal jurisdiction barriers. Blockchains are like a multinational kind of a concept. Like for example, in telecom roaming, like in roaming, like you go from one country to other country with the same SIM, there has to be a roaming arrangement with the other country. Then only you can actually use your SIM card there. Similarly, in this blockchain, what will happen is that like if it is crossing boundaries and one can be in India, one can be in China, one can be in Japan. So like how it can be like managed. And risk of illegal actors, risk of bubble collapse. So like the bubble keeps on increasing without any inherent value in it, but it may collapse one day. So and then environmental concerns, hostile actors, institutional adoption barriers. Like for example, government, like even though TRI successfully came up with an idea 2-3 years back, and then still they are doing well with the universal commercial communications. They have implemented DLT. But there are still kind of skepticism among governments and PSUs and even big institutions to adopt blockchain in a big way. So these are some of the weaknesses and threats. And then coming to this, like we have been discussing about blockchain and ultimately what do you want to achieve. Like we are now a world full of smartphones, but the people has to be much more smarter. So we have to have a very intelligent connectivity. Smartphones with dumb people, like, is not the world we would want. We need a smartphone with a smarter people. So that is where technology has to come in to help people to retain their humanity, to retain their intelligence. So for a better future, we may have to, at the algorithm level, at the coding level, we may have to inculcate these things, like privacy by design is one thing. And similarly, like some kind of, like the risk avoidance has to happen from the design stage itself. So which you developers and startups can concentrate on. So like while diving into the future, this is something like the human capabilities has to be, in fact, like enhanced by using technology, not reduced. So this is another slide which like it is totally out of the discussions we are having, the role of standards developers. So we have many standards developers who are doing it. ITU is one organization which is like the standards developing body for telecom and ICT applications. So entire, like without ITU we will not be have a telecommunication network. It is as simple as that. So they give the interoperability standards, guidelines, recommendations. Based on that, people seamlessly connect with each other. So it is not like it is my own internet. So then it will be like India will have their own internet, then China will have their own internet. So since internet is a public good and telecom is a public good, ITU comes as a UN agency which sits in the center and saying that everyone come to me and we will collaborate and we will bring in a mutually beneficial standards. Similarly, IOSO is working on certain standards. There is W3C and there are community standards. Like we are a community, we are sitting here and we are discussing. Tomorrow we can be an influencing group on ITU or IOSO saying them that, sir, like we are having this kind of standard which can be developed. So there are many communities also who are developing standards. So why their role is very important is that the regulations and governance. Every government, when they start creating a regulation, they would go back to the standards. If there is any standard made by ITU. Like for example, World Trade Center is there. If you are doing a trade policy, we would want to actually take the concurrence of WTO to see whether it is not violating the WTO guidelines. Similarly, World Health Organization. If a vaccine is being developed, we will go to WHO, say them that, sir, we are producing this one. This is our this is what we are going to do. Similarly, with telecom and ICT technologies, ITU is a forum where, like, if we create a standard there, it is on the consensus of all the countries there. The 198 countries of UN are part of ITU. And reliability and security issues can be handled there, interoperability issues, technical standards. There are lots of technical standards which are developed almost every month by ITU. If you can go and see a website, like recently, like last speaker spoke about digital ID. And I'm working in ITU. There are 3 sectors in ITU. ITU development sector, ITU telecommunication sector, which is called a standardization sector, and ITU radio communications. So in ITU T, I'm working under study group 3. Basically, I'm participating there. It is a policy and economic aspects of telecom. So we issued a recommendation. We have been working on that for last 4 years. This recommendation was mooted by India only as a contribution on Aadhaar. So we created D.1140. It's a standard you can see. And it is a policy framework for digital ID infrastructure. If any country want to replicate Aadhaar, we didn't give the name Aadhaar because people internationally it has to be given an other name. So we gave the name digital identity infrastructure, which was deliberated for 4 years. And finally, standards were published last year. So our Aadhaar experience has become a best practice, and for ITU has created a standard on it. If Ghana wants to do it, if any African country wants to replicate Aadhaar, they have a policy framework. We are not going to give them hand holding, but a policy framework. These should be the minimal requirements you should have in your mind before creating a digital identity infrastructure in your thing. So someone told that blockchain can be used for managing digital ID. So that is one thing like people can work on. And what are all the efficient frameworks? There are like security architecture, what should be the security architecture, and what should be like privacy architecture, that is there which the standards developers can do, and auditing provisions, cost benefit analysis. So this is something I want to say is that the landscape has to be kept fertile by the regulations. There has to be some certainty, there has to be a policy like efficiency, so that people can come in and start doing a fertile thing. So this is from my side, and thank you very much.
Satish ji, great presentation. And, कम देना। अच्छा अखिलेश जी को मैंने बोल दिया वहाँ से नाम हटा के ना एज ए चेयरमैन ही विल स्पीक हिज तो कम करके ठीक है 5 से पहले करता हूँ।
The next panel is on the Web3 security ecosystem, challenges and resolution. It will be moderated by Shri Munish Sharma. He is the Senior Consultant, Data Security Council of India. He was earlier with the Ministry of External Affairs, and also he has worked with the Institute for Defence Studies and Analysis in the policy research roles. So he has a very diverse experience and one of the experts on the security. He will be moderating. Please welcome, sir. May I request Shri Lav Singh ji, Dr. Lav Singh ji? No. Okay. Then I will, yeah. Then Arun Singh Rawat ji, Joint GM. Shri Arun Singh Rawat, Joint GM. And next, no problem. Next is Commander Alok Rai. May I have? Yeah, please. Yeah, Arun?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Alok ji, आ जाओ इधर साइड में. Yeah, please. Pritam Rao, Shri Pritam Rao, our expert. Pritam. Shri Jagdish Harsh. Please. Commander Alok Rai is a CEO at the the center of the blockchain which has come up at the STPI. Thank you, sir. Next, eJal Buddhan sir, Chief General Manager BSNL. Bharat sir, TCIL. Then already, then we have OP Sharma, DGM from TCIL. Side over, so that sir can. Pritam is there now? Sir. Akhil sir? Yeah. Yeah. Please, ma'am. Anisha. DM eJal Buddhan sir, he is a Chief General Manager BSNL. Sir, please take your seats. He possesses over 27 years of professional experience in the field of telecom, data communication. He is one of the data communication experts in the country. Have handled the largest and the first of its kind project in the country, like INET, PSPDN, National Internet Backbone, MPLS projects. He has been responsible for the business development of the data business of the BSNL, especially he is a Bachelor in Electronics and Communication, PG in the Public Policy Management from the IIM Bangalore. Next we have is Akhil sir. His biodata is really quite rich. He has wide experience, but I will, that he will be taking the panel also, so I will read half here and half there, sir. He's currently leading the World Economic Forum's initiative in India, especially the Road Safety 2.0. He's an IT advisor of the government of Uttarakhand. He's on the World Economic Forum. He's on the number of organizations basically, and he has got the series of awards basically he has got. He is working on the he has worked on the Web2, he is working on the Web3 technology-driven e-governance program in Uttarakhand, like blockchain and AI. He has already implemented such project. He has worked online e-governance portal, Apni Sarkar, which was basically one of the best citizen-centric services by the government of India. He is an advisor to many IITs and the professional bodies like CIDC, ICC, ECI. Awards, I will, in the second round, I will read his awards because he has got number of awards too. So, I will give the platform to Munish sir. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv. I think we have had, I've been here from last couple of hours and we have had this amazing series of conversations, technical aspects, policy aspects, what's happening in the international space, especially at the ITU. But I think this session is more or less a dampener, probably a speed breaker, to say so, because we know that a lot of use cases we have spoken about, we have discussed. You want to introduce them? Sure, please do that.
Pritam has joined us. Pritam is a CEO at the Quill Audit. He's creating a second Web3 ecosystem through the smart contract audits. He had audited more than 600 projects. Co-founder and CEO of the QuillS Technologies, one of the leading blockchain development and the consulting company. Extensively worked with some cutting-edge blockchain projects worldwide. Experienced smart contract auditor with proficiency in the blockchain cloud and the virtual reality. And he has worked with the Time Group, one of the largest media group in India. So he's got a really wide experience, and I'm sure he will enrich the panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaking of speed breaker, I myself hit a speed breaker right at the beginning. But what I was saying is that we have discussed some, amazing use cases of Web3, blockchain, etc. And we know that this whole, I would say, this whole amalgam of technologies is going to come into fruition, come into reality, and a lot of use cases will be so relevant, especially for developing countries like India, that we will be seeing them in reality by 2030. It's going to be like more or less part of our daily lives. One amazing contribution this technology or this whole bunch of technologies is going to be giving back the power, to the individual rather than to the platforms. So again, taking hold of our identity, the way we monetize data, so all those things are going to come back to us as a user, and that's the kind of empowerment which I believe that that's kind of game changer, I would say, next 5-7 odd years we are going to see. But I think the discussion which we have since now, they have projected a picture that everything is so good, but the question which generally comes to my mind is that how could something be so good to be so good to be true? So we definitely have certain trade-offs when we speak about these technologies. It's not like they are without or they are immune to the security challenges which we have so far with Web 2.0. And we cannot underestimate the very importance of security, trust, etc. when we talk about these technologies. I mean, they cannot exist without thinking about security, trust, reliability, etc. And we know that a lot of deficiencies of the existing stack or the existing protocols are going to be overcome, but a lot of threats which will percolate from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0 will be there. Along with that, a whole new class of threats coming into play. So to speak on all these, these issues which are linked to security, this amazing panel I have got today. And what we have decided earlier is that we will do one round of, introduction to one specific security area. So rather than, speaking on n number of things, we would try to focus that one individual focuses on one specific area, goes in depth, and then tries to explain that what has been done or what is being done to to dissuade all these security risks. So let me just open this panel first. May I please request Mr. Pritham Rao to please tell us more or less, because drawing in from your experience, the sort of work which you have been engaged with, can you just take a couple of minutes, maybe 4 or 5 minutes, more than that, not more than that, to just tell us that what exactly is happening in this entire domain, or when we talk about the security of the blockchain itself, the security of smart contracts, or if you have time, you could also touch upon the very security of the building blocks. So to call what I would say is the security of open source software. So you can take your time for 5 minutes to explain what is happening in that space.
Okay. Yeah, so thanks for having me. So like if you, I think last month only, I think this month, US government just, you can say, sanctioned a smart contract code like Tornado Cash, right? So first time any government blocked, or you can say sanctioned a smart contract code, right? Like like anyone cannot use that smart contract code, right? So how, like in this Web3 world, these governments are so worried about just a smart contract code, just a Ethereum address, right? Why they are so much worried, right? So currently in Web3, right, you can say anyone can create their Bitcoin wallet or Ethereum wallet, right? So we feel we are having this, anonymous. We don't know like who is the user of that any wallet or anything, right? But currently, like we are having some good companies like Chain Analysis or TRM Labs, right? Like if you just created any wallet, or you just did some transactions to any cryptocurrency exchange, or transfer to any address, or you bought some NFTs, right? So these companies will be having data about you, right? Your identity and everything, right? So the government recently blocked that address, the smart contract address, because some crypto hackers, you can say able to crack a code of any smart contract, and they were able to, I think, steal around $600 million from a smart contract code, right? And the US government was so much worried, like if these North Korean governments are North Korean hackers are taking money from any US cryptocurrency exchange or anything, so they just blocked that smart contract address, right? So like in Web3, like why we are so much worried about security, because like everyone talking about like blockchain is so much secure, we can use it for security, data is immutable and everything, right? Like I think we seen many slides there. The reason for blockchain security is that because the blockchain is secure, like the Bitcoin, Ethereum, all the blockchains that we're building, BSV, every blockchain is secure, right? But the protocols, the DApps that we are building are not secure, right? The smart contracts that we are developing on those blockchains, these smart contracts, like any developer can be built, right? Like they can write any kind of DFC, any kind of things they can develop, right? So now the Web2 hackers, like in Web2, if you like, we have seen like in Zomato, in case of Flipkart or any kind of cases, the Web2 hackers are able to steal the data from Zomato, right? But what will they with the data? Maybe they can sell into any dark web or anything. But data is not everything. In Web3, the code is the money, right? Like in any smart contract code, like we seen in that case of Tornado Cash, like the hackers, I think around $10 billion was stolen last year in Web3, just because of this smart contracts code, right? And this year around $2 billion are already, you can say due to hacks and vulnerabilities, right? So in Web3, the smart contract code is very interesting stuff, right? That's why these Web2 hackers are not much interested in stealing the data from Zomato or Flipkart. Now they are moving from Web2 to Web3 to crack any code, to crack any smart contracts, so that they can take the money, like maybe Bitcoin, Ethereum, like any USDT or any stable coins, right? So that's why there are so many scams and vulnerabilities in this Web3 world are going on. And here we are helping these Web3 products, any DApps, any NFTs, any DAO, like building. So we are helping all those products in smart contract auditing and smart contract security by our our services, like kind of automations, manual analysis, and everything. Yeah.
All right. Would you like to speak a bit about the open source software security? Just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so open source software security, like the first example of open source, I will say the Tornado Cash, the smart contract is open source, right? And I will talk about Web3 open source like only. So in case of Tornado Cash, the smart contract code is open source. Anyone can see what's going on, right? But nowadays, like governments are also worried about the open source code, right? Like due to the open source code, they were able to steal money from any centralized exchange or decentralized exchange and able to take away into North Korea, and they can build any nuclear weapons or any missiles, right? So now government are very worried about open source code. Like if these hackers are using any open source code to track or maybe hack any kind of stuff, right? So that's my thought on Web3 open source only. I'm more into Web3 side.
All right, thank you. May I now turn over the question to Mr. Akhilesh, please? Would you like to focus more on the aspects of crime, financial frauds, etc., so that, because that's been one of the massive concerns, like when we talk about the widespread adoption, right? Something which strikes right now to us is that these things have blatantly been abused for a lot of these fraudulent activities. So probably your thoughts on it, yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Manish. And very warm good afternoon to everyone present here, and it's a good learning to all of me. In fact, to me, it's wonderful to learn a lot of things about the blockchain. Ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about the security, let's be very clear one thing. In a universe, the dark matters are more than the actual positive matters. So there has to be the people who are going to misuse it. You make any application, you make anything, the other part is going to be too smart than us. So, and just now what Pritam was saying, now that things are changing, they're not snooping into the data. Data is fine, but they are now manipulating the coding itself. And that's one of the biggest threat. And what I was just listening, Kapil was mentioning that time anonymity and these things. These are the serious threat about the blockchain technology, or even if I call about the Web3 as in a totality, because it's a combination of convergence of many technologies. Basically, it's if I call it's a kind of we are creating a user interface using machine learning, AI, blockchain facilitates into it, and IPv6, good user experience. But then the crime or the cyber security issues related to Bitcoin or say cryptocurrencies, that has been a bad lesson. We need not to. For example, say if data, one case I was just looking at when I was implementing a data lake program, a fabric of different silos. When we connected with a fabric, the biggest challenge was manipulation of a data. The data which was manipulated by one department, in fact, it has corrupted the entire CNS. There is a departmental crime control register. That register was tampered. And so on a digital platform, when we were preparing the report, the things were seen entirely different what was actually happening on the ground. So it has to be, so these coding, how we are going to do it, that's a very serious issue. Secondly, the for example, let's say it's not being used for the financial transactions as of now, but when this starts, the NFTs, the digital value of assets, these are going to be in a different way, it can be manipulated. Another thing is, for example, say Microsoft chatbot was there, which was tracking the tweets, and accordingly it was finding out which direction the things are leading to. Again, if a lot of tweets are made in a particular, say a hate speech is made and it is flooded with, the tracker will read that only, and it will probably convert the narrative in a wrong way, creating serious issues. So these are serious issues which can create increase the crime into the society or create a fraudulent activities. So it has to be taken care. I think it's too early to decide or comment on a specific thing, why it's happening. But in totality, we have to take a bigger call. To understand these are the perceptible threats has to be there. And even in the smart contract, I was reading some article where I came to know the hackers changed the smart contract certain clauses. So the whatever I was just discussing, I was listening to Mr. Satish, the smart contract, the SLAs are, can be, but the SLA can be changed by the hackers. So the entire things which we had been thinking, and then it leads to fraudulent pays, the SLAs which were never met, but the system shows it is met and the payments are released. So these are a few things which I can, based on my experience on this implementation of Web3 applications in some of the departments which I have seen. And we'll be discussing more on this, Dr. Muniz.
Thank you. I'll just now divert this more towards this specific aspect, which has been, creating issues for most of the governments when we talk about the disinformation aspect of Web 2.0 as such. So, 20 years ago, or in fact 10 years ago, we had no clue that the social media, platforms are going to take such a turn that they might be at loggerheads with governments going forward. But with the sort of data which we are going to generate as individuals and the way it is going to be used with things like Web 3.0, or if we talk about metaverse as such, we know that there won't be any single source of truth. Disinformation would be so prevalent, so easily doable, I would say, that it could, start impacting more or less each and every individual. So your thoughts probably on how this entire, threat, I would say, paradigm of disinformation is going to shape up with Web3.
Thanks, Munesh bhai. आपने मुझे उल्टा काम दे दिया. I run a blockchain company, and now I have to play the devil's advocate. But I'm a medical doctor turned blockchain enthusiast, and I want everything on blockchain very quickly. But yes, talking of disinformation means wrong information to be spread intentionally, right? That's the. So I have to answer that. Yes. So I'll divide it in two parts. First part is the technical part. The second part is the governance part. So let's talk of the technical part first. So technically, we'll still have the 51% miners issue still prevailing. More than 51% miners can overturn a certain blockchain and spread information. Semi-centralized blockchains are still prevailing. Still, BSC is a semi-centralized one, and it's being controlled by influential people. So then again, it can be marketing or misinformation, whatever. Then there is a DAO phenomenon. There are a lot of DAOs being made. These can be controlled by terrorists, religious philosophers. They can bring people in first in the name of something else, and then start have that captive audience be controlled with their messaging. They don't need Iraq or Kabul for that. Now they are in a community which is very safe, right? Now there is another one which is metaverse. In metaverse we have deepfake. Now the deepfake and the individual identity is a problem. Now that person can deepfake and really influence a lot of people over there in that metaverse, in that virtual world. That's another thing. Then there is a very simple thing like private key. Now still everything depends on private key. Our private key can be lost, can be misused, and a senior government official's private key can be used to spread information on blockchain. So these are the technical side of it. Now the governance side, Satish bhai talked about it, and a lot of people talked about it today. We have done nearly 800 blockchain projects in the last 3 years. So I see it firsthand that there's so many blockchains. They all, some are proof of work, proof of stake, proof of authority. They all work differently. They are different languages, different smart contracts. And again, like Pritam bhai said, developers make a lot of mistakes and a lot of exception handling is not done. Now, but the blockchain per se is so reputed that we see in some African countries that we do business with, a lot of influential people are launching their own blockchains made by us, made by our developers, some smart contracts for land registries, local laws not incorporated on those smart contracts, everybody made to believe that this is a blockchain, so you have to believe that this is a smart contract legally binding on you. So these are some things which governance has to still look into because regulatory issues. Which contracts are you going to make? And say, for example, Telangana goes for Solana based or Punjab goes for some other technology based, and then they will be talking for those birth records with each other. And those things, are going to make things very complex. So it's very important that government of India takes suo motu cognizance into at least setting some regulatory setup in terms of how those bridge contracts will be made. Like I was in China a few years back and I saw that China has got a policy that everyone who launches a blockchain, they have to create an explorer for the government of China. and that explorer has to be there for them, and that they cannot, do anything about it. So that's one way of looking at it. Norway has similar structure in place. So again, these are the things which are, again, there is a misconception about the blockchain, that blockchain is everything. So there are a lot of marketing going on, pseudo marketing going on. This is on blockchain. Blockchain cannot contain a lot of data. It has to be off-chain, most of it. So on-chain is only the key or very critical data. But the marketing may say that, okay, all this is on blockchain, so okay, come on guys, this is the best product ever. So again, this is disinformation, false information in the name of marketing. Now we can talk marketing, we can talk terror messaging, we can talk anything. It can be used for any of those things which I'm talking about. Then there is a technology like AI chatbots. Now AI chatbots, I'm a medical doctor, I can clearly see a lot of AI chatbots being launched by technology companies. Now those AI chatbots have not gone through any ethical review committees or any kind of surveillance. And as Akhilesh bhai said just now, those chatbots, that can be also unintentional sometimes. That software code is not written very well. Now, instead of helping a child, it can have a pedophile come into the play. Or it can collect some information which you don't want. In metaverse, you can have some avatar poke you or solicit your daughter, right, as an avatar. You may not know what is happening. These AI chatbots, I am particularly very, very concerned about, because everyone is saying that these are AI chatbots, so these need to handle public service delivery. Before they handle the public service delivery, they should be monitored, and there should be ethical review committee which should pass them. This is again disinformation. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll just now turn over to Mr. Eli, and just to understand from your perspective that when we talk about identity, right, going forward, it's going to undergo a sea change. The way we look at it now and the way it is going to turn up over the next 5 years is going to be completely different. So talking about things related to privacy aspects, how do you secure our identity, what sort of challenges it is going to have going forward, maybe you would like to elaborate on that, please.
Very good evening, and thanks to Satya sir and then Dr. Shiv and to the panel. Actually, being a service provider and the largest service provider of the country and the government agency, we have a concern on identifying a particular individual from where the communication starts. That's the way I look at it, and the concept of identity is really interesting, because the way I wanted to show my face to somebody is not the way I want to show some other person. In our own, if you have got WhatsApp groups, around 10 to 20 WhatsApp groups will be there, and the amount of information that you share across these groups are different, and it's completely different from one group to the other. So when we started, we actually have multiple personas with us. It may be a business persona, it may be a sort of professional, it may be personal, it may be within our neighborhood, it may be within our own communities. So each and every persona has got a different identity which is to be attached. And when we started, using this identity, like if you look at Twitter and Facebook, I have a different, identity, and the same identity cannot, or the same information cannot be disclosed to another, Amazon or Netflix, like that. Coming down, we actually started with the birth certificate, sort of an identity, like you now are attaching our Aadhaar to that. We actually find some article to be attached to the individual to bring some identity which can fix a particular individual per se. Then slowly we were going into a password-based culture. Now then password-based culture made us sit with only one particular system. Then we also went into site-specific users. Like if I'm going to Google, I lose one particular identity, and if I go to some other Amazon, or if I go to Zomato or other groups, I will use different identity. Like this, these identities started making us to be site-specific. So with this, blockchain coming in, I'm only trying to see whether we will be able to move from that Auth 1.0 to 2.0, and which will make us much more user-centric, and which will give us the complete liberty. when I think our previous speakers were speaking, I was just trying to attach this digital identity. After the digital identity coming, we have almost lost everything. So anybody can use my identity in the same thing and then can order. My son does the order for everything, and then he just only needs your CVV, and if he remembers the CVV, and the whole thing is done. So that is the way we are actually talking about when the identity comes in, and it's a big cause for concern, because all our ecosystem is built on that identity only. Any process that we are talking about, any development and improvement that we are talking about in Web 3.0, it's all going to be based on that identity, and then if the identity is not fixed properly, then we are actually addressing a different issue altogether. So I was just thinking that this identity will take a different shape by use of our blockchain initiatives.
All right. Like this is just an open question to the entire panel. Anyone would want to elaborate on privacy aspect, like how it is going to be under threat, and sort of like any expansion on that, if anybody would like to go, or otherwise I'll go on to the next stage.
Well, I'll
Sure.
just add over here. What you were just mentioning, it's absolutely the identity is the primary thing. You can say it's something like your private key, though it's not actually, it's kind of that. That can be, but I think this, I will take it to a different level. In my opinion, till the time we develop a symbiotic kind of things, when your mind and machine get interconnected, till the time these things will continue to happen, because a person sitting on a computer or a coding things, he can always manipulate. When you have I think that may be Web 4, then you will have these stability about the crime, or because the computer is reading your mind and the machine is interpreting you directly through what is in your mind, rather than what you are trying to pretend through wrong coding and all those things. And I think that may take, very high level, I'm just thinking on that.
All right, thank you. I'll just now move on to the next round, where the idea was to talk about what steps do we need to take in terms of resolving these issues. So all of you, all four of you, touched upon one specific aspect. So going a bit deeper, I would request, if possible, the top 3 ideas, probably in terms of technology or in terms of governance or policy, to say so. So like a mix of these two, if possible, top 3 shots at what is to be done or what is being done to resolve these issues. So over to you, Mr. Pritham, first.
Okay, I think the first thing we should do, as Jagdish sir said, like currently in blockchain there is no legalities, right? Like we are an auditing company, right? And but we are doing code auditing, did code auditing for like around 700 plus companies, right? And we have given certificates like this product is secure and everything. But like currently all the auditing companies, they don't have the certificate to actually audit any product, right? Like in Web 2, like we are having PwC and these kind of companies, like they are having complete legal process which companies should do the code auditing or accounting auditing. So currently this thing is missing in the Web 3, like there is no auditing process. What should be the process? What should be the certificate you should issue, right? Because indirectly you are auditing a $1 billion product, right? Like in currently decentralized exchanges or any product, the $1 billion are of cryptocurrency assets are locked, right? And if somehow any hackers are able to get the data or get the cryptocurrency and able to get to any North Korea or any country, they can make any missiles and everything, right? So there should be a particular process or legalities around that. The second is it's from a developer perspective. Nowadays, like everyone is building cool D-apps, DeFi product, NFT products, right? But the developers are not focused on the security side of it, right? Maybe they are putting their life saving money, like maybe 1 lakh or 2 lakh, right? And but like just assume somehow their product got success and around millions of dollar assets are locked in that product, and due to some hacks the money can go away, right? So the developer should be the security should be in the first place while developing any products and any kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that's the two things. The government should make some policies around auditing companies, and every Web3 product should take care of the security while doing the development or while building the architecture of any product.
All right, thank you. Moving on to you, Mr. Akhilesh. So, like your thoughts on technology, policy, legal, whatever.
Yeah, the one policy which I think government should. What this was talked by Mr. Satish also. Sovereign government will never allow the things to move on in a decentralized way, because the job of government is not only to do the postmortem of the things or do the traceability, because blockchain you can always trace and reach to. The main job, primary job of government is to ensure the wrong doesn't happen. And to not to happen, they have to track the things. They have to see if wrong transactions are taking place at various stages. Then before something wrong happens, they have to prevent it. And without having visibility into that, this is just not possible. So this policy, in my opinion, is one of the primary thing. Where government, as Jagdish was saying, maybe in China, something is, some kind of policy is there. I do not know, I am not much aware of it, but it has to be the government, either the creator of the blockchain, or at some level, we must have this visibility. Otherwise, so this is one first thing. The second is what I understand it should be implemented by, to ensure the more security, is the awareness about the use of the, because now people will be believing it on the face, considering the blockchain is very safe. We are using a Symbiot, web, which is a very user friendly, giving you the customized input learned by the machine. So that people may get trapped to the you can say the hackers and all, because they will be getting the data, which is of course that's the basic job of Web3, to throw you the personalized input on the interface. So that awareness is in my opinion should be mandatory. Some skill development or something should be created around that as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jagdish. Specific to your topic about disinformation, the top 3 picks. Yeah.
Yes, as Akhilesh bhai said, वहाँ पर dark matter तो रहेगा, because there is data, digital assets and money. So disinformation will be there. So let's accept that first. Second part is that, I was in Estonia and someone said very interestingly that this kind of governance can only be taken care of by a decentralized body. So a centralized body cannot govern a decentralized body. These rules someday will be made by a decentralized body. This is one part. But jokes apart, the top 3 are the research going on is that first is user identity, as he said. So user identity still is a problem, because when it's in silos, it can be controlled. So there is a talk going on, there would be a global reputation management key, something of that sort, which will come up, evolve, which would again be, which can again be manipulated, but that's the way it's being talked. Second is the proof of elapsed time. So that's being discussed, that the node will wait for a certain time to actually accept. So, and that node has to give the proof of that elapsed time, so that there is a waiting period, so that the sybils do not come through and the true nodes come through. So this is the second part. Now the third part is that there is a talk going on, there is a research paper recently published, which says that there will be incentivized truth. So there will be like to miners, there is an incentive going, so there will be a incentivized truth on the blockchains. So that could be a modern way of looking at the flag mechanism, which we used to have in the Web 2. That's the way we look at it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shri, your comments, please, specifically on identity and privacy.
As the identity of this for the security concern, we have actually had that SAML, which has actually been in place, which may help us to some level. And regarding the 3 points, I fully agree. One is to have a sort of well-defined framework for the security policy, how to be implemented. Even now, after 20-30 years of internet evolution, we are not having a good policy which can just pinpoint or help people to follow good practices. The best practices are not still being followed. So that is first thing. And the other one is to see that the creation of awareness at multiple levels, because we keep continuously conducting the training to various people, even to the common man, because the cyber Swachhata Kendra keeps giving us the botnets and malwares which are getting affected. and the normal users or the customer systems are attacked, and that in turn spoils the network and other customers. So we conduct such awareness programs, wherein we call all the stakeholders, including the vendor partners, including all the stakeholders, in the sense like right from the customer till the billing, whoever is involved, we call them and then create certain awareness to them. That awareness should be taken in a big way, because if you are talking about blockchain to be popular, the adoption itself is a challenge now for us, because when I am comfortable with something, why I should go to 3.0 or why I should go to blockchain is a bigger question from every corner. So we have to see that the adoption is addressed in a proper way, so that we actually take care of the awareness portion also. And the third one is we should try to ensure that this capacity building is continuously done to see that the blockchain is implemented. That's the 3 points from my side.
All right, though the signal to wrap up the session has come, but just for the sake of your gain, I would say just 2 top questions if we have for the panel, please. Okay, one is there, yeah. And at the back. Backbenchers are always preferred, so at the back and then one over here. 2.
Niche, base. Press the base. For longer time.
You can speak as it is.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, right. Well, regarding the security ecosystem, this was a thing well discussed, but I'd like to highlight one point which is I feel is critical for the security ecosystem and have a inbuilt solution in it. And I just want the panel to go into the direction of the topic of the day. Like in Web3, what we are looking is integrating blockchain with IoT. And if it is added up with AI, deep learning, and this IPv6, what we are talking about since the morning, having an individual identity at the device level. So what I feel is that the system itself has an inbuilt security. It needs to be explored. Like IPv6 is an inbuilt security. Integrating blockchain with IoT is an inbuilt security. But most of the security problems can be solved if IoT is integrated into a blockchain application, as far as it can be regulated through a device, either a camera or a biometric or anything. There are multiple ways. But integrating of the technologies, like what Gupta ji was showing in the morning, and the central point of the 3 circles. So what I just mean to highlight about the panel is that we have an inbuilt security solution if we work out effectively on that.
Very quickly, Mr. Akhilesh, like.
Yeah, I mean, just a few seconds only. You have said absolutely right. Your IPv6 is giving you the individual IP to the particular machine, or the probably you may not require now going forward a machine also. You may be without mobile also, you may access the thing. But the communication is always masked. It's not revealed. So what we are talking is that masking. If your IPv can be, or the device IPv is masked in the coding by somebody else who pretends differently, that's the challenge.
Yes.
Not the IPv6. Yeah.
All right, the question from at last, sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah. It's okay.
My question is, for implementation of distribution ledger or blockchain, we definitely need a network where we can, basically a node of network where mining can be done, ledger can be maintained. Now there are various platforms, maybe BSC or maybe even Ethereum or many more are there. As a government perspective, which platform one should choose? I think the biggest is the best one, definitely. Maybe Ethereum may be one of the choice. I don't know which one should choose, or the government should build their own network of nodes where only government data will be kept, and that will be only limited to the government facilities only.
One line answer, like all 4 of you, one each.
सबसे अच्छा ब्लॉकचेन वो है जब एक आदमी चौक में जाके बोलता है मैंने अपनी लड़की की शादी तय कर दी, उस आदमी की वहाँ पे रेपुटेशन भी होती है, उसको लोग जानते भी हैं और वो वापस भी नहीं ले सकता उस बात को. So yes, answer is as of now, the local blockchains are the way to go. Enterprise blockchains and permission blockchains, and we debate lambi hai. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, it means we should not go for Ethereum in that case. Then suppose I have a public facility, public service. If I am not going to the Ethereum or the largest blockchain, then what is the use of that? That will be very limited to only within the government department.
Okay, so we can use the public blockchain if you're building any application for the public, right? Like if you're building any...
Okay. It means if I am developing any public application from government perspective, definitely I will have to go for to a public blockchain, maybe Ethereum or maybe whatever is the largest one.
But अगर आप चाहते हैं government should build any product by using Ethereum blockchain, तो you can fork the Ethereum blockchain.
Like say, for example, I want to implement an NFT.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, definitely I want to sell that also for marketing purpose. I will have to go to the public platform only. I can't keep it within my own network.
Yeah. तो जो आप पब्लिक को दिखाना चाहते हैं उसके लिए पब्लिक ब्लॉकचेन यूज करो. गवर्नमेंट अपना इंटरनल यूज केस बिल्ड करना चाहता है मल्टीपल पार्टीज.
Which one we should go? Is there any guideline from the government whether the government should take a decision? Okay, we should, if you are going for a public, go to this particular platform.
Like currently there is no guideline. If what you can just Google what is the best, like is it Ethereum or Polygon or BSC blockchain. Like based on the use case you can choose it. But for private use case you can use Hyperledger or any private blockchain based on use case.
All right, the person at the back, sorry, we missed him. Yeah, very quickly, and if it's a question, then only. Otherwise, if it's a comment, then we would skip it.
Can you hear?
Sure.
So we are talking about the blockchain security, Web3 security, smart contract auditing. These are very obsolete things and very outdated things. We don't talk about the continuous monitoring of the smart contract auditing. Okay, we are not talking about the blockchain as a SOC service, security operations center. We are doing the auditing one time. But what about the hacks which are happening after the auditing? The company won't be responsible for that.
No. So we are doing it. Like many companies, even we are doing it. So once your smart contract got deployed, you can set the alerts. Like if आपको लगता है कि ये जो functions है इसमें कुछ हो सकता है, you can set the alerts. You will get notification on your Telegram or Slack or anything. You will get everything. So it's working. Like many companies are using. We are also doing it. We are building the product. Like you can,
Last 5 hacks जो हुए हैं अभी अगस्त और जुलाई में, उसके लिए आप अलर्ट सेटिंग कर सकते हैं. जैसे मैं अभी एक एग्जांपल बता देता हूँ. जो अभी ओपन सी का जो हैक हुआ था, जो लास्ट 6 months में हुआ था, उसमें यू कैन नॉट सेट एन हैक फॉर देम. यू नीड टू प्रोग्राम एज अ सिक्योरिटी इंजीनियरिंग प्रोग्राम टू देम.
यस, तो कुछ ऐसे अटैक्स होते हैं जो आप अपने जो टूल के अंदर एनकोड नहीं कर सकते. ऐसे अटैक वेक्टर्स होते हैं जो आपने कभी सोचा ही नहीं होगा.
Right? So that is always required continuous monitoring. We are talking about. So when we are talking about the smart contract auditing or the Web3 security, so these are very outdated things we are talking about currently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what I was telling at the beginning, because it's an evolving process. As of now, we do not have solution to that. What should be the protocol, what should be the thing. It's ever evolving. So let's wait for some time. Some process will come into place where we can audit this smart contract coding as well, because you are absolutely right. People can hack it. A lot of hacking is taking place. They can manipulate the code of smart contract as well. So I'm not disputing that's not. Sorry. Actually, the culture is before we put the product, we wanted to test it and make it fail. So that is the way everywhere it's working. So things will evolve. Actually, we have to accept that there are a lot of problems in standing up also, and we have stood up and then we are now running. So things will automatically take some shape. Surely there is a need for continuous monitoring of anything that we do. So that is to be taken up in our mind.
All right, so I think that's the sort of uncertainties we would be living in with. But I think it's the time to call it a show off, and let's thank the panel for taking time out and then sharing their views. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll have a group photo of the panel. Yeah. आप यहीं पर रहिए सर, बट एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे, पैनलिस्ट को टाइम देना है, पैनलिस्ट को टाइम देना है ज़्यादा, ठीक है, थोड़ा क्योंकि वो क्या है ना, इन लोगों ने ना वो किया हुआ है कि मतलब खत्म करना है, अनफॉर्चुनेटली, एनीवे सर, विल मैनेज सर. The next panel is on the...
Only let me take one announcement. Actually, Mr. Kamlesh Srivastavji, who will be chairing the next panel, has also accepted our request to become a fellow of our Blockchain for Productivity Forum. So we want to thank him. And thank you. I just came for...
So, next panel is the business and societal transformation through the Web3. How this Web3 is going to transform the opportunities for the entrepreneurs. Will cover the NFT, DAO, smart contracts. The moderator is Shri Akhil Srivastavji, as having said the advisor of World Economic Forum and Uttarakhand government. Also he is officer NHAI, ex-officer on the NHAI. He has been honored amongst 51 global leader on digital technology. Also Lifetime Achievement Award, Vishwakarma Award by CIDC, Golden Globe Award for geofencing of the National Highways, Eminent Engineers Award by Engineering Council of India, Man of Excellence Award by the Indian Achievers Forum. Many commendations and the award. There is a number of long series about his books as well. He has one of the best-selling books in the digital construction management. Also two books on the artificial intelligence in infra development and the construction industry 2.0. So he has, to his credit, number of credentials basically, and he will be moderating the session. Now the panelists are Dr. Akhil Damodharan, also those who will be helping me is Chand Prakash ji from NIXI. Also Bahuguna sir, presenting the bouquet, please. Also we were having one of the officer from MTNL was there. He is the Secretary General. I think he has gone out, looks like. So, and then we have Parimal, Nikhil Goyal ji, Mallikarjun, Priyanka, help to give the bouquet, please. Then I will read their profile. First, please. Both of you will do it for the... Yes, sir. पकड़ाते जाओ, आराम से, okay, पकड़ाते जाओ. To the... Please, sir. Nikhil को दीजिए, sir. You are host, sir. You are our... One more. Yeah, please. Parimal. Yeah. Then one more sir, to the Nikhil. And Akhil sir, आप भी आ जाओ. Akhil sir. Chandra Prakash will go to the Akhil. So I'll read the brief profile. Dr. Akhil Damodharan is an experienced. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Akhil Damodharan, Dr. Akhil is an experienced executive with 13 years of experience in telecom, IT, aviation, and education industry. Working as a cluster head, Emergent Cluster School of Business at the UPES Dehradun. He is also the founder and CEO of the Alternatium and also a member of the board Blockchain for Productivity Forum. He is also a regional mentor for Change, Atal Tinkering Lab, Niti Aayog. and he has got a Clarity 40 under 40 in 2021. He has published his research in reputed journals from the Scopus to ABDC. He is a postgraduate, sir, please. He is a postgraduate in technology management from IIT Delhi, PhD in management from UPES, competition law from National Law University Delhi. Welcome Akhil ji to the panel. Parimal Priyadarshi. Mr. Parimal, he has over a decade of expertise in aerospace R&D, food tech, ad tech, blockchain technology. So such a wide, diverse experience he has got. His previous position include establishing an aerospace R&D vertical for a large public sector business. Parimal has also been successful serial entrepreneur with business in the blockchain, food tech and ad tech. He graduated from the prestigious IIT Kharagpur. Mr. Nikhil. Nikhil Goyal is a co-founder. Beyond Imagination Technologies is the organization who is helping us in the blockchain-based certification also. He is CEO at SA Watercrafts Private Limited. He is a believer in sustainable development through the use of the technology. Working on bit memoirs, all digital records and memories over blockchain. Beyond Imagination Technologies is creating an ecosystem for the simple conversion of the important documents and memories into the secure and the tamper-proof digital assets that will be saved on the blockchain for the rest of the one's life. Meant for all vertical from education, travel, sports, human resource and the events. Last but not the least, one of our very favorite speaker, he is Mallikarjun Karra. He is finishing PhD candidate at the Fritz Haber Institute of the Max Planck Society, Berlin. The theoretical study of the molecular rotation under the influence of the fields and or superfluid bath is the focus of his dissertation. He holds an MSc honors from the IIT Kharagpur. Recently, he has developed interest in the BSV blockchain for the reasons of the scalability and low transaction fee, and is a director and partner at TimesChain Labs at Mumbai along with the Rohan Saran. So, he has got a really amazing path, switching over from, that blockchain, anybody can enter into blockchain. It's not like only for the technology. So is one of the best example is the Mallikarjun. So platform is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shiv. Ladies and gentlemen, the Web3 is here. I mean, let's accept it. And while we are not converged to a single definition what's going to be, but the internet of tomorrow is going to be different from what we are experiencing as of now, and it has to do a lot with the blockchain, token economics. It has to do with the IoT, IPv6, and it is as a different word, whether we immerse into it like a metaverse or we use it as a platform and do something else. So what can be the best use? That's what we are going to discuss with this esteemed panel of the experts over here. So not wasting much time, because we have been cautioned about the time also. So going straight to the Professor Akhil Damodaran, my question with you, Professor Damodaran, is, it sounds like there are more hype around the Web3 than the real adoption. You are experienced in the public-private partnership model. What societal transformation should we expect from the widespread adoption of Web3 applications, please?
Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity, and seriously, being a last panel, most of the things has been already been discussed, so I'm just wondering what exactly I should say. But having said that, it's a nice question. The point is, okay, let me talk about Web3 from the academic point of view. I don't want to get into the industry. I know people know much better than we who are sitting here. So academically, there is no definition of Web3. It's just a basket of technologies which have quoted to be more decentralized, it advertised to be more decentralized, and a token-based economy. And the basket is called Web3. Okay, now the question which sir has asked here, that what is it a hype or it's not a hype? To be very frank to you, the discussion in the academic world, it says that technically it is absolutely the marvelous thing is happening, but the way it is being advertised in the society is slightly real, but slightly in the hype side as well. I mean, in the sense, I was recently looking at an ad in which it was talked about blockchain, and it was so said that, you can measure, it was actually a blockchain product which was created to measure the tectonic shifts in the earth crust so that you can predict tsunami if it is coming or not. So it was, the prediction was not happening because of blockchain, it was helping you to record it at timestamp. The advertisement was, blockchain is going to save you from tsunami. I mean, the point is, you should understand what I'm trying to say. The normal consumer is only understanding the tagline, blockchain is going to save from tsunami. That's called the hype. I mean, the reason why we are not in the dot-com bubble today, I think the first presentation, if I'm not wrong, has said about the dot-com bubble and all those things. The reason we are not in the dot-com bubble today is because of the COVID. Otherwise, the money was too much flowing into something which is too good, no doubt, but something where, it was actually had no clue exactly what is happening, and the reason the bubble did not happen because of the COVID. The money got stringent from there. Okay. Now, let me come back to the shelf, whether, what is going to happen in the next coming years. Okay. So, to be very frank, in a nutshell, if I tell you, till now, even today, blockchain or any Web3 technologies doesn't have a universal success in terms of the grassroots application. That is not because of the technology. Technology has the application, but the companies are yet using it as a use case. They're still not into that level into it. But if you look at the venture world, they have already decided that things are happening in the gold trade, and it's exactly what is happening during the internet. So the first question, let me answer it I don't want to take much time. If it is 1992 and somebody asked us whether internet is going to be successful or is it a hype or not, this question was applicable in that time itself as well. The answer to this is exactly same. The Web3 is going to be successful in the grassroots level, but I assure you, it will not look and feel the way it is looking right now. For example, when the internet was created, it was told that it will be used for communication or transferring data from one place to another. 8 years after the invention of internet, nobody had a clue that the major role of internet will be social networking, which never thought of before, seriously. So what we are discussing till now is a technological, power of this particular technology. I have no doubt to that, but I still don't want to predict what will be the application of it. And I don't want, same goes to the industry as well, that you should keep your minds open, because there are a lot of application which is going to happen in this ecosystem. And when it comes to the public-private partnership part, the smart contract which everybody is talking about, that is the main thing is, we really, if the academic will really feel that the day when the real legal contracts or any contract which are actually happening on ground from the legal framework, when they are converted into smart contracts completely and able to be executed and accepted by the ecosystem, which includes a court, I think that is where the real works. Otherwise, it will be parallel two different industries, and we are waiting for the government to say no one day. Okay, like what exactly happened with the cryptocurrency. Okay, so that is the main thing. So, as I said, right now, 20% is real genuine work, and rest is still a hype. So why I'm saying this, because the consumer need to realize that blockchain is not going to save you from tsunami. Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Akhil, very candidly bringing out, calling a spade. It's a little hyped, and but practically also you said, and the smart contract. Now moving to my next panelist, Parimal. I will ask you, Parimal, can tell us about something NFT, and what is the real use case for the society and the business, and how do you get out of this? Again, I will say hyped or speculative trading of NFTs or JPEG. Your thoughts. I'll just share because you are expert into these things.
Thank you, sir. Akhil did say that lots of things are being said. We are at the end of the day, and thank God. As people say that if you're the smartest people in the room, then you are in a wrong room. And thank God today I'm not in a wrong room in that way. So about the hype and all, I will give you a prime example. Jack Dorsey is the Twitter founder who coined another word called Web5. So let's not talk about that. His first tweet as an NFT was being sold for $2.5 million. And the person who bought it, he recently put it on auction. And the aim was to earn around $48 million out of that tweet. And $24 million were being given to the charity or something. And the amazing part was that he got 6 offers from $6 to $280. So that NFT bubble has been gone away. So all these monkeys and all that's being sold, there is no value of, the real value of NFT does not lie there. But the irony is that 60% cases still are into the digital artwork. So only 5% in NFT cases are for the utility way. The one industry that can be revolutionized with this NFT, in my view, is the whole ticketing industry. The whole ticketing industry will be based on NFT. Another thing, as people say that it's a hype or something when you ask this question, no. The problem is here, I will give a prime example that it comes with a decentralization, and the lobby that is sitting in California, they will never let it happen, the blockchain. California GDP is more than India GDP. California GDP is $3.5 trillion, and India GDP is around $2.64 trillion. So you can understand the people sitting in Valley, they will never allow something called blockchain to become a mainstream. So, okay, I do understand technology, but again, I come from a business perspective also. Blockchain will get a more value if people start solving the business problem rather than a technology problem. In that way, I think blockchain will get more legitimacy. And India is a land of opportunity, 1.4 billion people. Any technology get an adoption or legitimacy when India adopts that technology. And I'm hoping, my number is by 2030, around another 8 years, I think blockchain will be the mainstream technology. At that time, we will not talk about maturity. At that time, we will talk about stability, that how blockchain become a more stable technology. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Parimal. Absolutely fine, and its best use is the ticketing and all. And as you rightly said, the scaling, the potential of India is 1.4 billion people. That's the massive. And when you scale any technology, for example, when as implementing FASTag and for highway sector, the scale was magnanimous, and it started in putting so much revenue to the government, which was absolutely never known. So obviously, the more people use, they will come to better use. And 2030, what you gave a window is absolutely fantastic to know. It's a good. Now I will be coming to Shri Nikhil Goyal ji. Mr. Goyal, at the end of this conference, we believe that everyone is going to receive participation certificate on blockchain built by your company. So could you please briefly describe what is the technology behind this, and in particular, what way you think this is going to help the business and the society in future?
Hi. Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. Great panelists, great presentations throughout the day, great learning. I'm probably one of the non-techies who've entered this world, and you know, sitting amongst this great audience and the people who spoke, I have learned so much today. But I've been a businessman, I've been an entrepreneur. What I've understood about blockchain and Web3 and technology is sometimes you need an eye like mine as well, because you know, when you are too deep into technology, you're trying to solve too many problems, whereas the ground situation could be different. My approach to this new world is simplicity. When Google came, nobody asked us, how does Google run? When the internet started, nobody asked us, how does the internet run? We just got on to that, started searching for it. That's probably why the company that I've made is trying to address real world problems and not fun elements of the whims and fancies of the world. Talking about the certifications, it's probably our approach, our simple approach for the world, be it a class 1 student or be it be it the august audience here, to mature into Web3, you know, to probably download a wallet and to get a certificate, and then sort of have the first step into Web3. 1. 2, there is a crazy ecosystem which is full of wrong duplicate papers. In the US, there is a 50% fudging issue with schools and colleges, degrees and certificates. Mr. Modi himself, our Prime Minister, has given out digital certificates in IIT Kanpur on blockchain. So the idea here is to build an ecosystem where what you say, you prove it through something, right? I mean, you go on LinkedIn, you find people with 20,000 followers who claim a lot of things, but when you speak to them, they don't really know what they're doing. So you know, our idea as a company is probably to solve real world issues. 1, to keep it simple. I mean, very honestly, a lot of bouncers go on me as well when people are talking deep tech. But at the same time, I don't care. I just care about that Google space where I can go and search, right? So that's my idea of blockchain and Web3. Would love to make it simple and easily adoptable.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's the best use case when you start with a simplicity, user-friendly, and absolutely that's what Web3 actually means, focused and user-friendly. And your certification is one of the way you're going to tell us how to start adopting it and using. Coming to my next panelist, Shri Mallikarjun. Mallikarjun, we seem that you have two kinds of blockchain, public and the permission. Could you throw some light on the difference between the two and how one has to decide if he is to opt for one?
Thank you, Akhilesh ji. Thank you for having me here. So yes, there's a big debate going on about public blockchains and private blockchains or permissioned blockchains, and the Indian government has is bending towards permissioned blockchains for the reasons that they would like their data to be kept private and so on, and so that government departments get to be nodes, right? I would like to give an analogy here to differentiate between these things. Let's say there is a vault of cash in front of me right here. It's good to imagine cash, right? And so there is nobody in this room except me and let's say just Parimal here. So if I have to tinker with this vault, it's just one person seeing me. So when he's dozing off, I can get some cash out, okay? And maybe put some fake cash in. Now let's say, so that is the traditional system of centralized data servers. So you have just one server, and if you hack it, it's gone. Now let's say we have a curtain here, and the crowd is cut off, and it's just the panelists, right? It's the same vault of cash, and it's just the 5 of us here. And this is a private permissioned blockchain. So there is a little more trust. So there are 5 people watching me, 4 people watching me, and I would have to bribe all of them or wait for all of them to fall asleep at the same time. So that's a little more difficult. Now there's no curtain, it's everybody here. I can't bribe everybody, I can't wait for everybody to fall asleep. That's a public blockchain. So it's really about what you want to use for your specific use case. And I think there is plenty of opportunity to coexist. And we don't know what technology will exist 50 years later. So we should work together, public, private blockchains. I represent the public side of the debate personally. Also because private permission blockchain can be built on top of a public blockchain. Right, so the government can have its way even with a public blockchain like BSV, which I advocate. So you can have your data in government servers, in various ministries or wherever, and put the hash of the location of that piece of data with a timestamp on a public server. So that offers you all the benefits of a public ledger, and you have your data within the government. So this would be my answer. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's actually you clarified it correctly, and how these can be dovetailed to create a government use case as well. Thank you very much, Mallikarjun. I will. My next question, I think, will having only 10 or 11 minutes. So one last question, with 5 minutes. Yeah. So I will straight ask the last question. What do you see the future of Web3 or blockchain from the industry point of view, the user point of view, in next 5 or say if we have a horizon of 2030, somebody was talking. So what do you think, where, what should be the potential, starting with Dr. Nikhil? Akhil.
So thank you. So if you look at the web, as I said, okay, let me give you a slide example. I will short time. When the PCs were coming in, so IBM was the topmost one, and they said supercomputers is going to be the big thing. And 10 years down the line, Microsoft came in with the personal computer, and that became a big thing. Same goes to the internet. Internet, everybody thought email will be the big thing, and somehow 6 years down the line, search engine became the big thing. Okay, so as I said in the first question as well, that the Web3 has a huge potential in the technology part of it, but I really feel that the quote which you talk about, decentralization, will be more technical layer stuff, not on the society level. There will be more products which are coming in, which will be more important than decentralization, which is going to come in the next 10 years, which will help in terms of, traceability, tracking it, transparency of it. Public project, I would say, the major, I mean, I still don't see a major contribution of blockchain coming in the public sector, because data, stakeholder management, there are many entities coming in, SPVs coming, handling the finances, which all can be taken care of by the blockchain. And it's a huge $500-600 billion industry. And that is where I really feel Web3 has to move into it. Medical, I mean, how to track the medical records and all those things. So, but I would really say that rather, the whole the world of decentralization, I really feel that may not be the main thing. You will still have 1 or 2 big players coming in, because that's the history, that 2-3 main players are going to lead the way and they're going to make the changes. That's how it is. So I mean, that may not be the main thing, but yes, the function of blockchain is going to make the big products in the next 10 years down the line. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Akhil, I mean, what you're saying, and another use case you dwelled upon is the PSU, the other government sector. Yeah, of course, there is a big potential over there. Coming to Parimal, what do you think, what is going to be the future ecosystem of blockchain in next, say, by 2030, 5 to 8 years?
So what I feel right now, what is happening in blockchain, people are looking for Eureka moment. They don't understand Eureka. You don't look for Eureka moment, it just happens. And the one thing that I think blockchain identity management is one thing, that's my, again, personal thing, that will just change the whole landscape. I will just give you an example. US is a country of 335 million people. And just last year, $54 billion losses they experienced just because of identity theft. In India, 30% people's identity has been reused. They don't know. Like in hacking, people say that 90% of the people have been hacked. They never knew that they had been hacked, because they never experienced, they never received an email. Every people here are having 50 emails. So they think, okay, on my current email, nothing came. It does not mean that you didn't get hacked. So yes, my thing is, don't look for the Eureka moment. And of course, Archimedes never looked for it. It simply happened with them. So identity management is one thing that I think that is a very, very big problem. And once it gets sorted, I think the whole landscape of the blockchain will get changed.
Very nice.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. That's fantastic thing, that identity management is going to be the next big change. And it's some Eureka, I mean, suddenly it may happen. Let's wait for that, and that's good. What will be your take, Mr. Nikhil, if you want to say how is the ecosystem going to develop in next month?
I think it's going to be beautiful. I think along with the world saying it, I don't matter to this, I'm a drop in the ocean, but it definitely in the next 5, 7, 8, 10 years is going to be the base operating system for a lot of things we do. Well, just to inform everybody, we are on paper with the Indian Army. We creating solutions for them on fleet management and man management. We are deeply engaged with corporates. just recently we've been ideating something for the Indian Sports Ministry. So there is an element of interest which we are trying to cater to, and there are more stalwarts in the room and in India who are probably taking bigger, better steps. There is definite interest. It's probably in the piloting and on the surface stage for now. It would probably go deeper and it will scale further off. And it's like how decentralization of data and technology. I think it's also an era of decentralization in terms of capacity. So it's, we need to come together as an ecosystem to probably handhold each other, support each other, and make it happen. So I'm bullish. I'm surely not wasting time here, and I'm sure this at least India is going to get great benefits out of this technology.
Wonderful. That's a very positive note to Nikhil, and in fact that's what we expect is going to be the game changer. I would like to have views of Mallikarjun also, what you are thinking as your concluding remarks, what should be the things.
Thank you, sir. Well, it's said, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. So after Professor Damodaran already said that we should not dare to predict where it's going, I don't want to rush in.
Fair enough.
But yes, I mean, we don't know what will happen this decade. It's best to put our heads down and work. And then the best technology will automatically take off. You can trust the people. They will pick the best technology. And like Parimal here said, identity would be the big thing. So we are making small baby steps in that direction. We have a contract with a UK company. We are building a credentialing system for gig workers there, and collaborating with the government there and agencies authorized by the government. So yeah, finally, like Nikhil said, it's just about putting in proof of work. We put our head down, keep working, come up with better products, and hope everything works out like it always has with the internet and so on. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So that reminds me the saying of Gita. So you just keep on working, don't look for the fruits. It will automatically come. So that's, ladies and gentlemen, that's a fantastic thing. And I hope this panel discussion might, with the experts, might have enlightened you, or some new things you might have learned. So I thank Dr. Damodaran, Nikhil, Parimal and Mallikarjun, and a special thank to Dr. Gupta and Dr. Shiv for hosting us here. Thank you very much, and all the best, ladies and gentlemen.
A group photo, sir. Before closing, a group photo, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, so you have seen it all since morning, and we are almost there. So it is now my pleasant duty to conclude and purpose vote of thanks for all of our supporters, collaborators, participants. And in conclusion, I think I have myself learnt a lot, and I believe you would have also learnt a lot about what blockchain is. But what we have all learnt actually is just a tip of the iceberg. In fact, it's nothing what we have learnt today, though we are very happy and the experts, all that. So basically, let me first start with thanking our sponsors, the RailTel, BBNL, TCIL, and NIXI, STPI, and all our collaborators also, and all our experts who have come from different places of the country, from Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Bilaspur, and also our guest of honor, Akhilesh ji, who spared his time, who have just landed today from Geneva. And he is still here, and our Shally, our compare, she had landed in the midnight from London. So a lot of people have collaborated and contributed. But I'm thankful, the most thanks goes to all of you. All of you are still there. I'm still seeing a house full actually, what was there in the morning. And I hope you got value for your time and value for the money. For some of you had actually paid, which was a great thing for you, for your support. But it is not over yet. As I told you, you have just learned tip of the iceberg. If you want to get initiated in the blockchain in any way, so first thing is you have to learn the fundamentals, basics. And one thing has come very clear. They told I'm odd man out as a non-technical person. A lot of people told. But for blockchain, all these startups which have made presentation, they may be IIT graduates, IIT postgraduates, but none of them is a computer science graduate. So you don't worry, if you don't know programming, you are the best for the blockchain. Because if you know coding, you have to unlearn that coding. Because this is a different coding. This is different. So like some is from biology, one is from microbiology and civil engineer, all that. None of them is computer engineer who spoke and who are doing work in this. So that is one thing I've become very clear. You don't have to know coding or programming or computers for that matter, and you can still excel in blockchain. And for that actually, now I will have a appeal or a request. There are two type of forms given to you. One is the membership form. There are different types of membership available, even for students. And age does not matter. Means like Professor Ranjit, you can become a student member of our forum if you want. Means that flexibility is there. In addition to that, we are conducting a master class actually. And that is, we are conducting it end of September and or the date convenient to you. The master class will teach you the basics or fundamentals. We have not covered anything like that. We have covered the use cases, policy, what is the business, what is the future. And future is very clear. It is blockchain, as chief guest also mentioned, that we are in the interesting time. Actually, our interesting decade. Our Prime Minister, during 15th August, as you know, every 15th August, the Honorable Modi ji makes some new words, new thing. So he had declared this decade as the TechAid. No decade, TechAid. TechAid means it is all about technology. It will continue. It is not 2 year or 5 year or 10 year. So we are in the interesting time, and blockchain is there to stay. It is there, but now we are learning that what we need, a universal blockchain. A single, like Modi ji bhi bolte hain, one India, one nation, one SIM, one, like that. So you need one world, one blockchain. And that is what the internet was there, because blockchain is also internet. It is called internet of ownership. Earlier they called it internet of value, now we call it internet. It is internet. Internet is one world, one internet. The same thing has to happen. One world, one blockchain. If that can happen, the economy of scale plays, interoperability goes away. Like internet, when it came, someone told, it works. You just plug, like Wi-Fi. You just plug and play. The blockchain should be plug and play, all standard, like TCP/IP, which was invented 50 years back. The internet protocol, it is still continuing. The original Bitcoin protocol, if we can come back to that, in between they have changed the protocol, changing, and so we can still do everything with the blockchain. It can solve any problem you have, and it can do away with any inefficiencies or any insecurity which have come. So with that, I'll like to thank all of you again and welcome you to be as a part of our community, which we like to call Bharat Blockchain Community. It will be a free, open platform. Just anybody who can join it. Something like plug and play. So with that and the certificate, Mr. Nikhil, I wanted to specially thank him, the Beyond Imagination Technology, who really did. And I can also share with you now, He is our only member actually. So that is why I am appealing to you to become our member. So he has to be given special thank. Thank you very much.
Can you have a photo with the audience? Just hurry up. 2 rows. One on the stage, another in the down. Please.
That is good one. That is done by college students.
By the time they're doing the photograph.
One on the stage, one row in the down. One row on the stage.
I would like to take this opportunity to very honestly, I have seen Dr. Satya and Dr. Shiv prepare for this event and even put their hearts and minds towards it. If all of us could give a big round of applause for both of them, please. It's okay.
सब सामने आ गए HDM वो हटा दे क्या
नहीं
हाँ वो ऊपर कर लेंगे